This guy, nobody, just another weakling scraping by in a world torn apart by monsters. The poor guy stuck mopping up whatever's left after the real hunters already took off, and get this, Shu Kiritani hasn't even awakened. 0 mana, 0 class, 0 rank, and yet every single day in total silence he trains, quietly sharpening a power nobody's ever seen. Not his guildmates, not the captain, not even his best friend. The brave guild's about to run its very first C-rank dungeon raid, and Shu's hired for the exact same job as always, scavenger duty. In this world, power outweighs money every single time. Even the lowest rank hunters strut around like untouchable gods, and everyone below them just there to get walked all over. To every one of them, Shu Kiritani is just weak. They're dead wrong, and they're about to learn that the hard way. Before he was hauling gear, Shu carried a sword because in his past life he was a knight. And in that life he died taking down the monster queen in the single greatest battle humanity ever fought. A war that cost him every friend he had. He watched them drop one after another. In the end, he brought the creature down, bleeding outright at death's door. His last foolish hope that somehow, somewhere, he'd see all of them again. Our hero died saving the entire world. And the reward for that little world-saving stunt? This. Hit like, share, and subscribe, and now you're not ready for where this goes next. Waking up in the body of an absolute nobody. In a brand new world of portals and monsters and flashy hunters who wake up with power handed to them overnight. Shu Kiritani, just a scavenger. Lowest rank, lowest pay, 0 respect. He remembers being a legend, but in this body he can't even touch mana. Still, he trains everyday habit from his past life, or maybe some broken part of him just knows he'll need to protect these people again someday. Only one person treats him like an equal, his friend Ren. Ren's not chasing fame, and he's not in it for the money either. He wants it because his sister is dying and there's no time left to find another way out. It leaves Shu thinking hard about what it really means to have something worth protecting. The dungeon schedule for the next day's already set, and nobody wants to draw the short straw, and to everyone's horror, their assigned site turns out to be seriously sketchy. The crew starts pushing back at the captain, terrified. Word is other teams got completely wiped out at that exact site. One guy speaks up, saying this is way too much for a crew that barely scraped its way to D rank. Pissed off, the captain barks at them to shut their mouths. He tells them they're nothing like real hunters, so their opinions don't count for anything. Then he pointedly asks if it's about time to renew Shu's contract, warning that bailing on a job halfway through will torch their reputation with rumors. The captain snaps at Shu again, asking how many times he has to repeat himself before the kid learns to behave. Ren steps up to cool things down, volunteering himself, and asks the captain point-blank if this is really just about dodging bad press before the raid. Ren's decision lights a fire under the rest of the crew. The captain grumbles that they're all just idiots who only know how to follow orders, then walks off, telling them to get it done, he'll be waiting. With no other choice, Ren tells the crew it's time to move, standing right at the front of the group. The captain announces they'll run a full analysis before heading inside. They start splitting up the group, figuring out where and how each hunter should move. Shu can feel the tension thick in the air. The cleanup crew's turn is coming soon. Even the actual hunters are dragging their feet. Ren gives him a heads up their turn's coming, tensions through the roof, and Shu, just like everyone else, can only hope this isn't where his story ends. The guild finally pushes forward into the raid. Before long, a bad feeling creeps in and they consider warning the boss. But then again, it's just a C-rank dungeon, probably nothing their leader can't handle. Still, the scavengers can feel the anxiety radiating off the group. Then out of nowhere, everyone tenses up. The boss signals for everyone to stay sharp. A terrifying creature crawls out of the dark. Right behind it, a whole pack of hideous monsters shows up and the group braces for battle. The hunters can't help wondering if this is overkill for just the entrance. But the captain's great at one thing: motivating people when there's money on the table. He waves off the worry, calls them nothing but bugs, and takes one down without breaking a sweat. Then he orders the tankers to lead the charge. The frontliners rush in and manage to hold the swarm back. Meanwhile, the scavengers hang back, just watching and gathering intel, staying clear of the fight. One of the monsters lets out a bizarre screech, and just like that, more bugs come crawling in. Panicking, the scavengers scream for the tankers to back them up. An archer screams for everyone to clear out and lets an arrow fly. The shot tears the monsters apart, forcing two allies to duck and shield themselves from the flames. Right as one hunter thinks it's over, the boss barks at him to move. The dungeon boss is coming. The monster appears in an instant, unleashing pure chaos. The captain coordinates the attack, but the creature turns out to be way stronger than expected. It sends several warriors crashing down. Despite its massive size, the thing moves with insane speed. The vanguard screams for magic support, griping about the delay, and the mages finally shut them up by casting their spells. The blast rips into the monster, sending it crashing straight to the ground. Thinking it's dead, the captain orders everyone to harvest everything they can. This thing's worth a fortune. But its body feels unusually hard to cut through. Then, to everyone's shock, the monster gets right back up. The dungeon boss spews toxic venom across the whole area. Someone shouts that nobody mentioned poison, and the captain screams for everyone to retreat. He warns them the poison mist is lethal. Everybody back off now. Shu thinks bitterly that someone should have verified this before the raid. Somebody seriously dropped the ball on planning. The captain barks at everyone to stop wasting time and just keep holding their breath. Since the rest of the hunters clearly can't handle it, so the captain decides to handle it himself. He leaps straight onto the monster's head and ends it with one clean blow. The group cheers his strength, but he immediately snaps at them, so they get back to checking gear and patching up the wounded. But to everyone's surprise, the fight isn't done yet. Turns out that creature wasn't even the real boss. It's still on its way. The group just stares in disbelief as the actual boss finally shows itself. The captain orders everyone to hold their formation. He also tells them to use the antidote, warning that this thing's feathers cause mental corruption. Right on cue, feathers start raining down over the whole group. One feather brushes against a hunter, and he instantly starts losing his mind. The others panic, scattering in terror and ignoring the captain's orders completely. The rest of the group gets hit by the corruption too, and it starts eating at their minds. Shu figures there's got to be a way out of this, but for now, escape is the only option. He tells Ren they need to grab the scavengers and get out of there as fast as humanly possible. But Ren's already been hit by the corruption. He insists they should stay, swearing every item lying around here is worth a fortune. He becomes fixated on the weapons scattered everywhere, convinced they're worth millions. Shu grabs him, trying to drag him out, but Ren fights back, refusing to leave. Completely out of his mind now, Ren breaks free and lashes out, attacking Shu Kuretani himself. Shu manages to grab his friend again, but Ren screams for him to back off, to leave him alone, and to stop getting in his way as he tries to shake free. Weapon in hand, Ren tries to attack Shu. He screams deliriously about money while Shu desperately begs him to calm down. Then Ren finally admits he's doing all this for his sister. She's gravely ill. He breaks down sobbing, saying all he wanted was to become a hunter, that it's not fair his sister has to suffer through this disease. He cries that all he wanted was to live happily together with her. Shu is left completely stunned. Then Ren finally lets go of his weapon. It clatters uselessly to the ground. The blade sinks into the dirt right beside Shu. Shu nods, agreeing with him, and reaches out to take his friend's hand, telling him that if he leaves now and makes it out alive, he'll get to see his sister again. Ren breaks down again, drowning in regret over how he treated his friend. Shu just tells him it's okay. Ren says he'd better get moving now that he's got what he came for, but then everything takes a sudden, ugly turn. Out of nowhere, Ren lunges forward, weapon drawn. The next second, he takes a devastating hit. Shocked, Shu has no idea what just happened. He stands frozen, speechless, watching his friend cough up blood before rushing to help him. But Ren just mutters that he's glad Shu's safe. A cold voice asks just where they think they're going. It's the captain, corrupted now, and he's the one who threw that attack. Shu spots a feather lodged in the captain's body. Terrified, Shu's mind flashes back to his past life. He used to think Ren's talk about protecting people was just some naive dream, but now he understands it better than anyone alive. His friend just sacrificed everything to protect him, and Ren's death won't be for nothing. Meanwhile, the corrupted captain mocks the dying boy. The captain taunts Shu, sneering that he looks like some helpless kid clutching two weapons. But Shu stays focused, dead certain of one single thing: this hunter dies today. The raid's a total failure. The hunters got wiped out. Staring at the feathers, the captain wonders why any of this had to happen. Clearly, the man thinks he's incapable of ever being wrong. He blames the scavengers, claiming they just got in the real hunter's way, and decides they don't even deserve to live. So he starts cutting them down one by one, trying to cover for his own failure. When he reaches Shu, the captain hurls an insult and swings his weapon down. But Ren throws himself in front of the strike to shield Shu. The captain sneers, telling him to enjoy the front row seat before he's next. Shu glares back at him. right as the captain calls him nothing but a little insect. The captain keeps mocking him, asking if he's actually planning to fight back with those toys. He brags about being a top-tier hunter while Shu's just some brat threatening to start by carving out his eyes, but while the captain's still running his mouth. Shu's already moving fast, he appears right behind the man before he can even react. The captain tries to counter, but Shu simply dodges. Shu notes that corrupted or not, this guy's power is still terrifying. So Shu decides to see exactly how far his brutal training can carry him. Meanwhile, the giant bird boss just watches the whole thing unfold. The two trade brutal blows, neither one able to pull ahead. Shu barely slips past a few strikes, then falls back to put some distance between them. On the defensive now, he thinks this whole fight would be over already if he could just tap 1% of his old power. The captain demands to know how a mere scavenger can even move like that. Shu realizes he's burned too much time overthinking his approach. He taunts the captain, asking if he needs a few free combat lessons. The captain bites, unleashing a massive special attack. It lands on Shu multiple times, but it's nowhere near enough to drop him. Spotting an opening, Shu counters and lands a clean hit. Thrilled that he can actually pull this off, he keeps the pressure on hit after hit. Feeling the heat now, the captain backs off. He starts to panic, refusing to believe he's getting outclassed by a scavenger. So he stacks every hunter buff he's got and charges in. Shu knows his eyes can't track that kind of speed, but he can still read the movement. Focused, he lines up his counter. Realizing the captain's moves are painfully predictable, Shu springs into action. He slips past the first strike with ease, then shatters his opponent's weapon. The impact leaves the man badly wounded. The captain crashes down, screaming and cursing even flat on his back, and Shu just looks down at him. From the dirt, the man asks if he really thinks he's getting away with this. Shu asks if he wants his sanity back before dying, but quickly realizes the man's just begging to be killed. The captain screams that he's a real hunter, he can't lose to someone like him, but Shu cuts him off and ends it for good. With the entire group wiped out, Shu realizes he's never witnessed carnage on this scale. Then, out of nowhere, a strange energy wraps around his body. He wonders if it's happening because his mind was just on his past life. Realizing just holding a sword again has woken something up inside him. A surge of power crashes through him and his status window pings, notifying him he's leveled up several times over, revealing his class, Executor. Glancing at his friend, Shu notes Ren's still breathing and realizes he's the only one here who actually ended up awakening. The bird boss finally makes its move. Annoyed by the racket, Shu dumps his stat points into mana, and even a single point makes a massive difference. He glares up at the boss, warns it he's not the same guy from before, and tells it to bring it on. Shu wonders why mana behaves the way it does in this world, just spilling out with zero control. No wonder hunters got so arrogant. A moment later, he starts to grasp how the energy actually flows. With that flow finally clear in his head, Shu delivers one precise strike straight at the boss. His blade punches clean through the creature, leaving a gaping hole behind. The monster roars, pain and fury mixing together. But Shu just tells it to shut up and dives right back on the offensive. He leaps at the boss, telling it that death comes in an instant, and slashes clean through, ripping off one of its wings. The creature shrieks from the wound. Shu figures he just needs a little more, so he concentrates everything, pooling every last drop of mana in his body and lets it all detonate at once. He leaps in for the strike. In an instant, he's already right above his target. The blow lands dead center, sending blood and debris flying in every direction. The boss crashes down and finally stays down. With the boss finally beaten, Shu takes a breath and surveys the wreckage. Shu looks around at the bodies scattered across the battlefield. And the very next second, he drops out cold. Overloads, calamities unleashed by the Monster Queen meant to devour the entire world. The 8 races of the Aslan continent banded together to stop her, fully aware of just how powerful she was, and after countless battles they finally pulled off victory. But then a voice cuts in, asking if this is really the future he dreamed of, calling him pathetic. He realizes with a chill he never actually beat the creature. He screams at Helena to run, but she twists into a monster, telling him there's no hope left. She tells him to remember exactly what his incompetence cost, warning that the scars of his failure will keep burning even in his next life. Shu jolts awake with a start and realizes he's lying in a hospital bed. A man sitting beside him says he's finally awake and mentions he's been out cold for 3 days. Shu asks who he is, but the man just slides him a business card. Shu asks what happened to everyone else, and the man admits it's admirable that his first thought was his team. But then he reveals that by the time medics reached the site, everyone else was already gone. Shu asks about Ren, only to learn the funerals already happened at Hunter headquarters while he was still in a coma. The man explains the dungeon got reclassified as B rank, meaning a D rank guild never had a fighting chance. Shu stays quiet, letting the man keep going. He mentions the captain probably kept it hidden, but he was drowning in illegal gambling debts, that's why he grabbed that job. He adds that the sudden rank change looks legit and it's currently under investigation. He tells Shu to reach out if anything else comes back to him. Shu sits there processing everything that just happened along with his own sudden awakening. He turns on the TV. A news report catches his eye. Sara Yoki, an SS rank hunter and vice guild leader who awakened with 4 skills at once. He notes she's Japan's most popular hunter, hands down. Curious, he decides to check out his own stats. He discovers he gains power by absorbing the karma of heretics, but he still needs to figure out what actually counts as evil, since there's nothing about this skill online. Shu figures it's some rare, one-of-a-kind skill built just for him. He wants to test it, but knows he's still far too weak as an E rank. Memories of his past life with Helena flash through his mind, and honestly, he finds the whole situation kind of fascinating. Eventually, Shu gets discharged and walks out of the hospital. He used to think nothing mattered, that people could never reach their full potential, and that feeling of helplessness stuck with him. Now, standing in front of a portal, he stares down the challenge ahead and steps through. Shu knows he's been handed a second chance to fix his mistakes, and this time he won't let the same tragedy repeat. The next second, monsters surround him from every side. With only one real option left, he locks in his very first goal. As the monsters charge in, Shu resolves to climb all the way to the top. Meanwhile, in a hospital rehab room, a nurse announces the session's over and it's time to clear the room for the next patient. Another woman in the room mentions how lucky they were to even get a treatment cube, and asks if the girl has anyone here with her. The girl just says no, her name's Iri Igawa. Just then, another nurse walks in to take over the shift, teasing her coworker for being so blunt and telling Iri not to worry about it. Iri thanks her, but the moment the nurse brings up something about her brother, Iri quickly cuts her off, suddenly announcing she's craving something sweet. Iri suffers from mana allergy, an incurable disease nobody ever fully recovers from. It first showed up 50 years ago, back when portals started opening and mana flooded the atmosphere. Hospitals can only manage the symptoms using a treatment cube. It really was insanely lucky they even secured one for Iri's treatment, which makes even Iri herself wonder how it even happened. On the hospital TV, a news segment plays, spotlighting an SS rank hunter as she shows off her powers on screen. Everyone in the room is floored by her skills, and Iri looks completely mesmerized. Suddenly, a kid sneaks up and startles Iri, bursting with excitement over the hunter. He mentions she already had 4 skills the moment she awakened and says he wants to be a hunter too, even though he's still just a kid. He asks Iri if she thinks that's cool, and she just nods along. Right after, his guardian comes to collect him, apologizing to Iri for the disruption. Sipping on a soda, Iri thinks about how Japan's top hunter is the exact same age she is. Truth is, Iri feels like she just can't adjust to this world. Her family died because of the dungeons, and she feels like nothing but a burden to her brother. Tears roll down her face as she wishes, more than anything, she could just see him. A friendly nurse walks over smiling, teasing that Iri's going to draw a whole crowd crying like that. She tries to cheer her up, saying she needs to get well and find her happiness because that's exactly what her brother would have wanted. The nurse adds she's sure he left a gift for her somewhere. Iri smiles and thanks her. Suddenly, the nurse glances out the window and notices something strange. The moon looks completely wrong, and a blinding light flashes from somewhere it has no business being. Outside, people scatter in panic, completely lost on what's happening, until someone screams for everyone to take cover. A dungeon break just tore open right there. The Hunters Association blasts out an emergency alert, ordering evacuation before things spiral further. And someone screams for everyone to run to building B. Right then, a massive hand smashes straight through the window, barely missing Iri, as a gigantic monster forces its way inside. Iri freezes, gripped by sheer terror. Her legs won't stop shaking. The nurse screams for her to run, but the girl's completely frozen under the creature's gaze. So she grabs Iri and starts dragging her away. The nurse tells her the association already knows about the break and hunters should be arriving any moment. Eri decides she has to buy them time. She refuses to let anyone sacrifice themselves for her again. But a man grabs the nurse, shouting there's no way they can save the girl. As the monster closes in, Eri wonders if things would be different if she'd actually had powers. Just in time, Shu appears and shields her. He tells her she acted just like her brother, then warns her to think about the people she'd leave behind. Eri asks who he even is. Shu just asks if her name is Eri Igawa and explains he's here for her brother's sake. He introduces himself as Shu Kiritani and reveals her brother actually saved his life. Tears well in her eyes. Eri remembers her brother's smiling face and realizes Shu is the gift her brother left behind for her. Meanwhile, Sora Yoki is proving exactly why she's Japan's #1 hunter, tearing through a horde of giant worms in an A-rank dungeon. As an SS-rank hunter, these things are basically a warm-up for her. She dodges an incoming attack without even trying. While Sora shreds through the monsters, her teammates start gossiping. One asks if that lawyer's reached out again, mentioning the guy's actually an A-ranker. Kaido says that lawyer had guts sliding into her DMs, and Ohara chimes in that the guy actually got his phone snapped clean in half. Sora's got no shortage of admirers. They just keep on gossiping while Sora keeps right on beating down the giant worms. Ohara shrugs, saying it makes sense, she's an SS ranker after all. Sora realizes she's getting surrounded, but she just smirks. She lives for this kind of challenge. Kaido notes this is exactly why she's clocking overtime today. But suddenly she senses something massive closing in, way ahead of Sora's expected pace. The dungeon boss just showed up way ahead of schedule. Kaido readies himself to jump in, but Sora tells him she's got this and goes head-to-head with the boss herself. Someone jokes that she should have fun, teasing her about her intense way of blowing off steam. Sora fires off a lightning bolt straight into the monster's face, forcing it to scramble and bury itself in the sand, without wasting a single second. She lunges in and drives her spear deep into the beast, sending high-voltage electricity surging through the entire battlefield. Blown away, Ohara remarks she really took all her frustration out on that thing. With the mission wrapped, someone thanks Sora for her hard work and asks if she's heading back yet. But right then, a massive eye blinks open out of nowhere. The ground starts violently shaking and everything goes sideways fast. Kaido panics, confused since the dungeon boss was already taken down. He yells for everyone to look up at the dungeon core. Sora finds it bizarre the core shouldn't be exposed this deep inside a dungeon. She aims dead at the creature and lets loose a massive, direct blast. The attack rockets straight for the core, but it does nothing. The distance is just too great. Kaido curses, warning everyone they're running out of time, and a standard attack just won't reach that far. Sora suggests repositioning, and Kaido agrees. Looking down at the city, they realize the fissure has already begun opening. There's no time to waste. A voice crackles over the comms, telling them to focus up. The guild's already been alerted. The voice asks Sora what she plans to do, but honestly, the answer's obvious. Charging straight at the core, she declares she's about to bring that moon down. Meanwhile, news reporters broadcast that the fissure is an S-rank threat born from the dungeon. Medical teams scramble to tend the wounded. The reporters explain the fissure actually outranks the original dungeon, and that the moon looming over the capital is the core itself, with its guardians still waiting to be summoned. Elsewhere, Shu asks Eri about her mana allergy, and she insists she's totally fine. Eri asks if he used to work alongside her brother, and he confirms it. She asks what her brother used to say about her. She confesses she always felt like a burden to him, but Shu sets her straight. Her brother didn't die because of her, and he tells her to turn that pain into the drive to surpass him someday. He also reminds her that her brother was always thinking about her, and it moves her to tears. Pointing up at the moon, Shu tells her they'll finish this talk once that threat's handled. As hordes of monsters flood into the city, Shu charges straight in to fight them off. Mid-battle, he thinks back on a conclusion he reached over the past few days. He realizes there's no real point pumping any stat other than mana. Sure, strength and agility give you quick results, but those stats hit a low ceiling fast. He figured that out after arm wrestling a hunter with 11 points in strength. Shu fights his way through the streets, dodging creatures he doesn't have time for. Scaling a building, he recalls dumping 29 points straight into mana. Leaping off the rooftop, he launches so high it genuinely feels like flying. He takes a second just to enjoy it, then sets up his attack, trusting the plan. He dumps every last drop of mana into hurling his weapon at the moon, as gravity takes over and he starts free-falling. He watches his weapon fly upward, hoping it reaches the target. The weapon hits the moon while he slams hard into the ground, carving out a crater. Just like he figured, the attack does absolutely nothing. Realizing his level's still too low, he knows he needs a completely different plan. Right then, a massive explosion rocks the whole area. As Sora Gyoki finally arrives, unleashing her immense lightning-fueled power, she blasts her energy straight at the corrupted moon, causing a massive, thunderous impact. Sora watches the smoke clear, sure it worked. But the moon sits there completely untouched. She wonders if there's a second core somewhere, but then realizes with a jolt that the moon itself is the guardian. The moon fires right back. And Sora does everything she can to block the overwhelming force while not far off. Shu watches quietly from a distance. He runs in, grabs her from behind, and tells her to focus. Countless lives are riding on this. Annoyed, Sora demands he let go, but Shu can feel she's completely run dry on mana. He tells her to let her mana flow exactly the way he guides it. Sora's stunned that he can actually manipulate her mana flow, but she knows there's no time to question it. The next second, she feels herself flooding with energy. She has no clue how since she was completely tapped out, but decides to worry about it later. Impressed by Shu's ability, she suggests they take this thing down together since they're clearly on the same side. Fully restored now, she unleashes her power once more, conjuring a massive tornado of energy that surges straight at the moon. Feeling the strain, Sora asks if that landed. He tells her they haven't, the core is still active and it's proving disturbingly tough. He asks if she can pull that off again, but she tells him it's impossible, she's completely at her limit. Shu finds it frustrating, figuring they'll need to wait for backup, even though he's sure he could handle it alone. Then, out of nowhere, he steps onto Sora's spear and asks if she can launch someone. Startled, she listens as he tells her there's no time to explain, just do it. Sora takes the bait, calling him a weirdo and warning she's not responsible if things go sideways. Using her absurd strength, she launches Shu straight into the air. Flying toward the core like a missile, Shu realizes he can grab the power he needs if he just gets close enough. He quickly dumps 5 points straight into mana, and as he closes in on the target, he throws his sword with everything he's got left, then kicks the hilt to give it one last brutal boost. Shu's throw sends the blade flying with insane force, slamming into the corrupted moon with crushing pressure. The blade pierces deep into the target, triggering a devastating chain reaction that shatters the moon completely. Sora, Japan's #1 hunter, watches in total silence as the debris rains down. Right in front of Shu, level-up notifications start popping up one after another. Along with a notification for a brand new skill, he celebrates the win, before suddenly realizing he's free-falling at high speed and ends up crashing and bouncing clean off a building's roof. Later, Sora reflects on it all, deeply impressed that Shu could control his mana like that and take the monster down. She wonders if he might be another SS rank. On the news, they explain yesterday's gate was a rare S rank. In an interview, Sora mentions she got help from another hunter who vanished right after and says she'd love to track him down. Eri Agawa figures out the mystery hunter on the news is Shu. He asks if she's feeling better and she says she is. She wonders if she should even bring up the news report. Eri then asks if he's planning to quit scavenging and become an official hunter. He says he's not sure yet, his level still feels way too low. Eri promises to root for him, confident he'll pull it off. Agreeing that stats matter more than anything, Shu decides to take the hunter exam. On test day, the venue is packed wall to wall. The Go Hunters channel announces they'll be broadcasting live from the venue, covering the licensing exam with all the insider info. A reporter grabs one of the candidates for an interview, a guy named Yabuki who brags about awakening with 3 whole skills. When the interviewer notes his confidence, Yabuki declares he's gunning for first place. Shu, meanwhile, clocks him instantly, just an A rank, nothing special. Suddenly, someone announces Sora Yoki's arrival, the SS rank guest set to supervise the exam. She introduces herself, saying she hopes everyone shows off their skills to the fullest. The crowd absolutely loses it at the sight of the SS rank hunter. Everyone shoves forward just to catch a glimpse of her. Shu takes advantage of the chaos to slip away, determined not to draw any attention to himself. Sora Yoki, meanwhile, doesn't look thrilled about all the attention. She thinks back to the invitation to supervise this exam and brings up the gate incident. Ohara Junasuke, owner of the Brave Guild, mentions the public just assumed it was a publicity stunt for her. He explains he gets her frustration, but he can't skip this exam. The association president himself is attending, and he needs to scout new talent for the guild. Just then, the exam kicks off. Drones hover overhead, covering every angle, while reporters hype up the crowd as candidates rush in all at once. Shu's only mission is to survive 24 hours. Everyone's playing it by the book, which makes the test easy to predict but painfully boring. Suddenly, a faint mana signature catches Shu's attention. He wonders if it's someone from his past life, maybe even another reincarnator. Meanwhile, Wakamatsu Kenzo, president of the Hunter Association, wants to know who the standout candidate is. Sora Yoki suggests the 3-skill guy, but the president shakes his head, which piques her curiosity. Wakamatsu brings up someone who cleared the gate that opened in Japan. Sora tries guessing who he means, and he tells her straight, candidate number 241 has real potential. Sora quickly pulls up the kid's profile and freezes the second she sees him, thrilled to have finally found the recently awakened boy. Wakamatsu notes that for someone so young, the kid seems remarkably calm. As he walks, Shu overhears people chattering about the exam, and spots a group of bullies picking on some kid they clearly went to school with. Annoyed, Shin Kishida tells them to knock off the trash talk about his grandfather. The bully sneers, asking if he wants trouble, calling Shin a loser with just one skill. The next second, Shu steps right between them. The bully gets pissed and throws out a threat, but Shu just says he's tired of dealing with troublesome people. He scoops Shin up like a sack of potatoes and takes off. The bully orders his crew to chase them down, but Shu mows through them without effort. Totally confused, Shin asks just who he is. Shu responds by asking if he knows terms like a slan, idea, or overload. Shin looks lost and says no, but Shu presses him to be honest. Shin wonders how Shu even knows about his skill, and Shu realizes the kid actually knows something. A bit later, Shin explains he inherited his skill from his grandfather, though it's clearly been a major headache. Shu figures this could hold clues about his past life and that the kid would make a solid assistant, though he keeps that interest to himself. They introduce themselves, and since Shin's a year older, he asks Shu to look out for him. Shu confirms that the one who taught Shin about a slan was indeed his grandfather. When asked if he's got some other name, Shin gets defensive, insisting he's 100% Japanese. Shu concludes there's no connection to his past life and notes the bully from earlier is also awakened. Shin's convinced he stands zero chance against a guy like that, but Shu explains that skill count doesn't actually define someone's rank. To prove it, he slices clean through a rock using just a single point of mana, no skills activated. Blown away, Shin begs Shu to teach him so he can finally stand up to the bullies. Shu agrees on one condition: the kid actually sits down and learns. Later, the bullies track them down again, mocking that they didn't expect them to crawl back on their own. Shu tells Shin to step up, making it clear this is his fight and he won't interfere. Shin tells him not to worry. Yabuki looks a little rattled, sensing Shin's different this time. Still, he's convinced he could wipe the floor with Shin blindfolded. Watching from the sidelines, Shu already knows exactly how this ends. Honestly, the whole thing feels like a waste of time. Yabuki sneers that Shin hasn't changed one bit since high school. Getting hyped up, the bully brags he can use his powers however he pleases. Shin charges in, warning him to quit causing trouble for other people. But Yabuki blocks it without even trying. He asks if Shin's dumb enough to think he'd just stand there and eat the hit, explaining that whenever his barrier soaks up an attack, it triggers a mono explosion. Shin remembers Shu telling him the day before to steer clear of mid-range combat. Realizing Shu called it exactly right and that he's only getting one shot, Shin decides to coat his weapon in mana to land a clean hit. Without hesitating, he unloads a heavy charged attack. Yabuki's barrier starts cracking, and a split second later it shatters completely. Caught totally off guard, Yabuki takes a brutal hit that sends him flying. He scrambles back up to save face, thinking this should be flat out impossible, but Shin doesn't give him a second to recover. He presses the advantage, slamming the bully to the ground. Shin's stunned that he actually pulled off a win against Yabuki. He can barely process beating him before the guy even got his skills off. And thanks Shu insisting he couldn't have done it without him, Shu just tells him he did good. They agree to split the material cubes right down the middle 50-50, but in the end, Shu walks off with the bigger cut. When Shin questions it, Shu explains he's taking a few extra cubes as payment for the coaching, and honestly, if Shin thinks about it, it's still a steal. With the exam winding down, they decide to spend what's left of the clock hunting a few more monsters. but Shu ends up being the only one who pulls it off in the final 12 minutes. He grabs Shin's number so he can call him in for backup down the road and says his goodbyes. Shin warns him there's still paperwork left, but Shu says he'll leave that headache to somebody else. He steps through the portal as his friend waves him off, officially locking down first place in the hunter exam. Shu figures there might be more people like Shin scattered out there, maybe it's time to start his own guild. The moment he steps outside, he runs straight into the woman from the rift. For a second, neither of them says a word. Shu turns away, telling her she's got the wrong guy, but she points out she hasn't even opened her mouth yet. She mentions she didn't expect him to sneak out through the emergency portal just to dodge the formalities, but she's got something to talk to him about. Later at a mall, Sora Yoki is gleefully picking out gear for Shu, gushing about how the fits match his combat style perfectly. Shu notices she's only grabbing top-tier items and warns her he's not budging on his answer. Sora waves him off, insisting her experience means these pieces could save his life during a dungeon emergency. Besides, she says the reward from the rift is his to keep, so she's spending it without any guilt. Shu spots a shop stocked with crafting materials. Carrying 2 full bags, he figures what they've grabbed should be enough to craft a soul pill. Sora practically trembles staring at the receipt total. He notices she's suddenly gone quiet and she quickly insists it's nothing. Truth is, she just torched a small fortune. Finally, Sora makes it official, inviting Shu to join her guild and promising the exact same treatment she gets. Without a second's hesitation, he turns her down. When Sora asks why, Shu explains he's just not the type to answer to anybody. Sora pivots, saying she just wants to feel that monoflow sensation again and asks why she'd even bother caring, seeing as she's already Japan's strongest hunter. She admits she needs to keep getting stronger just to live up to everyone's expectations. Shu understands the drive behind it and agrees, curious to see what Japan's #1 is capable of becoming. A while later, the two link up at Sora's training gym. He notices she's swapped weapons and she explains her old one got wrecked. Sora says she'll try holding back her mana, but Shu tells her to just fight the way she wants. Sora rushes in with a fast opening strike, but Shu dodges and fires back. The two start trading massive blows. He notices she's throwing around way more raw power than any normal human has any business having. And honestly, he finds the whole thing pretty fascinating. Sora keeps swinging, but Shu slips past every single one. Spotting an opening, he counters and lands a clean hit. But his blade slams into a mana shield so dense it can't even scratch the surface. Frustrated, Sora complains there's no way he's actually an F rank. Dodging again, Shu replies that on paper at least he really is. Realizing this could drag on forever, Shu tosses his sword to the ground. He warns her that without a blade, he's got no reason to hold back, and instantly doubles his mana output. Shu realizes Sora won't let him close the gap as long as she keeps her lightning up, so he focuses entirely on dodging her onslaught. Then, out of nowhere, he grabs one of her lightning bolts barehanded. Catching Sora completely off guard, Shu spins through the air, lightning crackling in his grip, and hurls it right back at her. This time, Sora barely manages to dodge. He decides to pull out a technique from his past life, though he never thought he'd need it here. Shu places his hand on her and unleashes the power, blasting her clean off her feet. Before this whole fight went down, Sora had been sitting through a meeting about her performance. Thanks to her track record, the evaluators felt she'd earned a promotion to S rank. She thanked them, brushing it off as just doing her job. Outside, her bodyguard suggested she finally take a day off, since she'd been grinding through back-to-back missions without a single break. Sora admitted she could use the rest. Just then, a group of ordinary teenagers caught her eye, leaving her wondering what her life might have looked like if things had gone differently. Her bodyguard asked if she was all right, but she said it was nothing and climbed into the car. Back in the present, Sora's mortified. She can't believe she actually lost. Shu tells her it's a completely normal reaction given all the pressure and expectations riding on her. Sora snaps that she doesn't need a lecture, but deep down, she knows he's not wrong. She admits it makes sense she's struggling since she never actually chose to carry this weight alone. He tells her he respects what she does but urges her to go easier on herself. Desperate, Sora begs him to teach her the secret behind his strength. He agrees, but with one condition: she has to side with him. Elsewhere, Shin Kishida is doing his absolute best, fending off a pack of goblins deep inside a dungeon. He trades blows with the monsters and actually holds his own pretty well. Buzzing with excitement, the kid celebrates clearing the area. Shin mentions the place feels familiar, but Shu tells him he's just imagining things. Shin's thrilled with the shield Shu gave him, and Shu tells him that based on his skill set, he'll be running sub-tank from here on out. Since Shu's taking point as the main tank, he says he'll be the one leading the charge. Pleased with Shin's progress, Shu figures ranking up now means starting his own guild, which'll make hunting for clues about his past life a whole lot easier. Suddenly, Shin lets out a scream. Shu rushes over to find the kid pointing at something. They find the body of a hunter who looks like he was taken down recently. Since Shu can still sense a faint trace of his mana lingering, pushing deeper, they stumble on several more bodies scattered across the ground. Shin figures some powerful monster did this, but Shu disagrees. Judging by the order the victims were taken out, this has another hunter's fingerprints all over it. He points out the healers went down first, then the tanks, a tactical pattern no monster would ever bother with. Now Shu's certain, the killer is human. Shortly after, the two stumble onto a hideout with clear signs someone's been living there. Looking around, they realize whoever's holed up here are stone-cold killers. Following the mana trail, Shu wonders if they bolted the second their base got compromised. Shin panics, cursing their rotten luck, but Shu pushes back on that. To Shu, this is actually a stroke of luck, the perfect chance to finally test out his executor skill. Suddenly, a group appears, hauling a body between them. A man steps forward, eyes on Shu, remarking he didn't expect to run into them like this. He mentions he can tell Shu's awakened. Shu's caught off guard that the man can just tell by looking, but the stranger simply says it's his job to know. The man adds that since Shu's an eyewitness, he needs to speak with whoever's in charge. Then he hands the whole matter off to a female major. She asks if Shu and his partner were first on scene, introducing herself as Takebana Kaoru of the Hunter Control Unit. Kaoru asks if it was just the two of them and whether they noticed anything unusual. They both say they've never seen anything like it. The major adds that this is way outside the norm for an E-rank dungeon. Shu asks for her card since they'll keep hunting in the area and clocks the control unit logo printed on it. Given how serious this incident is, the militaries had no choice but to step in. As she leaves, Kaoru tells him to call if anything else comes to mind. Hunters are hunting each other now, moving quietly in the shadows, meaning Shu needs to act fast. With that in mind, Shu tells Shin to take the rest of the day off while he follows the mana trail solo. Night settles over the city. He tracks the mana trail through the streets and notices the fugitive holed up inside a large hotel. He follows the trail straight to the room where the mana is most concentrated and kicks the door down with his sword the moment he steps inside. The suspect bolts, diving straight out the window. Shu bolts to the edge and spots the guy already scrambling across the rooftops, leaping from building to building in a desperate bid to escape. Without a second thought, Shu dives out after him, giving chase across the rooftops. Shu finally catches up to the guy. The man screams, demanding to know if he's with the military. Shu just tells him things go a lot smoother if he surrenders. The man refuses, drawing his weapon, insisting he just needs Shu gone to be free. The guy lunges in, taunting Shu, asking if he can even keep pace with his speed. He swings, fully convinced he's ending this in one blow. But Shu's faster. He grabs the man and starts the interrogation. The guy asks if Shu was a friend of the dead man, insisting they were just clearing out some pests. The criminal tells Shu to shut up and just lock him up already if he wants any more. Shu asks if the guy thinks he's bluffing and warns him there's zero chance he's handing him over to the law. The man goes down fast, and with that, Shu levels up and picks up a new skill. Checking the details on his terminal, he wonders whether heretics means everyday criminals or hunters who twist their powers toward evil. Either way, he realizes this is a fantastic way to farm levels. Right after, Shu hears Maki's phone start ringing. The caller answers, demanding why he's not picking up properly, mentions Day X, and warns him not to get caught. Shu speaks up, asking who's calling, which throws the guy on the other end completely off. He demands to know what they're planning by getting tangled up in these crimes and asks flat out what Day X even is as the man starts cursing him out. Shu hangs up and crushes the criminal's phone in his fist. He pulls out Major Kaoru's card, thinking about the control unit, and figures maybe he owes the government a thank you for handing him this lead. That night, inside a building, the captain is furious they captured Maki and demands to know if he had anything on him. Joshima Ryuji points out that since they lost Maki, whoever's behind this has to be a hunter. Hearing that, the captain decides it's time to move to Phase 2. He'll meet this guy in person. Meanwhile, at the Tentu Special Prison, Shu mentions it's hard to even breathe in there. Major Kaoru explains it's the power inhibitors installed for hunters, which shut A ranks out of their skills completely and slash S ranks power in half. Shu asks who they're about to see, and Kaoru admits she actually knows the man personally. Though Shu can't help thinking it's wild she'd know anyone locked up in a place like this. Standing before the criminal, Shu asks if he guessed right about them knowing each other, and Kaoru confirms it. The criminal is Hijikata Yusaku, former instructor of the Hunter Control Unit, and he recognizes both of them instantly. Hijikata remarks that hunters climb the ranks fast these days. Kaoru fires back, reminding him he's the one who taught her interrogation so they can skip the small talk. She accuses him of fueling the recent crime surge, but Hijikata asks if she really thinks he's the one pulling the strings. Pissed off, Kaoru slams the table, vowing she won't let a repeat of his assassination attempt from 8 years ago happen again. Hijikata smirks, asking if she's always had this much of a hero complex. Kaoru tells him to drop the act. He goes on to explain that they live in a world where incompetent people hide behind the mask of justice, and that his actions 8 years ago were meant to make a point. He admits he does regret the casualties along the way, especially since Kaoru's father was one hell of a hunter. Hijikata points out he's already rotting behind bars. Does she really want to dig deeper? Kaoru's temper flares as she asks if he's really been sitting quiet this whole time, warning him she won't let whatever he's cooking up slide. Takebana explains that 8 years back, 35 hunters banded together to stop Hijikata, and Kaoru's father was one of them. She says everything got resolved eventually, even with the sacrifices that came with it. But that's ancient history now, they've got work to do. Then, glancing at a photo of Shu on her phone, she notes how fast things have escalated. He's the one who cleared yesterday's dungeon. Sometime later inside a dungeon, Shu's eyeing the local materials with real interest. His partner, Shin Kishida, asks why he doesn't just buy them, but Shu explains they're brutally hard to come by. Shin tells him he'll handle this monster and steps up as tank, landing a solid blow on the creature. That only pisses the beast off, and it comes charging straight after Shin. Shu, watching the fight closely, jumps in and finishes it off before any real damage lands. With more monsters closing in, Shu promises to explain the materials later. Shin charges back in, doing his job as tank, and the battle rages on, heads flying left and right. Finally, the dungeon boss shows up. Shin's rattled by its sheer size, but Shu sees it as the perfect opportunity. He goes on the offensive, determined to farm some top-tier materials. The monster swings a heavy strike, but Shu dodges, sprinting straight up its limb, launching himself into the air, and driving his blade deep into its hardened shell. With a flurry of rapid strikes, he carves the massive beast apart and takes it down. Shin admits he can't possibly keep up with him, and Shu realizes his partner's just fishing for a compliment. Time passes and a sphere of energy slowly takes shape. Shu recalls a secret Fey tribe technique meant to unlock latent abilities. He'd stayed up all night trying to craft something using the materials Sora Yoki bought, revealing his real goal all along, forging a soul pill. But he keeps failing over and over, producing nothing but junk. Shu declares he's done failing, sends up a quick prayer for luck, and gives it one final shot. This time, everything clicks into place, and Shu finally manages to craft the pill. Thrilled, he realizes he can now boost stats beyond just mana, meaning he's no longer chained to relying on his class alone. Later, a news report reveals a body's been found and police are investigating. Shu's surprised to see the incident happened in Fukui. He considers handing his clues to the Major, but decides to see how far the authorities get on their own first. Elsewhere, the Major walks up to her car and spots something odd on the windshield. It's a package holding a broken phone and a note, confirming it's Maki's device. Recording a voice memo, she says she's on her way and tells the team to stay sharp. She mentions she's got a lead on Hijikata right as Shu quietly slips out of the area. At a meeting, a man questions whether Hijikata's really in Tokyo, pointing out the crime looks like it used an ability. This is Matsuo Dazan, a colonel in the control unit, and he asks the Major if she grasps how serious an accusation that is. She replies it's the only logical read. The sole contact log on the phone leads straight to the Tokyo hideout. The colonel argues the crime actually happened elsewhere, aimed at the Fukui nuclear plant. The Major fires back that every sign points to that being exactly where Maki died. Dazan says the association is already sending hunters to handle it, calling this a good opportunity, then asks if her real concern is just Hijikata. Takebana confirms it, saying the man's likely gunning for the Prime Minister again. She adds that even if he isn't, someone's definitely set an ambush and is watching. The colonel remarks she always gets emotional over this man, reminding her the minister's currently overseas. But then he reveals the minister will be landing at an airport right next to that very prison. Is this really about revenge, he asks. The major's floored to hear he'll be using that exact airport. She says she'll take full responsibility if she's wrong, but insists they have to act now to stop a tragedy. The colonel notes she never changes, then orders the officers to mobilize, deciding to trust her this time. He tells her to report straight to him. Tachibana thanks him for the vote of confidence. Meanwhile, outside the prison, a man listens to orders through a communicator. The group organizes, confirming the operation's going smoothly, then gets the green light to move in. One of the guys walks up to the outer wall and lays a hand on it. Activating his skill, he blows the wall apart. He notices a skill dampener's active in the area, but thanks to his gear, his powers still work just fine. The group slips silently through the prison, clearing the way ahead. The leader signals the younger guy, who fires off his skill again, blasting a hole through the floor. They head down while a few stay behind on watch, running into guards at a door. The leader drops them fast, telling the group the control room's just ahead, move it. The leader signals his subordinate once more, who blows a hole clean through the armored door. Through the opening, the leader pumps a cloud of poison gas into the room. From inside, the guards' agonized screams echo out. Moments later, the group storms in to find every staff member wiped out. One of the intruders sits down at the computer and hits a button, unlocking a cell that was never supposed to open again. A dangerous criminal steps out of solitary with a smirk plastered on his face. The intruders all bow, declaring they came for the instructor. The newly freed man comments on the grand welcome, telling Joshima he was starting to get bored of waiting. The major orders the alert radius expanded and the rest of the team deployed. But she ends up muttering to herself as a car speeds off into the night. Sick with worry, she curses under her breath. Inside the prison, every alarm is screaming. The duo kicks a door open. But they're already too late. Her partner warns her it's dangerous just as they spot the enemy at the far end of the hallway. The major figures the power suppressors still online, which might just give them a fighting chance if the enemy really can't use their skills. One of the criminals spots the major, who instantly opens fire. But one of the guys uses his skill to freeze the bullets midair. He laughs, mocking her for shooting before even talking. She's stunned he can use his powers at all with the suppressor active. The man taunts the major, asking if she really thought they'd walk in unprepared. Right then, she spots the bracelet letting him bypass the system entirely. The former instructor steps forward, asking if they came all this way just to celebrate his release. The major orders him to stand down and get back to his cell, but he says she's as impatient as ever. He tells her that her showing up changes nothing. He won't even bother fighting her because today's the day she dies. With that, he strolls off, mentioning that the folks at the airport are always right on schedule. The duo keeps firing, determined to bring him down, but the group's leader hits back with his poison skill, leaving everyone coughing and struggling to breathe. As the major lines up a shot, the enemy suddenly appears right in front of her. Grabbing her by the tie, she rips free at the last possible second, though her tie shreds to ribbons. Her partner takes a swing, mocking the enemy as he does. But the man freezes the bullets midair again, then charges straight at the major. The next instant, he's slammed by a hit he never even saw coming. Crashing to the ground, badly wounded, someone steps up beside Tachibana. Shu remarks that it's just the two of them now. The major's caught off guard but relieved he made it in time. Furious, the man recognizes Shu from the control unit, then lights up, realizing Shu can wield his powers here, muttering that arm must be worth a fortune. Shu thinks quietly to himself that weaklings are the same in every world. The man attacks in a blind rage, but Shu dodges and counters with his sword. The strike gets stopped cold by a mana shield, but Shu notices something's off. He realizes the man briefly dropped his own barrier. Calling it a cheap trick, Shu slices right through the defense, landing a clean hit. The man slams to the ground, badly hurt and finished. It earns Shu a level up. Terrified, another man asks how Shu can even use skills in a place like this. Sick of the same question over and over, Shu just tells him it's time to pay for his sins. That sets the man off, and recognizing Shu's voice, he realizes this is the exact guy who killed Maki. Vowing revenge, he charges in. But Shu just sneers, daring him to bring it on. The guy unleashes his poison magic. But Shu dodges every single hit with ease. He He notes that compared to Sorayoki, this poison's nothing, though it'd still kill an average person outright. Eager to end this fast, Shu burns a few more mana points and rushes in. The enemy keeps spamming poison, but Shu deflects it without breaking stride, closing the gap in an instant and catching him completely off guard with a swift strike. The blow lands dead center in the man's chest. The sheer impact drops him, and with that, Shu levels up a few more times. Watching it all unfold, the Major realizes this has to be pure skill since the power suppressor's still fully active. Kaoru mentions she's crossed paths with him before in an E-rank dungeon and asks for his name, impressed he showed up at exactly the right time in such a hard-to-reach place. Shu just tells her not to worry about that right now. He mentions there's one more person here, thinking back to when he passed them earlier. Even from a distance, he could tell that was the strongest presence he'd ever sensed in this world. Smiling as everything falls into place exactly like he predicted, he asks if backup's on the way. Meanwhile, the airport is total chaos. The terrorist stands untouched, a smug grin plastered on his face. The soldiers on-site panic, realizing this intruder has to be an S-rank hunter. They note the plane hasn't taken off yet, they need to call the association for backup. The soldiers open fire, but the man simply stops the bullets midair and keeps walking, stopping right in front of them. He sighs that they never learn, then unleashes a massive fire attack. Multiple fireballs streak through the air, slicing a plane clean in half. People scream and scatter as the flames spread, triggering a massive explosion. Suddenly, someone lunges in for a sneak attack, but the terrorist counters effortlessly, slamming the hunter hard into the ground. As he burns his opponent alive, the terrorist calls him pathetically weak and asks who trained him. He complains the politicians hiding behind civilians as shields, claiming an airport's the perfect stage to test his skills. Standing in front of the plane, the man glows like a blazing sun and fires off multiple special skills. He unleashes his strongest attack yet, calling it something worthy of an instructor, and blasts the aircraft apart. Elsewhere, the Major warns Shu she's taking command once they arrive, acknowledging his strength but stressing that Hijikata's on a whole different level. Shu replies he doesn't need instructions, but Kaoru insists anyway. She figures that with her top-tier backup still far off, Shu's the only one she can lean on right now, and she's determined to end this today. When they reach the airport, total devastation greets them. The Major says she'll handle Hijikata and orders her partner to tend to the wounded. She notes that today, the man's acting as a mass murderer, which lines up perfectly to trigger Shu's executor skill. Given the emergency, she says she'll worry about the details later. Still, she warns him she can't guarantee his safety and tells him not to get reckless, know your limits in a fight like this. Shu sincerely thanks her for the heads up. Another plane rolls up onto the runway, and the former instructor says he's been waiting, greeting the minister once again. Hijikata admits he tried holding back for 8 years, but he just can't take orders from a man like that anymore. He mentions he warned Takabana and she came anyway. The Major fires back that she told him to stay in his cage and he crossed the line. He notes she's grown a lot stronger and she demands his surrender. He just laughs it off, saying that's not happening. Suddenly, a sword flies out of nowhere, barely missing the instructor. Shu appears, stepping right between him and his target to kick things off. The S-rank hunter unleashes another wave of fire, but Kaoru grabs the minister and hauls him to safety. The former instructor tries to chase them down, backslash. Smirking, he says she's wrong, he's already halfway done and it's all over once everyone here is dead. The two clash, weapons locked in a raw test of strength. Hijikata blocks the Major's strike without effort, leaving her stunned by the sheer weight of his power. He wonders aloud if she can even survive this. Takabana eats a direct hit, activates her regeneration instantly, and charges right back in. Hijikata mocks her, asking if she really thinks she can break his bones, calling her naive as he counters. She feels the crushing weight of her former instructor's power. While he grins, savoring every second of it, the blast catches her head-on and she does her best to block. But the impact blows her clean off her feet, leaving her badly wounded on the ground. Just then, Shu arrives and orders the man to stop. On the ground, the Major mutters this is too much, even for her. Shu tells her she's done enough, she doesn't need to push herself any further. He tells her to just watch, determined to show her what it really means to know your limits and still unleash everything you've got. The two opponents lock eyes and Hijikata looks thrilled to finally face Shu. But then he says he's got no obligation to fight him, telling Shu to stay out of this. Claiming he doesn't want to waste raw talent, Kaoru launches a fast attack but the man dodges it clean. Shu tells him he's free to do whatever he wants, same goes for Shu. which throws the criminal off guard. A brutal fight erupts. The man says he hopes Shu can keep up and readies a flaming attack. Shu dodges and strikes back with poison energy, but the man just laughs it off, blocks, and answers with another blast of fire. Shu manages to slip past it. The man says he finally understands why Takebana likes him and adds he can see Shu's weakness too. Shu charges straight through the fireballs and explosions. A massive blast detonates, but when the smoke clears, Shu's standing dead center of it, completely unscathed. He points out that in a hunter fight, mana is the foundation, that's the gap between them. Shu adds that he'd heard the guy used to be an instructor, but honestly finds his lessons boring, asking if he really believes relying on mana alone is enough. Shu tells him he should just crawl back to his cell if he's lost the will to fight. Shu realizes the mana gap between them is undeniable. Right now, he's stronger, which is exactly why he wants to drag this fight out. The criminal activates a buff skill. Shu asks if he's finally attacking, and the man replies only if he feels like it. They trade a relentless barrage of blows. Sliding back, Shu notes his opponent's disturbingly resilient and decides to put some distance between them. The man assumes he's running scared and gives chase. Shu notices the guy simply won't let him fall back. He leaps clean over the instructor, who asks if he's up for a game of tag. Shu realizes it's playing out the exact same way again. The cat and mouse keeps going. Shu clocks the pattern repeating. Every time he pulls away, the man closes right back in. He realizes he's only getting one shot and starts pooling every drop of his mana into a single strike. His opponent comes in with another flame attack. Shu decides to bait his reckless swing to set up his own. Hijikata calls his power a blessing, sneering that it's wasted on a punk like him. But a split second later, Shu lands a direct hit, shattering his weapon. The man finally hits the ground, beaten. Shu starts leveling up right as exhaustion drops him. His mind flashes back to a few minutes earlier, mid-exchange with the man, when a voice asks if the others are seeing and hearing this too. The ones who weren't chosen were always meant to end up here. The voices agree they shouldn't have shared what they knew. The useless ones need weeding out. Staring at the boy, they ask just who he is, noting he's weak, but his mana is remarkably refined. Joining hands, they agree they need to go report every last detail. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning tears through the area, seemingly under someone's direct control. But someone catches it, thinking they need to handle it delicately, like threading a needle. Sora Yoki explains this is exactly how you get stronger, and Shu comments on how quickly she's mastering it. A massive explosion goes off, and Shu says he really hopes that one doesn't land on him. She thinks to herself she tried funneling all the lightning into a single point and releasing it, but failed again. On the news, reporters at the airport scramble for details on the hunter who took down Hijikata Yusaku. They bring up Shu Kiritani, who awakened with 5 skills, wondering aloud if he surpassed Sora Yoki. Shu laughs and says no way. Sora watches the broadcast, sipping her soda. Hearing Shu call himself too early for that title annoys her way more than it should. She grabs her weapon and gets back to training, determined to nail the technique today. Meanwhile, a group gathers in some strange, distant place. The dragon demands to know what's going on, questioning why they're meeting at all since he'd told them to hold off for a while. A woman explains the twins ran into trouble. One of them refined his mana and can now cast enchantments. A man asks why the twins were even there in the first place. She replies she used them to field test an item and they just happened to cross paths with the target. The eagle chimes in, saying it's a problem regardless, and tells the man that if he's so bothered, he can handle it himself. The dragon points out that 50 years have passed, and humans are getting frighteningly good at manipulating mana. Another member points out they weren't the only ones who could refine it, Hijikata could too. He recalls that 11 years back, the human who stopped the last fisher did the exact same thing, though he chalks it up as coincidence. The dragon asks if the other man shares that read. They agree everything's fine as long as they get confirmation. The other man says he's got plenty of time on his hands and can handle it personally. He admits he's been way too quiet these last few years, then asks about the swordsman. He shrugs it off, saying that if the twins' report checks out, it's just something for lower beings in their world where the ceiling's obvious anyway. On the news, a segment about Shu plays out. Kaoru watches it, figuring he's just building up a public image. Shu points out that when people are starved of information, they'll fill the gaps themselves. He notices she looks distracted and asks if she's all right. He tells her to think about whether this is actually necessary. The major replies it's necessary to stop a criminal threatening an entire country. She asks if what she's doing counts as necessary too, and he says yes, especially for a hunter tied to the control unit. The major asks if he really needs all this, pointing out he only stuck around to get information on Maki. Tachibana steps in, offering Shu a spot in the hunter control unit, promising full support behind him. Shu thanks her but admits the offer just doesn't appeal to him, even if plenty of others would jump at it. Kyoru asks what he means by that. Suddenly it clicks for her. She remembers Jashima's skill was poison, and Tayama's was Death Hand, the exact same skill Shu publicly claimed as his own. Shocked, she asks if he can actually steal other people's skills. Shu remarks that she's sharper than he expected, adding that's exactly why he bothered explaining. He didn't want her ending up as bait. She's left wondering if a skill like that is even possible. Shu thanks her for understanding, mentions he's got another appointment, and says he's looking forward to working with her again. Sometime later, Shu notices the soul pills are working. He's getting stronger without even leveling up. Eri wakes up brimming with energy. Shu asks how she's feeling. She says she needs more tests, but it looks like her mana allergy might actually be cured. She mentions she's been healing fast ever since the day the fissure hit. Shu jokes it's a shame since she won't be needing the pills anymore, but she quickly says she'd happily keep taking them. As she swallows them down, she thinks about how happy her brother would be seeing her doing this well. Shu asks if she needs anything else. She thinks it over and says she wants to become a hunter. Shu warns her it's way too dangerous. Eri argues that doesn't mean she can't do it. She wants to see the world her brother dreamed of with her own two eyes. Right then, Shu senses mana coming off of her. Just then, Shu's phone rings. It's Timura from the Hunter Association saying he's got information to share. Turning to Eri, Shu says his goodbyes. He figures he must have imagined the mana coming off her and confirms over the phone that he's free to head to the association now. A month later, someone asks why everyone suddenly got so much free time at the start of the new year. Shin asks Shu if it bugs him, all the talk going around about him. Shu replies he's more annoyed that he's still stuck at C rank. Shin points out that from where he's standing, Shu's growing way faster than any average hunter. Shu tells him to stop comparing himself to others and just focus on his own climb. Shin switches gears, asking what the association even wanted with them. Shu says they're about to find out. When they arrive, an association employee is already waiting right at the entrance. The guy explains they figured a familiar face would make for a better welcome, and asks if they're ready to head inside since the president's already waiting on them. The president apologizes for the trip and introduces himself as Wakamatsu Kenzo, president of the Hunter Association. The two of them formally introduce themselves in return. Wakamatsu praises Shin, saying how proud Toru would be of him if he were still around. He adds he'd love to catch up with his old friend's grandson, but with Japan's hottest rookie standing right here, he doesn't have that luxury. It quickly becomes clear the association wants to bump Shu up to A rank. Some board members push back, arguing there's no precedent for climbing this fast, something even Sora Yoki never managed. But Shu speaks up, declaring he wants S rank and he's ready to prove he's earned it. The president admits he figured A rank wouldn't satisfy him, but explains reaching S rank means proving your worth first. Then Wakamatsu makes a proposal that instantly grabs Shu's attention. The president explains dungeon ranks can spike out of nowhere, exactly what happened when the H dungeon suddenly jumped to SS rank. The association believes the monsters inside are guardian types. Shu suspects it might actually be some kind of rift with a core hidden inside. The president offers Shu a spot on the investigation team to prove himself, admitting he's had his eye on him since the hunter exam. Shu asks if the raid team's made up entirely of guilds and if Wakamatsu wants him to found his own to join them. The president confirms it, tells him he'll get the full details tomorrow and wishes him luck. Shu thanks him, buzzing at the chance to break into S-rank dungeons and finally start his own guild. Shin asks why they're founding a guild right now. Shu explains he's always wanted this, and with the association backing them, the timing couldn't be better. When Shin asks about the name, Shu says he wants something tied to his past life, hoping it might draw out some clues. He tries digging through his memories, but the bad ones surface a lot easier than the good. In the end, he registers the guild under the name Overload and fills out the paperwork. Shin points out they've only got 2 members and asks if Shu's got anyone in mind. Shu says they need a healer. He decides to worry about that later and tells Shin he doesn't have to come on the next raid. Surprised, Shin asks why and Shu explains it's simply too dangerous. He acknowledges his partner's talent but says the timing's off, he can't guarantee his safety in an S-rank dungeon. Even so, Shin insists on coming, determined to push himself and grow stronger. Shu's pleased with his resolve, realizing he'd used exactly the right words to light a fire under him. He then sends his partner off to gear up properly. A talented tank deserves proper care. Later, meeting up with Sora Yoki, she tells him she's not someone he can just summon on a whim. She stumbles over her words when Shu points out she showed up anyway, meaning she's got her own reasons. Sora brushes it off, saying they'll talk about that later, and asks what he needs today. Shu explains he's heading into an S-rank dungeon and could use some expert advice. Shin asks who she is, but Shu tells him to relax, insisting he actually knows her. As Shin scrambles to piece it together, Sora tells them to hurry up and get moving. Shu claps a hand over his partner's mouth so he doesn't blurt her name out in the middle of the street. Buzzing with energy, Sora offers to show them all the best places to gear up. A short while later, the group looks fully kitted out. They browse for weapons, but the first shop turns up nothing worthwhile. So Sora decides to take them somewhere else. Walking in, an old blacksmith named Izumi greets them, asking what they're after. Sora explains she's just here to introduce the two of them. They formally introduce themselves while the old man just stares them down. Izumi warns that even with her vouching for them, he's not selling them a single thing. Shu shrugs, saying he wasn't expecting much anyway. A master blacksmith's name alone doesn't earn his money. He points at one of the swords, calling it flimsy, and asks if this is the usual quality he sells. Annoyed, the blacksmith tells him he's got some nerve and makes a bet if the sword breaks, he'll give Shu whatever he wants. Izumi accepts the challenge and starts pouring his power into the blade. While Sora watches stunned, a second later the sword shatters into pieces. The blacksmith stands there speechless, cursing under his breath in pure disbelief. Handing back the ruined hilt, Shu asks if he's still got any complaints. The blacksmith still can't process what just happened. Shu tells him he expects him to hold up his end of the deal. When the old man demands to know who this kid is, Sora explains he's the one who took down the Guardian in a single strike during the Fisher incident. Hearing that, the blacksmith mutters he must be losing it, missing someone that powerful standing right in front of him. Izumi asks to see his materials, hoping to work with them down the line. The old man tells him to shut up and follow him, grumbling that a promise is a promise, and this is what he gets for doubting him. He yanks a lever on the wall, revealing a hidden passage and telling them to get inside. They head down into the dark until they reach a room packed floor to ceiling with weapons. Shin asks if they can really just take whatever they want, and the blacksmith says sure, as long as it's something they'll actually put to use. Shu can't help thinking the place looks kind of basic compared to what the dwarves in his old world could pull off, though he still respects the old man's craft. Then something catches his eye. One glance and he already knows this piece is top tier. The old man asks if he likes it and Shu nods. The blacksmith explains it was forged from the remains of a guardian, pulled from a brutal rift 11 years back, so dangerous, no scavenger team ever dared retrieve the rest of the material since it torches anything that gets close. Shu asks why something like that is just sitting around collecting dust. The blacksmith repeats that the dungeon was simply too brutal, so recovery got called off. He warns it's safe as long as nobody ignites it and suggests Shu check out something else instead. But Shu lights it up right then and there, shocking the old man half to death. Shu explains he just wants to see if this thing can actually meet SS rank standards. Terrified, the blacksmith snaps at him, asking if he's gone deaf. This isn't some toy for rookies. Shu's companions look plenty worried too. The fire skill he's picked up lets him control the heat, and he can feel the mana inside the blade pulsing like it's got a heartbeat. Shu asks Sora what she was after, mentioning that if she's been training the way he taught her, she should already recognize the intensity behind his stance. Calling back the tips he'd given her, Shu adds that since she recommended good gear for Shin, he'll show her exactly what he can do. While Shin helps the old man up, Shu starts releasing his power, the flames flaring as he levels the weapon forward. 2 threads of energy surge straight into the fire. He explains that you have to actually reshape the properties of your own mana. The living flame begins swirling right in front of him. Shu declares he's in total control now. He's the master of this sword, fully bending the flames to his will. The whole room is floored by the display, especially Sora Yoki. A moment later, the weapon's fully tamed and burning steady. The blacksmith watches in disbelief as the young man starts putting his new gear through its paces. He swings it hard and the energy flows straight into his wrist, collapsing the weapon down into a sleek little bracelet. Checking his status screen, he notices he's reawakened a skill from his past life, couldn't have timed it better. Sora thanks him for the help, insisting that just tagging along on a shopping trip doesn't come close to covering what he's done for her. She warns him to watch himself in the S-Class dungeon. He asks where this sudden concern is coming from. She explains there are hostile hunters gunning for him and the dungeon's an isolated place, easy to disappear in. Sora tells him her guild will be stationed nearby if he needs backup, but Shu insists he's got it handled. Sensing she might have overstepped, Sora says her goodbyes. A few days later, the guilds converge on the S-Class dungeon. Feeling the tension crackling through the crowd over the difficulty rating, Shu tells Shin to stick close. He notices even the veteran hunters look rattled but figures they'll be fine as long as they're ready. Catching a few suspicious glances thrown his way, Shu realizes Sora's warning wasn't just paranoia, this is about to cause him some real headaches. Inside a tent, Shu introduces himself as the leader of the Overload Guild, saying it's a pleasure to meet everyone, but the room barely spares him a glance. He sits down feeling like a ghost. Shortly after, Arakawa Jim, leader of the Titan Guild, strides in and asks if this is third group. Shu introduces himself to Jim, but the guy just sneers, pointing out that Shu's guild has exactly 2 members. Jim questions whether the man Shu supposedly beat was really Hijikata, and Shu just shrugs it off as luck. The Titan leader fires back that even he couldn't beat Hijikata in his prime, no way some rookie pulls that off. Reading exactly where Jim's headed, Shu's patience runs thin, and he tells him if he doesn't believe it, he's welcome to test it himself. Annoyed by Jim's pettiness and flat refusal to give him any credit, Shu just glares back. Pissed off, Jim calls him a bastard, but another hunter barks at them to knock it off, they've got a raid to finish. Trying to rattle him, Jim warns Shu to see how long that attitude lasts. The Overload leader just brushes his shoulder off, couldn't care less. In this dungeon, every monster's classified as a guardian and there's a core somewhere inside. Outside, backup hunters wait on standby in case of a dungeon break. Ohara Junasuke, leader of the Brave Guild, explains this dungeon plays by different rules than the others. He starts assigning each raid team its position, wishing everyone luck and hoping they all pull their weight. Shin looks visibly nervous stepping into an S-rank dungeon, sticking close to his partner Shu. Once inside, someone screams that enemies are incoming and debris starts flying everywhere. Jim drops the first opponent without breaking a sweat. As the fight rages, hunters bark orders, archers aiming for the legs, mages lining up their shots. The creatures drop one after another until it's finally time for the support team to step up. Shu realizes he's being deliberately frozen out. Catching Jim smirking straight at him, he thinks it's messed up they'd rather sideline him with lives on the line, but he decides to hype Shin up instead. Right as a massive creature looms in front of them, Shu notices the other hunters aren't even bothering to hide the sabotage anymore. Jim sneers that it's finally time for the 2-man guild to earn its keep. Shu tells Jim to shut up and watch. Choosing to leave the flame sword sheathed, he charges the creature head-on alongside Shin. Shin blocks a brutal swing from the beast, then lunges in to strike, while Shu barks out the combat calls. Watching how perfectly synced they are, Maegawa can't believe his eyes. Shin's supposedly just a C-rank. Shu leaps into the fray and lands a crushing blow on the monster. Feeling the impact, the creature snarls in fury, its horns starting to glow. Shin quickly uses his skill to yank the monster's attention back onto himself, driving his spear in and finally putting the thing down for good. Right after, Shu catches an arrow flying toward the already dead monster and demands to know what that was about. Yasuda replies it looked like they needed the help and asks if that's somehow a problem. Shu asks if he's ever heard of basic manners, they didn't need help against something this weak. Junasuke cuts Yasuda off before he can fire back, reminding everyone to value their own lives first. Suddenly, a massive creature looms right behind Shu. He reacts on instinct, carving the thing to pieces and leaving every hunter nearby stunned. Shu remarks that quality beats quantity every time, though people who just follow the crowd would never get it. Jim's furious at the jab, while the girl beside him finds his confidence oddly compelling. Just then, Shu senses something off overhead and screams for everyone to get down. A massive creature descends a pillar, hurling boulders down onto the group. crushing several hunters who weren't paying attention. One of the boulders flies straight at Shin, but Shu reacts fast and shields his partner. The rock smashes the ground on impact. And Shu explains those are crushing boulders. The monster keeps raining brutal attacks down on the hunters. Everyone scrambles to defend themselves and some just aren't fast enough. Watching the chaos unfold, Shu wonders if this is exactly why the last raid got cut short. He dodges every strike with ease, realizing that pulling this off without touching magic proves he's reclaiming skills from his past life. Shu tells Shin to fall back and stay safe, then rushes the monster to shut it down before it causes more damage. He drops the beast without much effort and someone nearby thanks him for handling it, but Shu already senses something's wrong. Turning, he spots a bulky red-haired guy holding Shin hostage. That's when it clicks, he finished that fight way too fast for a reason. Everyone caught in the blast is under a frenzy effect and they're starting to turn on each other. One of the hunters orders the team to restrain the afflicted and get the wounded treated. Shu realizes the group had been so locked onto the monster's trajectory that nobody clocked the projectile was mind control all along. He wonders if the red-haired man planned this from the start. The man swears he never expected that kind of monster to show up, claiming he just got caught in the projectile's pull like everyone else. He warns Shu he's going to pay for making a fool of him, demanding he drop his weapon if he wants his friend alive. Thanks to the mental attack, the battlefield's total chaos, nobody can tell friend from enemy anymore. Shu realizes he can turn that confusion into his advantage. He asks the man if he honestly thought a threat like that would work on him. The red-haired man asks if he's wrong. Shu replies that he is dead wrong for assuming he's the only one who can go into a frenzy. Suddenly Shu screams for Shin to drop. Shin hits the ground instantly. The captor smirks, but in a split second, Shu lunges forward and drives his blade clean through him. The man's head goes flying and he drops dead. With the kill, Shu levels up a few times over and checks his new stats, thinking the guy made this way too easy by letting his guard slip. Shin asks what they should do next, and Shu walks back to the body, striking it once more just to be sure. Later, the other hunters trade stories about surviving the mental attack, shaken by just how terrifying it is when an S-rank loses control of their own mind. Shu approaches, catching their attention, and asks what they make of the scene. They say it looks like the man was killed by a monster. Meanwhile, inside her private tent, Sora Yoki is quietly training until she senses a sudden shift in the air. Shortly after, she meets up with Shu and asks what brings him around. Wondering if someone actually targeted him, he asks if she's really surprised he'd be the target, and she dryly points out he's the only one who ticks people off this much. He tells her it's already handled and asks what her next move is. Sora mutters that he could have at least run it by her first, but he explains Squad 1 might come back around and they're no better than Squad 3. She explains the plan was always to pool the strongest hunters, guild affiliation be damned. Shu realizes the top hunters already know each other's abilities inside and out, meaning the boss subjugation team is basically already decided. He then asks her for a recommendation so he can join the main group heading to the second floor. Sora says she figured that was coming, teasing that they're getting awfully close. He shoots back that closeness isn't a one-way street. Shu offers to teach her more mana technique in exchange for the recommendation, calling it a fair trade. She points out she doesn't have the final say, she can only put in a word. When he insists her recommendation is all that matters, she gets flustered and tells him to cut the flattery. Confused by the sudden reaction, Shu just shrugs. He spends the points from the last boss kill and picks up the frenzy skill. Thrilled with the new power, he's still not totally sure how to wield it yet. Later, at the entrance to the second floor, hunters line up for medical treatment. Shin mentions their squad faced the exact same monster and got wrecked. Shortly after, the raid leader starts organizing the squads to push forward. Shin's baffled how Shu landed a spot in the first squad and Shu just says he cashed in a favor. He tells Shin to reach out to the Brave Guild if anything goes wrong, and Shin tells him to stay safe. As the group pushes into the second floor, the leader senses something off. A barrage of traps fires all at once, but the group's tank manages to block it all behind his massive shield. One hunter warns that the projectiles up here hit way harder than the first floors and a fresh wave comes raining down. The group scrambles to hold the line. Shu deflects the projectiles with his sword like it's nothing, noting his teammates are actually pretty solidly prepared. Suddenly, a massive horde of monsters bursts in, charging in a frenzy, and the fight explodes into pure chaos. Fighting through it, the group realizes the enemies here far outclass the first floor. Was this an association miscalculation? And since this corridor's a one-way path, retreating simply isn't on the table. Shu figures this is a little early for something this intense, but the party leader lays a buff across the entire team. Watching his HP and stamina spike, Shu realizes just how strong Ohara really is. Everyone's morale surges from the buffs. Right after, the mage throws up a mana barrier that shields the whole group beautifully. They charge back into the fight. While others tend to the wounded, Shu notices this high-level party has flawless teamwork and communication. Suddenly, a massive creature spawns right behind him, but Shu drops it without breaking stride. Figuring the monsters have switched tactics, he pushes forward, clearing them out one by one. Shu plants himself in front of one of the bigger monsters and hits it with his poison skill. At the same moment, he blocks a sneak attack from behind and finishes it off with another skill. He keeps advancing, mowing through monsters with the two skills he's picked up. The group stunned, they figured he was only there riding on his connection to Sora Yoki. But Shu just keeps carving his own path forward and the bodies keep piling up. In no time, the group clears a way through to the third floor. Buzzing, Sora says he just proved her recommendation right, but Shu just says he was paying her back for the favor, which leaves her looking mildly disappointed. Ohara, meanwhile, looks pretty pleased with her recommendation. He notes the second floor is smaller, guessing the dungeon might be shaped like a pyramid. Sora thinks they'll wrap this up fast, but Ohara warns them not to get complacent. The road ahead could get ugly. Suddenly, the surrounding structure starts crumbling, and the leader orders everyone to sprint for the third floor immediately. Worried about leaving Shu behind, Sora calls out to him from the staircase. He tells her he'll catch up shortly, then sits down to wait, muttering that his patience has officially run dry. A man steps out, mildly surprised he got spotted, and compliments Shu's skills. Shu demands to know who he is and why he's been shadowing them since they set foot on the second floor. The man claps, calling the whole thing brilliant, mentioning he noticed Shu can use mana shrouding. Shu realizes this stranger can pull off the exact same trick, and with terrifying precision. The man admits his own controls far from perfect and asks who taught Shu how to do that. Shu asks if he's seriously expecting an answer. Bracing for a fight, the man says he figured he'd just have to beat it out of him. Feeling the sheer pressure radiating off him, Shu realizes this guy's level towers over both Sora and Hijikata combined. The man lights up at Shu's reaction, calling it interesting. Shu asks what exactly counts as interesting to him. The man says that's a fair question and decides to just show him. Unleashing an overwhelming surge of power, he blasts a beam of energy that Shu barely manages to dodge. Then asks if that answered the question. He adds that mana shrouding belongs exclusively to his group and outsiders using it isn't tolerated. Shu asks if that's how he deals with everyone else. The mysterious man replies that since Shu's life ends right here, he'll leave the rest to his imagination. He adds that Shu's luck ran out the second their paths crossed. Shu's stunned as his opponent sprouts wings woven purely of mana. He knows that skill is exclusive to elves and fairies, all but confirming this guy's tied to his past life. Now that he's finally got a real lead, Shu decides there's no way he's letting this guy slip away, and draws his new flame sword. The man tells him there's no point trying to look cool now and fires off a barrage of projectiles. Shu dodges as best he can, then goes straight on the offensive. The man scoffs that some commoner's attack could never touch him. He dares Shu to actually land a hit so the fight doesn't get boring, then quickly realizes Shu's the type who just waits for an opening, unleashing another volley of fire. Confident he's cracked his opponent's movement pattern, Shu activates his berserk skill and charges. He pours everything into a single strike. The attack looks like it's about to connect, catching the mysterious man off guard and forcing him to scramble. Shu asks if those skills belong to the long-eared race, the fairies. The man tells him to wipe that smirk off his face and attacks again. But Shu still manages to slip past the projectiles. Winding up for another strike, the man taunts him, asking if he really plans to keep dodging before launching a spiraling blast of energy his way. Shu realizes he needs something to counter this blow. He remembers each of the 8 races has its own way of channeling mana. The fairies and long-ears use siesta, while the ancient dragons use their own bloodline technique. All 8 races share the same core concept, mana enchantment, forming the backbone of the magic they use to fight off the overload invasion. Confident his current mana can channel the skills from his past life, Shu activates an exceed skill. His energy bursts outward, the raw force cratering the ground beneath him as the mysterious being throws everything he's got. Shu meets the blast head-on, closing the distance in an instant. The creature starts to panic. Shu slams his fist straight into his opponent's barrier, telling him his mistake was trying to block instead of dodging. The mysterious being has no idea what he means. Right as his barrier starts to crack, triggering a massive explosion that kicks up a wall of dust and smoke. When the smoke clears, Shu's still standing but banged up, spitting to the ground when he sees the state he's in. His opponent lies beaten on the floor. Shu tells him they can finally have that talk, but the man furiously demands to know what he did and what that halo hovering over Shu's head even is. Not interested in small talk, Shu hits him again and tells him to shut up. He's the one asking questions now. When pressed for his name, the man just curses at Shu, who levels his weapon and warns he can make this a whole lot more painful if that's how he wants to play it. The guy finally spits out Inamoto Gaku, then quickly corrects himself to Kedia Norin. Shu realizes he's never once heard that name in his past life. He asks why the man's doing any of this and how he learned mana enchantment. Getting nothing back, he threatens him again, asking if he's suddenly gone deaf. Shu wonders if his opponent's bound by some kind of silence oath. He asks if he recognizes the terms a slan, idea, or overload, but the man looks completely lost. Shu finds it strange he'd know nothing despite using mana enchantment. He asks how the man even knew he'd be here. The guy admits he was testing someone else and found out through them. Suddenly, the man loses his voice entirely, making Shu realize it's yet another restriction placed on him. Shu hits him again, calling him a total waste of time. The man asks if Shu's really going to kill him, suggesting instead he join their group, claiming with power like his, he'd be treated like royalty. Shu asks if he honestly thinks he'd join a pack of murderers. The man starts screaming, warning Shu not to get cocky. There are monsters in their ranks far stronger than him. Shu replies that not one of them could beat him, and if they knew who he really was, they wouldn't dare come within a mile of him. Terrified, the man breaks down cursing and Shu finishes him with a single strike. Shu levels up substantially again and picks up a new skill. Still, he's disappointed. He was hoping for actual answers out of the guy. With his skill leveling up, he wonders if skills can even surpass SSS rank, the cap the association has on record. He mulls over the upgrade but recalls the skill was already sitting at that rank when he got it. Suddenly, something cracks nearby. Shin panics, thinking it's a fissure. Shu tells him to calm down and asks about Sora Yoki. Learning she's close by, he figures the third-floor boss has finally shown itself. A pack of creatures charges in and the group braces to fight back. Shu tells them he's leaving the small fry to them, he trusts they can handle it, and heads off to hunt down the boss. The group gets pounded by attacks, scrambling for a way to stop them. One of them screams to fall back, another wave's already closing in. Nearby, a monster's spraying projectiles in every direction while Sora Yoki fights it off with her lightning. Realizing the barrage won't let her get close, she wishes he were already there. Right on cue, Shu shows up and playfully asks if she was managing fine on her own. Relieved, she thanks him for the backup. Shu says they can catch up later and asks for a quick status report. He learns the core's inside the monster, and though the thing's slow and rooted in place, it never stops spamming attacks. When he asks if they just need to take it down, she says it's not that simple, nobody's even landed a hit on it yet. Shu nods, saying he gets it, and tells her the two of them can handle this together. Sora asks if he's got a plan, and he just says they need to cut down everything standing in their way. She jokes she'll clear the path for his grand entrance, then charges the monster. The creature roars in fury, baring its fangs, and unleashes a barrage of projectiles. Sora activates her lightning power, and with one strike slices through every single projectile midair. With the path clear, she yells that the target's 50 meters ahead. Driving her weapon into the ground, she channels her power again and blasts the giant creature. The hit lands clean, tearing a huge chunk out of it, but the monster starts regenerating instantly. Sora realizes the core has to be somewhere else. That's when Shu steps in, telling her to fall back. She's completely drained of mana and he'll take it from here. Charging at the monster, he unleashes a mana bombardment skill. The blast triggers a massive explosion that hits dead center, tearing straight through its hide. Another explosion follows, blowing a massive hole through the monster and finally putting it down. Later, Shin mentions people are starting to notice Shu. Shu asks Shin if he wasn't suspicious of him too once upon a time, which flusters Shin instantly. Shu points out that the fame's nice sure, but the real prize was the S-rank mana skill he walked away with. They talk about setting up a proper base and recruiting more members since things are about to pick up. Shin's practically vibrating with excitement. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious group convenes. They note Butterfly died because of his own recklessness, and one man asks if they're just trying to pin it on him. Dragon cuts in, asking if Lion wasn't the one who started this whole mess by provoking Butterfly in the first place. Annoyed, Lion defends himself, insisting he just mentioned someone was using mana enchantment. Dragon fires back that Lion's playing dumb, his real goal was clearing out rivals. Eagle backs Dragon up, calling the whole thing deeply suspicious. Serpent adds that Lion's impatience is exactly what caused this mess. Lion snaps back that everyone agreed to the plan beforehand, now they're just looking for a scapegoat. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy floods the room and a figure appears stating he's already heard everything. He tells Lion he pulled something completely unnecessary. Stammering, Lion argues that enchantment is the very source of their power. The man tells him to drop it, he understands the situation. He explains that mana or not, that power isn't everything and it's only natural others eventually catch up. Still, he questions the sanity behind the decision that got one of their own killed and demands Lion explain himself. Lion argues he never took the man out, which only proves their skills are on equal footing now. The man concedes the point, admitting their opponent might be SSS class, but asks if Lion honestly thinks that poses a real threat. Lion says no. Slamming his hand down, the man warns Lion this is his final warning, ordering him to take responsibility and clean up his own mess. Until it's resolved, Lion's barred from entering Eve's door. Long ago, the Overload Queen's army tore the Aslan continent apart. The 8 races fought for their very survival, leaving nothing behind but ruins. The Death Spirits sacrificed their physical bodies in the First War. In the war that followed, the ancient dragon's perpetual motion engines malfunctioned, driving them berserk and into a suicidal charge. Amid the chaos, confirmation came that their god Idia had fallen, plunging everyone into utter despair. The tragedy compounded when a faction of beastmen betrayed the alliance outright, sparking a third war. Shu's very first move was wiping out the traitors. He's certain that's the exact moment people started calling him the Sword God, the moment that made him the executor. Back in the present, Shu crafts another pill, pleased with how it hits after taking it. He keeps churning out more and swallowing the next one. He feels his mana react. He notices his titles shifted, now reading Guillotine. Just then his phone rings, and he mutters that call came sooner than expected. Answering, he tells Yuri not to overexert herself. Mana allergy gone or not, she still needs to recover. Yuri insists she feels way better than before and only went for a light jog, figuring it's the pill working its magic. She pulls up a video on her phone and asks if it's true. It's some rumor mill footage about Shu and his supposed relationship with Sarayoki. Yuri asks if they're actually dating, but he clarifies it's just gossip. Yuri smiles, clearly thrilled by that answer. Curious, she asks what his type is. He says he prefers women who aren't high maintenance, leaving her looking a little deflated. Later, Shu meets up with the Major and jokes she must be swamped if she's still in uniform on the weekend. She tells him plainly she's always on the clock when it comes to solving crimes, and today's topic is Hijikata. She reveals they found a bracelet capable of neutralizing dampening material built on tech way beyond anything they've got. She suspects it's foreign-made and is running down a few suspects. First is Professor Boris, who might be running shady experiments. Second is Professor Chan Wen, an entrepreneur type. Last is Professor Steve, a total recluse buried in research. One of the three is likely tied to the bracelet. Shu asks if she can personally dig into Kedia Norin, but she snaps back that she's not his personal detective. He lays on the flattery, telling her nobody does it better and that this could even count as repaying her debt to him. The Major eventually caves. The next day, Shin groans in frustration, asking if everyone failed the interview again. He asks if Shu's being way too picky with the evaluations, and Shu explains he's only after the absolute elite. Shin complains he doesn't even want to be stuck in a 2-person guild forever, pointing out he himself got accepted with zero trouble. Shu clarifies that's purely because Shin's genuinely gifted with mana enchantment. They fall quiet for a moment, wondering if there's anyone left worth talking to. That's when they spot a striking woman waiting for them. Shu apologizes, telling her they've stopped taking interviews, But she says that's exactly why she waited until now to show up. She introduces herself as Mitchell Rochelin, a hunter working for American Global Management. He tells her straight up he's not interested, catching her off guard. Mitchell clarifies she's not here to recruit him, she's here to recommend foreign hunters for his guild instead. That instantly grabs Shu's attention. He asks if there are actually American hunters lining up to join some brand new guild. Mitchell explains a hunter's paycheck comes from rank, not nationality. These days, people invest in themselves wherever that leads. She adds his guild's a smart bet, and recruiting foreigners is perfectly above board. Shu mentions they need a healer who can also throw down as an attacker. Mitchell drops a name, Finn Chundra, explaining he became a hunter right after his mana allergy got cured. Shu finds it odd how many healers keep popping up on her list, but figures she's clearly done her homework on what the guild needs. Impressed, he agrees to consider it and asks her to introduce him to the candidate. She says that won't be necessary. Confused at first, Shu quickly realizes what she means. The candidate came along with her. Introductions happen and Shin lights up instantly, greeting the newcomer with way too much enthusiasm. Shu asks why he kept bouncing from guild to guild, noting his last one didn't sound bad at all. Finn explains he felt like he'd outgrown it, so he went looking for one with more room to grow. Shu notes he's got a lot of confidence, but suspects there's another reason behind it all. He points to his own shoulder and asks Finn if he's in pain. Finn's stunned, asking how Shu even knew. Shu explains the pain only gets worse the stronger Finn grows. He's been hunting guild after guild for a cure, but healing magic can't fix this. Then he admits he knows exactly how to treat it. Shu tells him the situation's already spiraled. As a healer himself, Finn should have clocked the problem long ago, and traveling this far just proves how desperate he's gotten. Finn gets it and agrees to join the guild. But Shu warns him he's not in yet, the interview's not over. Finn jumps to his feet, pumped, and challenges them to a practical test. Mitchell asks if Finn's really sure about this, pointing out Shu's a close combat fighter, this could get rough fast. She also reminds him they haven't even confirmed his condition is treatable, so he shouldn't just brush off his current state. Finn says he doesn't care, and thanks her for introducing him to the guild in the first place. He adds that Shu seems like a man of his word, and besides, he hasn't even signed the contract yet. Finn asks if it's fine to use the weapon he's got, and Shu says since this'll be over quick, it hardly matters. Moving at insane speed, Finn says he's looking forward to this. He lunges in with an attack, but Shu dodges. Finn's confused why his opponent dropped his weapon. But a split second later, Shu grabs him by the shirt and tosses him aside like nothing. Shocked, the kid can't recall ever hearing of a skill like that, but Shu just shrugs, saying he barely even pushed. Finn activates a super regeneration skill and charges back in. He leaps in Shu, leaving a crater where he lands. Shu dodges and asks if he's hunting some giant raid boss given how wide those swings are. Shu counters with a precise strike. He notes with a bit of respect how fast the kid throws up a mana barrier even if it's still fairly weak. Sensing an opening, Finn considers using his skill again. But the next instant, Shu lands a direct hit. Even so, Finn triggers a skill and blasts him at point-blank range. Shu's intrigued to feel the hit trigger an overgrowth of body tissue inside him. Finn warns that if he doesn't give up now, he'll regret it later, even as Shu watches the effect keep multiplying. But he already knows the technique's really just a healing skill underneath. The next instant, Shu channels his own mana and heals himself completely. Finn just stares in disbelief. Shu admits that was the most interesting attack he's faced yet, but at the end of the day, it's still just a skill. Shortly after, Finn admits defeat, realizing the exact method Shu used to heal himself is the same cure his own pain's been waiting for. With that, Shu says they can move on to the contract. Mitchell's jaw drops reading the terms. She furiously questions why the guild bears zero responsibility for information leaks and why the contract locks in for 10 years. Finn says it's fine and signs anyway. Shu welcomes his newest member, who immediately says he'll start calling him Master. Shu asks if he can just be Finn instead, and the guy agrees. Shin, buzzing with excitement, declares he can finally call him Big Sis, but Finn makes it very clear he's a guy. Shin's world shatters since he was 100% convinced Finn was a girl. The two start bickering, Shin refusing to accept it and Finn threatening to end him if he calls him a girl one more time. Watching them go back and forth, Shu quietly thinks the team's finally coming together. Meanwhile, at the Japan Hunter Association, someone asks if the intel checks out. An old man confirms that within a week a monstrosity will appear. This is Oda Makido, the inventor of the dampening material. He declares they need to call an emergency meeting with every guild master immediately. Later, Shin's amazed his mana circulation doesn't hurt anymore. He remarks that once people get too confident, they stop looking for better solutions. Shu asks if his partner's been developing his own version of mana enchantment, and Shin confirms he has. Shu recalls that Shin's grandfather is one of the major suspects and figures this isn't something science and technology alone could uncover. So he suggests wrapping up the lesson and moving to the next phase. They trade some banter during training, then Shin pulls off a duality principle skill, which gets Shu genuinely fired up while the kid keeps fighting the monster. He suddenly takes a hit to the arm. Finn assumes his partner's slipping, but Shin quickly casts a healing spell on himself. Shu praises the recovery then, lands a heavy kick on the monster. Finn jumps into the fight too, slicing one of the giant creatures clean in half. Shu's surprised to see his teammate can throw down as a damage dealer too, but Finn just tells him to quit messing around. Shu figures a dungeon like this usually needs serious prep, but once their synergy clicks, they'll be able to handle whatever comes. Finn mentions they've cleared the common monsters, but something about this dungeon feels off. Shin asks what he means. Finn explains that back in America, A-rank dungeons never had monsters this strong, not until a monstrosity showed up over there. He asks how many years it's been since the local fissure opened. That grabs Shin's attention, and Finn explains their own monstrosity showed up 12 years after that rift. He asks how long it's been here. Worried, Shin answers it's been 11 years. Finn warns them a silent disaster might already be brewing, which instantly spikes Shu's interest. A while later, Eri welcomes Shu home and asks what he's craving for dinner. He figures it's a little early to think about that until she tells him he's got a visitor. Curious, he asks who it is. And Sora Yoki appears, saying she's here because he broke his promise to check in on her. Buzzing, Eri tells them to catch up while she handles dinner. Shu remarks he didn't peg Sora as the social type. She replies that his sister's plenty social too, then reveals Eri isn't actually his sister by blood. Sora's caught off guard by that. He explains she was the sister of a fellow scavenger he was close with who ended up dying in an incident. Sora admits she never pegged him as an ex-scavenger and definitely didn't realize he was such a decent guy underneath it all. She says that's exactly why she stopped by today, noticing he's finally mastered the technique. Sora says she's finally cracked the method, though she finds it strange she couldn't manage it before. Shu claps, praising her, telling her she's operating on a whole different level now. Blushing, she asks him to keep his promise. He assures her that if she follows the steps in that book, she'll break through to the next level, though privately he thinks those pages are barely scratching the surface of real mana enchantment. Sora insists she learns faster through actual combat and asks to spar. He agrees, mentioning he's actually got a personal training room now. Sora asks if it's really okay to use it, and he just shrugs, asking what could possibly go wrong. Right then, a news broadcast flashes across the TV. A monstrosity is about to appear. Shu's stunned, thinking it's way too soon for this. Sora says she has to get to her guild, thanks him for the tea, and promises they'll meet up later. Shu calls Shin, who says he's already headed to the guild base, chasing down the emergency alert. Shu says there's no time to waste, decides to head straight for the site, and tells Shin to wait for him there. The guild leader tells Shin to grab his gear and wait for Finn. Eri tells him to be careful, and he heads out to the marked location. They talk about how this monstrosity's been named Maxvi. Shin asks why they even bother naming the thing, and Finn explains it's the same reason you name a hurricane, admitting even hearing the name gives him chills. Shu mentions he heard Finn's mana allergy cleared up right after the rift opened. Finn confirms it, and Shu asks how long it took him to become a hunter afterward. Finn says the whole process took about a month. Shu thinks about Eri, recalling how fast she recovered after the fissure, and how she said she wanted to become a hunter too. Finn mentions hearing of someone else in the exact same boat. Shu asks if he's worried it might have something to do with him carrying more mana than anyone else. Finn doesn't deny it, admitting he got a skill upon awakening the mana reactor core, an SS rank skill that triples his mana output. Shu asks if anyone tried to stop him from walking away from his last guild. In response, Finn just points at a military helicopter cutting across the sky, floors the gas, and says they need to move now. At the destination, the military's already deployed in full force. Shin's stunned by the sheer scale of the operation, but Shu says it tracks since this is the first monstrosity ever recorded here. He mentions he needs to swing by the association. He notices none of the usual gatekeeping he saw at the last raid. Nobody's freezing anyone out this time. Given how serious the situation is, the association leader thanks everyone for coming and kicks off the briefing. He designates the Overload Guild to lead the charge, citing Shu's performance in the last raid and their newly recruited S-rank hunter. The leader asks if Shu has any objections, noting nobody else has raised one. Shu would rather not stand out, but complaining won't change anything at this point. So he just says he'll do his best to meet expectations. Later, the others ask Shu if he really believes the monster's actually going to show up. He tells them to just stay sharp regardless, but Finn mentions some guilds are still skeptical the threat's even real. Shu points out he'd heard these things show up fairly often in America and asks if there's a way to predict the timing, but Finn says there really isn't. Shin questions why they were all summoned here without solid proof. Finn argues the association president wouldn't pull something like this without being absolutely certain, which gets Shu thinking. He realizes some vague hunch wouldn't mobilize this many hunters. The association must be sitting on solid proof. Just then, everyone's phones light up at once as a guy shouts that the monsters appeared. But almost immediately, they realize it showed up somewhere else entirely. Shu realizes they walked straight into a trap, and Shin says they need to move now. Meanwhile, across town, people are fleeing for their lives from a massive monster. The creature rips through everything in its path, hurling cars and debris in every direction while military helicopters trail behind it. That's when Sora Yoki steps up to meet the threat head-on. Sizing up the creature, she guesses it's got to be at least 50 meters tall, realizing its sheer scale is throwing off her entire sense of distance. The monster charges forward, utterly unstoppable. Sora notices it's siphoning mana from everything around it, no matter the source, an anomaly she's never seen before. A voice in her head tells her to stay calm, and she does her best to listen. Knowing this thing's scale is off the charts, Sora decides to go all in with her strongest attack. She channels her lightning skill alongside a stack of buffs, then charges straight at the monster to deliver one massive blow, tearing up the ground behind her. Sora lands the hit dead on. But as the smoke clears, she realizes the attack connected yet did 0 damage. The monster roars and charges her in fury, leaving Sora wondering if it absorbed her mana outright or just reflected it back. Completely baffled why nothing she throws is landing, the creature swings, smashing everything around them. But she manages to dodge. Watching this unfold, the guild leader orders everyone to throw everything they've got at the thing, and the whole group surges into action. They unleash a barrage of spells that all land dead center, only to watch them get completely negated. The monster keeps tearing through the city, hammering the group who scramble to hold the line. Suddenly, the bizarre creature lets out a deafening roar, ripping boulders straight out of the ground. Everyone starts drifting into the air, some kind of gravity reversal. Sora leaps between the floating rocks, closing in on the monster, but something catches her completely off guard. The next second, everything crashes back down. She realizes the creature did it on purpose just to send them falling. Knowing this thing can warp gravity and null mana, Sora can't wrap her head around how it's pulling off both. Realizing she has to act before there are more casualties, she braces as the monster lunges. Sora meets the beast head-on, and the clash shatters everything around them. Taking hits of her own, she tells herself she just needs to hold the line until backup shows. Suddenly, something about the monster shifts. Catching Sora completely off guard, it unleashes an entirely different attack, slamming into her and sending her flying. The guild leader shouts worried, but Sora nods to show she's still standing. She sets her stance, knowing she has to buy more time no matter what. Then she catches something off. Realizing the monster's now aiming straight for the civilians, Sora screams for her guild leader, who says he's already on it. He fires off a skill while she sprints in to cut the monster off. The creature charges an attack in its mouth. Determined to stop it dead in its tracks, Sora surges forward, her lightning slamming straight into the enemy's fire blast. She fights to focus all her energy, but the creature blasts her with everything it's got. The impact sends her flying, tearing through everything in her path. Sora struggles to stand, badly hurt, barely holding on. She thinks this might be it, until a bolt of lightning tears clean through the monster. A sword flies in, blocking the enemy's next strike. Sora's face lights up. She'd know that blade anywhere. It's Shu's. Shu walks up, praising her effort. She tries to apologize, but he tells her the talk can wait. He tells Shin to get Sora to Finn, saying he'll handle the monster himself and to evacuate everyone the moment she's safe. Shin nods and tells him to be careful. Shu mutters he never expected to run into this thing here. Leveling his sword, he names the monster for what it is, an overload. He's certain it was sent from the Overload homeworld, a low-class scout gathering intel. Beyond his duty to protect humanity, real rage burns in him. He can't stomach something crawling out of nowhere just to wreck everything. Vowing to wipe it off the face of the earth, he charges in. The onlookers are floored by Shu's sheer speed as he dives into the fight, weaving effortlessly through the monster's swings. Mid-clash, he clocks that the enemy's negation ability is actually pretty basic. Against a one-circle interference field, all he needs is a two-circle negation or higher. He knows the thing's only running one circle since it's low tier, even if the bystanders can only see the sheer mana gap between the two of them. Shu lands hit after hit on the monster, slipping past every counter with ease. He knows fighting an overload takes patience, no rushing, exactly the way he handled it in his past life. With that mindset locked in, he keeps the pressure steady, landing strike after strike, dodging the creature's wild swings the whole time. The monster triggers its special ability again, yanking Shu up into the air. Even suspended mid-flight, he readies a counter as a new skill unlocks. Shu dives down at his target using Exceed, slicing straight through its defenses and tearing off one of its arms. Without giving it a second to recover, he follows up with another strike, finally dropping the giant beast. The guild master stares in absolute shock, watching someone solo a monster this massive without breaking a sweat. Nearby, the fight rages on, with Shu totally dominating. He wonders if this exact attack is what took Sora down, thinking it actually makes sense now why the whole area got wrecked. Suddenly, the monster fires a devastating energy beam. Shu activates Berserk just in time, blocking and redirecting the blast. Mid-defense, he decides to close the gap the instant the attack lets up. He knows the key to fighting an overload is closing distance fast, a tactic the 8 races swore by. Pulling a skill from his past life, he vanishes on the spot and rushes the enemy at insane speed. Shu closes in instantly, winding up for a devastating blow. Dropping from the sky like a bolt of living flame, his sword tears through the monster once more. Spotting the opening, the guild master yells that they can finally land hits, ordering everyone to fire at will as a wave of magic slams into the creature. Shu moves fast once again, channeling every last drop of mana into one final blow as he declares it's over. He unleashes a massive strike that finishes the monster for good, sending its head crashing down into the rubble. With the kill, Shu levels up several times over, gaining fresh stat points. The other hunters watch in disbelief, wondering if there's any way this guy's actually a rookie. As the crowd erupts in cheers, Shu wonders if he's finally close to wielding the skills from his past life. He figures he can check the details later. Right now, the priority is cleaning up this mess. Later, 2 people discuss the news coverage mentioning Sora Yoki's serious injuries. Eri admits she was completely shocked, never expecting things to spiral this far. Sora takes the moment to thank Shu, saying she doesn't know what would have happened if he hadn't shown up in time. He accepts the thanks but tells her to take better care of herself, reminding her plenty of people are waiting on her to come back. Sora thanks him again, genuinely touched, and asks what's next on his plate. Shu says he's heading to a ceremony. Meanwhile, Japan's second SS rank hunter is on TV, remarking that Shu's putting on quite a show. This might be the birth of the world's first SSS rank. Shin notices his friend's fame is snowballing, but Shu cuts him off, throwing him off by asking what he's reading. Shin asks if they weren't supposed to team up, but Shu tells him to stop, giving him more things to worry about. Checking his status screen, Shu notices he's unlocked the Spirit attribute, a stat that reveals the rank of a person's soul. It's the exact stat that lets someone break past their ceiling and push a god toward their true form. Trouble is, he can't just dump regular stat points into it, though he's got an idea what might work. Sometime later, at the memorial service for the victims, people line up to pay their respects to the grieving families. Shu announces that to ease the burden on the families, his guild will be donating half its profits to them. Just like in his past life, the only real way to raise his spirit stat is through good deeds for the world, and since he's living in a capitalist society now, money works just fine for that. Watching a little girl cry, Shu reflects that this was a familiar sight in his past life too, one he'll never get used to. Finn walks over, telling the boss he did a great job and hands him the files he'd asked for. When Finn asks if the monster case wasn't already closed, Shu explains he needs to double-check a few things himself, and there's someone he has to pay a visit. Elsewhere, an old man is frantically stuffing a suitcase. He freezes cold when he recognizes the voice behind him. Asking why he's packing so much, planning on being gone a while, Shu says no matter how he crunches it, the math doesn't add up. He asks how the man who built a device to predict a monstrosity's arrival, something the Americans couldn't even manage, could get the location so wrong. The man defends himself, insisting monoflow predictions are inherently uncertain. Shu fires back, pointing out that releasing the intel just a week out gave the guild zero time to prepare. The scientist asks if he's implying that was intentional. Shu reveals he already knows about the man's research into dampening material, adding that crafting a bracelet capable of jamming tracking signals is way too convenient to be coincidence. The old man mashes a remote, triggering a device somewhere in the room. Shu senses dampening material flooding the air as the scientist tries to use the distraction to bolt. Shu warns him he's being wildly underestimated. Does he even know who killed that monster? He hurls his sword, pinning the man down with pinpoint precision. He demands to know who's really pulling the strings, warning the next strike takes his head. The old man says he understands the threat but claims he was forced into all of it. Shu strikes him again, demanding an answer. Terrified, the man tries to speak but nothing comes out. Shu realizes there's a magical restriction bound to him. The scientist argues Shu will be branded a criminal if he kills him, but Shu replies the man crossed that line first and demands the name behind the whole plan. Desperate, the old man blurts out that Shu needs to track down the twins. Shu thanks him for the intel but reminds him 30,000 people lost their lives, he still has to pay for his crimes. In the end, Shu decides he just needs to get strong enough that it won't matter where or when his enemies decide to show up. Checking his phone, he notices every trace of news about that professor has vanished completely. On the bright side, his recent donation is getting nothing but glowing press. He figures it's a small price for the morale boost. Chances like this don't come around often. He promises himself, if this world ends up like the last one, he's not letting the overloads have their way. Suddenly, Shu finds himself somewhere else entirely and someone's calling him Arden. He wonders if this is Eve. A woman appears, asking what he thinks of the place, noting it's an exact copy of the Aslan continent. She explains the elves built this pocket dimension and introduces herself as Kashu, one of the 8 heroes of that other world. Shu's completely thrown by her sudden presence. Others show up, talking about fighting the queen here with zero restrictions, and that's when he realizes he's dreaming. The next moment, the dream shifts. It looks like the battle's already lost. Kashu is in his arms, clinging to life. She apologizes, saying she should have known her place and just lived a quiet life, asking if he agrees. He tells her she's right, the battlefield was never meant for someone who belonged in a peaceful forest. Then the memory shifts again, someone's screaming at Redenville to stop, warning he's desecrating a holy relic of the gods. Redenville snaps back, telling them the gods were never on their side, they need a real weapon to kill the queen. Shu recalls how this man poured his entire life into forging a weapon meant to end the queen, one that never even reached him. The dwarf gave everything to that weapon, and it genuinely threatened the queen. Because of that, the dwarven workshops were hunted relentlessly and the weapon was lost for good. Driven to despair and stripped of hope, the blacksmith simply vanished, eventually taking his own life on some isolated, snowbound mountain. Next, another warrior speaks up, saying this war never ends unless they take down the Overload Queen herself. Kruger, another of the 8 heroes, vows to find her base, but the very next second Kruger's struck down, collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded. He looks up at Arden and tells him that deep within the sea of stars lies a boundless ocean, and that the queen waits on a disc-shaped continent. With his final breath, he begs Arden to kill her and end this war. Shu wakes with a start, realizing the fight with the monstrosities cracked open these memories of his past life. He reflects that as Arden, he never understood Kruger's dying words, but now, as Shu Kiritani, it finally clicks. Kruger meant outer space, these creatures, they're aliens. Knowing that now, he resolves to keep training, keep preparing. Sometime later at the hunter shop, the old blacksmith is stunned to see Shu walk in. He'd heard Shu was the one who took down the monstrosity and harvested its parts, but admits he can't afford materials like that. Shu reminds him of their deal to work together, offering him half the materials, which catches the old man completely off guard and asks him to use the rest crafting the best gear he can for Shu and his guild. The old man admits a promise is a promise, jokingly asking if Shu feels okay taking advantage of an old man like this. Shu reasons that if one monstrosity showed up here, more overloads are bound to follow. He remembers losing the war last time before they even had a plan in place. This time, he's making sure it goes differently. Suddenly, someone's screaming his name, frantic, insisting he needs to see something right now. Eri shows off her power, channeling mana right in front of him. Watching the surge, he realizes she's awakened. It brings back the story Finn told him about his own awakening. He's genuinely stunned by the sheer volume of mana she's throwing off. Eri's thrilled over the moon that she's finally awakened and can become a hunter. She suggests he check her status window to make it official. She strikes a pose, commanding the screen to open, but nothing happens. Deflated, Eri slumps, thinking she got ahead of herself. Shu notices her mana pattern doesn't match Finn's and tries to guide her through it. Eri concentrates for a moment, and suddenly her mana bursts outward. He's blown away by her raw talent, staring in complete disbelief. He catches a phantom flicker of Kashu behind her. Sensing his intense stare, she tenses, asking if something's wrong with her. But Shu assures her she's just one of a kind and asks her to let him know if anything else happens. He starts to wonder if she was tied to his past life. Does that mean his future teammates could be the other 8 heroes? Just then, his phone rings. Someone's got info on Kedia Norin. So he heads back to the memorial monument he'd visited before. When he arrives, Kaoru asks why he's got a civil servant working weekends and pokes fun at his terrible disguise. He points out he's a bit famous now, then asks what she found. She says she found a record right where she expected, though she's not sure it's who he's actually looking for. She points to the monument, explaining every hunter who fought in the very first rift has their name carved on it. Scanning the wall, she finds the name Kishida Toru, the man who taught Shin his family's mana enchantment, meaning he's Shin's own grandfather. Kaoru adds he went missing 12 years back and was presumed dead. She confirms he was a legend in his day, hit A rank at just 19 with a signature move that fired mana like an actual cannon. Shu smiles to himself just as he suspected the man really was Butterfly. Hyoru's shocked, asking outright if Shu was the one who killed him. Shu explains he was attacked first and never fully caught the man's motives. She argues he shouldn't have killed him, but Shu fires back, what happens if a hunter presumed dead just resurfaces out of nowhere? He reminds her of their deal. He handles the ones the law can't touch. Takebana's caught off guard, saying that's not quite what they agreed to. Shu tells her they can wrap it up here and says he's going to look around a bit. He spots a photo of a massive explosion, the one that destroyed the core and shut the rift down early. Shu asks who's responsible. She checks the records, it was Kishida Toru. He goes quiet reading the inscribed line, "We are the light that paves the way and clears the shadows from the road." Kaoru mentions Toru used to say that constantly and asks if Shu's heard it before. Wearing a satisfied smirk, he says he has, recognizing the exact phrase the 8 heroes always loved. He realizes it's the ancient dragon's secret enchantment method. The explosion then was the berserking perpetual motion engine. In his mind, he silently calls the man master, realizing he must have been the very first person to arrive in this world. Meanwhile, back at the Overload Guild base, there's a deafening crash. Someone's blasting the place apart. The shockwave sends Shin flying. He struggles to his feet as Shu warns they're doing it again. Shin protests, demanding to know why, insisting he only ever learned the racial technique as a kid and remembers nothing else. Shu explains that his family's mana enchantment strengthens the body. Since Shin already learned it once, his body should still remember it. From here on, real training begins. Covered in bruises, Shin asks if everything before this wasn't real training already, terrified about what's coming next. Just then, Finn walks up and asks if he can join. Shu welcomes him, saying he'll leave the healing duty in his hands. Shin panics, realizing Shu expects him to just eat the hits without instant healing. Is that even how a healer's supposed to operate? Shu notes they've still got a long way to go. Someone walks up, remarking that Shu's pretty brutal as a coach. It's Captain Tamura, who says he's got something to discuss and asks for a minute of Shu's time. With training still going strong in the background, Shu suggests they talk elsewhere. When Tamura brings up the topic, Shu's caught off guard. It's about an international Monotech conference, the biggest event of its kind on the planet, and Tamura wants Shu there. Since the summit's all about mana research, Shu asks if Professor Steve will be attending. Tamura confirms Steve always shows, being one of the founders, and adds Professors Boris and Chan Wen will be there too. Shu realizes those are the three main suspects behind the mana inhibitor. Shu accepts the invite and confirms he'll go. The captain thanks him and offers to arrange a private meeting with the professors, but Shu turns it down. He figures whoever pushed the fake intel and built that inhibitor has to be one of those three. Tamura thanks him again, mentioning Professor Steve now travels with a top-tier bodyguard. When Shu asks who, the captain confirms another SSS rank hunter. Meanwhile, on a plane, a woman's already complaining to Steve, telling him to quit yapping like a dog. Steve reminds her she was the one who volunteered to be his bodyguard. Karina Wade, the world's second strongest hunter SSS class, snaps back that if he's going to whine like this, he can just sleep. Steve notes she's in a rough mood, and Karina tells him he should be grateful he's still breathing after grabbing her like that. Embarrassed, Steve explains he only touched her because he thought she was about to fall. Karina calls him hopeless, accuses him of underestimating Ranger's way too much, and threatens to put a hole in his skull if he keeps making excuses. Rattled, Steve promises to reflect, which cools her down slightly. Steve mutters under his breath that she'll never land a boyfriend acting like this. Karina tells the old man to shut up and asks what that thing on the hunter's head actually is. Surprised, Steve says it looks like an angel's halo, guesses it might be a brand new skill, and asks if she knows anything about it. Karina shrugs, saying she only asked because he's the professor, leaving him offended by the lack of respect. She stares off, lost in thought. Soon, the tech expo kicks off. Shu arrives and instantly gets treated like a celebrity buried in invitations. Tamura calls out, pulling him free of the crowd. Shu thanks him, admitting he didn't expect this much interest in him. Tamura notes the real headliners just walked in, Professor Chan Wen and Professor Boris. Looking at Boris, Shu thinks he doesn't fit the image of a global corporate boss, though something about him still feels off. As for Chan Wen, Shu catches a faint whiff of rotting corpses off him and decides to keep close tabs on the guy. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out. Tamura mentions Professor Steve has finally arrived and, knowing Shu's interested, asks if he wants to go say hello. But Shu's far more focused on the woman standing beside the professor. Tamura explains that's the American SSS rank hunter he mentioned, Karina Wade, 41 rifts cleared, ranked second in the world. Shu's caught off guard. Even with her power dialed way down, he can feel an absurd amount of mana radiating off her. Her presence reminds him of Kushu, and he realizes he absolutely cannot afford to underestimate this woman. The next speaker is Professor Chan Wen, presenting on weaponizing mana. Meanwhile, Tamura notices Shu staring at Karina and asks if they've met before. The two lock eyes. For a few charged seconds, then Tamura explains he's just watching her for security purposes. He admits he's still green, but he's working hard to measure up to his sister, who's here too. Shu's stunned to learn Tamura's Sara Yoki's brother. He'd sensed their auras felt similar, but had no idea she even had one. Tamura asks Shu to look out for his sister, and Shu replies they'll do their best working together. Curious about the arrangement, Shu asks if there's an issue, and Tamura says he's entrusting Sara to him. Shu tenses slightly, not entirely sure what entrusting is supposed to mean here. Just then, Shu wonders why there are two kids running around in full hunter gear. It clicks instantly, the twins. He remembers the professor telling him to find the twins, that everything would make sense once he did. And truly, he realizes he might be the only one who can even see them. Shu bolts after them. Pulling a few stairs from the crowd, he chases the twins through the building but can't close the gap. Bursting through a stairwell door, he finds the kids already gone. Karina suddenly appears, remarking he looks like he just saw a ghost. She says she got curious watching him bolt like he'd spotted a monstrosity. Shu plays it off, claiming he must have been seeing things happens a lot lately. Karina offers to help him fix those little mistakes and reveals she didn't fly all this way just to babysit some old academics. Shu tells her about the twins, insisting she doesn't need to worry, he'll track them down himself. Karina admits she has her own suspicions, which is exactly why she's here, mentioning a dangerous group on the move led by a man who awakened and hijacked his entire country with his power. Aziz al-Malik. He earned his infamy under the codename Corpse Eater since he can puppet the bodies of anyone he kills. She notes this group started moving the moment they began hunting for the head, which is way too convenient to be coincidence. Shu connects the dots. The event dates line up perfectly with the terrorists' movements, meaning one of the professors is involved. To him, the twins are the key clue. He recalls Chan Wen was mid-presentation when the kids appeared, so it's probably not him. Steve's schedule shifted slightly during his talk, and Karina was right beside him when the twins showed up. Running it all through, Shu narrows it down to one suspect left. Just then, Professor Boris walks up, asking if everything's alright, mentioning Shu's earlier dash and wondering if he found something interesting. Shu senses Boris reeks of rotting corpses, radiating nothing but bad intentions toward humanity. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion rips through the building. Shu thinks maybe he was too slow to act. Tamura, still alive, asks if he's okay. Panicking, he asks if they're stuck inside a dungeon. Shu confirms it looks that way, but reads it as more of an imitation dungeon. Something catches his attention. He shields Tamura, who asks what that sound even is. Several monsters emerge, gearing up to attack, and Shu tells him they can worry about the rest once he's done cleaning house. The monsters surge toward the crowd, sending everyone into a full-blown panic. Tamura wonders how this is even possible. Are these undead? He suspects it's the ability Karina mentioned. Shu recognizes it. Necromancy has to be that man's skill. He tells Tamura he'll handle the undead while Tamura gets everyone clear. One of the monsters lunges at Shu, but he tears it apart effortlessly with his death hand skill. To wipe out several at once, he draws his flame weapon and unleashes a fire attack, torching the monsters to ash. The onlookers are stunned watching an SSS rank in action. Tamura realizes Shu's on a whole other level of power, beyond even Sora Yoki or any other SSS rank. Suddenly Shu levels up, surprised it's happening this fast since he hasn't hunted anything since the monstrosity. Then he remembers killing heretics gives massive experience. He wonders if the system's counting all this undead as heretics too, and realizes he just hit the jackpot. As the survivors cheer in relief, Shu apologizes, saying he has to keep moving. He tells them Captain Tamura will look after them, thanking him for the cooperation, catching the officer off guard. Shu says he'll clear a path through the undead while Tamura leads everyone out. Another horde of monsters appears. Shu dumps his fresh stat points straight into mana, same as always, and keeps hammering the creatures with fire projectiles. The monsters disintegrate in front of him and he just keeps leveling up, pumping more into mana. Suddenly, a screen catches his eye. Someone's crying out for help, surrounded by undead. Shu quickly wipes the creature out and finds Professor Chan Wen mid-panic. The man thanks the heavens the hunter showed up, begging Shu to get him out, promising an obscene amount of money in return. Shu tells him he hasn't even found the exit yet, he's just going to keep clearing every undead in his path. Once again, he calls on Tamura to look after the professor, but Chan Wen insists on sticking close to the SSS rank hunter, swearing he won't be a burden. Shu says he gets it, but warns the road ahead only gets worse. Tamura steps in, saying he understands and will keep everyone safe. With that sorted, Shu heads off to find whoever's actually behind this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Steve wonders if the explosion actually spawned a dungeon. Karina tells him to calm down. Does he even remember who he's standing next to? Steve remembers he's beside an SSS rank hunter and she tells him to quit making a scene. The professor points out this place doesn't look like a normal dungeon at all, which catches Karina off guard. Steve reminds her he is, in fact, a professor and points at a rock, identifying it as a hologram. Karina notes the quality's pretty low, but it's unmistakably an Eve product. Steve asks if she knows anything about that, and she confirms she does, telling him to step back. Terrified, the professor warns her that creatures are closing in. The monsters rush the pair. And in the next instant, Karina's already suited up for combat, wondering if it's finally time to warm up. A creature lunges at her and gets shredded instantly. The fight rolls on with Karina mowing through the monsters, looking like she's having the time of her life. Watching her, Steve thinks the nickname Trigger Happy fits her perfectly, especially given she still prefers these old-school firearms over way more advanced options. The gunfire only seems to draw more creatures their way. Karina stares down the incoming mob, and as one monster leaps at her, she starts dropping them one by one with terrifying precision, getting more pumped as the fight escalates, charging forward, spraying gunfire in every direction and tearing through the zombies. She wonders if they're just trying to wear her down with sheer numbers. To speed things up, Karina switches to a heavy machine gun and mows the entire group down. Standing over a pile of corpses, she mocks them, asking if that's really all they've got. Right on cue, the boss monster shows up, growling and charging, only getting her more hyped. But Karina realizes she's flat out of ammo and casually starts patting down her pockets for spares. The monster attacks furiously, but can't even scratch her shield while she keeps digging. Steve remarks to himself that her offense and defense are both terrifyingly balanced. The enemy keeps desperately trying to land a hit, until she finally finds her ammo and gets ready to jump right back in. Karina warns the beast it's her turn now and unleashes a full skill. Her shots wipe out everything in their path and she laughs, saying it's just plain fun to shoot targets this big. She taunts her opponent, daring him to stop hiding and take a shot at the professor instead. The enemy snaps that she got sloppy playing around and orders her to drop her weapon, only to get wrecked instantly. Karina remarks that people forget rank differences go way beyond raw skill. Steve's rattled since the bullets flew right past him, but Karina tells him he should be thanking her. She notices the beaten man's covered in tattoos, a follower of Aegis. She figures the attack's real goal was mass kidnapping, and the professor admits he already had a bad feeling about this whole thing. Steve begs her to go help the others, and though Karina reminds him her only job is protecting him, she figures the area's clear now. She says she expected that answer, tells him to hide, and promises she'll be right back. Nearby, Shu spots a massive pillar of light. Suddenly, someone calls out his name. A man in a lion mask appears, claiming he's been waiting for this exact moment. Shu points out that even if he didn't have time to change clothes, disguising his voice wasn't too much to ask. He tells him to cut the act and drop the mask, calling him out directly. Professor Boris insists the mask is basically part of his identity now. Shu fires back that's just a fancy way of saying he's a coward, and adds now he knows what to call the group masquerade. Boris accuses him of getting cocky just because he killed Kedia, claiming he doesn't understand the first thing about cycles. Shu asks if he's trying to say he's some kind of monster. The lion-masked man replies he wouldn't be here if he didn't think he'd win, and demands they cut the small talk. Shu realizes his opponent's running at least 2 cycles, and given the power gap between the group's members, they clearly don't share their strength. Boris says his group worked hard to reach this point, and an anomaly like Shu simply has to be erased. Shu replies he couldn't care less, which pisses Boris off, prompting a promise to make him care. The fight kicks off, Shu dodging an attack and instantly triggering his Exceed skill. Boris tells him not to get cocky over one dodge. Shu finds it odd the guy hasn't said a word about his halo. Figuring this is just a low-tier lackey, he expects a quick finish. Shu summons his flaming sword, charges in and lands a heavy strike on Boris, but Boris catches the blade barehanded. Shocking Shu, Boris counters with brutal force, sending Shu flying. Recovering fast, Shu hurls a volley of fireballs. Boris starts charging power in his palm and blows the fireballs apart with his own blast. Shu realizes this guy's got insane raw strength, like fighting several enemies stitched into one body. Suddenly, Boris says he'll show him exactly why he can't win. Activating his paranormal core skill, Shu freezes, recognizing the technique instantly. Boris tells him to behold the invention he's dedicated his entire life to. Shu realizes Boris is a mental-type hunter who used artificial hunter brains to break into the 3rd cycle. Boris explains he skipped researching the system itself and went straight for the hunters who built it, all fully backed by the government. He reveals he's got the brains of 179 criminal hunters wired into him and asks if Shu seriously thinks he stands a chance. Shu tells him he shouldn't be proud of something this disgusting. Boris fires back that Shu's going to lose precisely because he's shackled by a moral code. Activating the core, Boris declares this is the real gap between them. Shu watches him for a beat. He can feel his own power slipping but tells Boris he picked the wrong target. With a burst of speed, Shu charges. Catching Boris completely off guard, Shu unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes, forcing a stunned Boris to scramble and dodge. Shu leaps over him, chaining together multiple mana skills. Boris barely blocks the assault in time and activates a wall of defensive skills. Boris curses at him, but Shu just keeps stacking more skills, pressure never letting up. The two collide, triggering a massive explosion. Shu watches the dust settle, as Boris asks if he really thought that would be enough to win. From the rubble, a fresh surge of energy erupts, and Boris starts channeling terrifyingly powerful healing magic. He asks if Shu honestly thought none of those hunter brains had regeneration skills. Shu replies that if that's how it's going, he'll just have to crush him completely in one shot. Nearby, Karina's still mowing through the zombie horde, griping that they never stop coming. She spots a device that dropped off one of the creatures, wondering if it actually came from them. Comparing the monsters to straight-up cockroaches, just then she catches an explosion, a massive clash of mana. She recognizes one signature as Shu's, but the other's completely foreign, so she heads for the source. Meanwhile, the fight drags on with the lion-masked man constantly regenerating, cursing at Shu in frustration. Shu notices the guy doesn't seem worried at all about running out of healing, wondering if that device grants him unlimited regen. Boris activates a batch of attack buffs and charges. Shu blocks with his sword, repelling him again. The man grins, pumped, and points out that Shu's strongest skill clearly runs through his flames. With that in mind, he stacks a wall of ice skills and starts freezing Shu's sword, mocking him, asking how it feels losing his fire. Bragging that against the paranormal core, even his strongest skill is just a cheap party trick. Shu just asks if he really believes that and strikes back. Shu activates his penetrating palm skill and lands it dead center, sending the man flying. He coughs up blood, badly hurt. Shu doesn't give him a second to breathe, telling him he won't get to use that trick twice. As the man starts healing himself, muttering that he has to kill him, Shu points out that's exactly a skill the core could never have accounted for. Fire and ice collide as the two keep trading blows. They exchange hits, the man stacking an insane pile of buffs to power up further. He tells Shu not to get cocky, and after piling on even more buffs, unleashes a massive ice attack. Shu reads the incoming blow. This is the moment that decides everything. Shu summons his flames and activates his ultimate skill, Single Step. Dashing forward at blinding speed, the man screams that closing the distance won't change a thing. But Shu thinks it's almost a shame to end this. He can pierce the man's defenses in seconds. He summons his spirit, boosting all his stats by 10 points, and charges with his sword using his resonance skill. The man takes the hit in pure terror, screaming that this can't be happening. Shu slices him clean down the middle, splitting him in two. With the kill, Shu earns new skills and levels up several times, checking his fresh stats on the terminal. Suddenly, Shu senses something. A massive explosion detonates right beside him, forcing him into a snap dodge. He drops into a defensive stance, wondering just what the hell is going on. Karina levels her weapon at him, demanding to know what that spirit skill was and warning him to talk or she'll end him right there. Karina demands to know who the hell he is, but Shu fires right back. What does she think she's doing attacking him? Losing patience, she tells him to quit dodging and just answer. She ignites a flame in her palm and steps back. He tells her he owes her nothing, he was just clearing out a fly earlier. If she can prove she's not working with those flies, maybe he'll talk. Karina asks what kind of proof he wants, warning him she'll test that attitude by putting a few holes in him. She opens fire and Shu dodges as debris scatters everywhere. Shu lunges to strike, but his hit slams into Karina's shield and can't break through. He's caught off guard, he didn't expect defense like that. From inside the barrier, she glares straight at him and unleashes another barrage of projectiles. Shu's stunned by how perfectly balanced her offense and defense are, but with a quick move, he deflects every shot, tearing up even more of the surroundings. Pissed off, Karina dares him to try dodging her next move. Shu tenses as dust and debris swirl violently around them. She mocks him, saying she should have asked his name before any of this started. Out of the haze, a flaming sword rockets forward and clashes against her shield. Karina asks if he really wants to go all out, striking back only to realize the sword was just a decoy. Shu rushes in at blinding speed, catching her completely flat-footed. Landing right in front of her, pissed, Karina asks what he thinks he's doing. Shu points out her guild's practically identical to Overload and that she used Exceed. He realizes even the masked group had no idea about any of this, meaning she's not with them, and might be an actual link back to his past life. She says if they were just flies, she wouldn't bother, but they're wasps spreading malice across the world. Shu reveals the reincarnated hunters in this country were murdered and calls her by name Kishida Mamaru. He adds that's probably why she's kept her mana enchantment locked down on just her weapon, flying low, staying hidden. For a moment, Karina lowers her weapon. Shu explains they're not enemies and that the people here need help first. She agrees but warns him not to run off once this is over, especially since she's the one who built this Eve. He's surprised she even knows what Eve is. Karina demands an immediate answer. How does he know how to use Exceed? But she freezes cold the second he says the name Kashu. She flares her weapon's power, demanding to know who he is and how he knows any of this. Shu tells her she's the one who created Exceed and fought alongside the spirits. She already knows exactly who he is. Furious, she tells him to stop talking nonsense. Is he seriously trying to claim he's one of the 8 heroes? She warns him she won't be fooled that easily. Shu just watches her in silence. Karina starts to genuinely wonder, could he really be one of them? It couldn't be Dharma or Taharan, and given his personality, definitely not Anvil or Kruger either. Tears welling up, she asks, barely above a whisper, Arden. In a warm voice, Shu says it's been a long time. He asks if she's still that same kid who threw tantrums without her lullaby. That memory hits him. She's the older sister, and he asks if she remembers the words, I should have lived modestly. Her weapon clatters to the ground. Karina buries her face in his chest, hugging him tight. She believed she'd lost everything, her homeland, her friends, every chance to protect them in this shattered world. But not everything was gone. At least here in this place there was still someone Shu could protect. On a battlefield that looked like the end of the world, Arden knelt in the wreckage, staring at the ruin like he'd become part of it himself. Then someone cupped his face and called his name. A young woman begging him to stay with her. In shock, he realized he knew exactly who she was, Aliner, and she looked like she was in agony. She apologized, begging him just to survive. She said she was counting on the night for what came next, casting a spell. Arden screamed her name as blue light swallowed him whole. Sinking into the glow, he wondered why he was the only one left standing when everything he'd risked his life for was already gone. He wondered if it would just end this easily, or if giving up and finding peace was the better answer. Eventually, he seemed to hit the bottom of the fall. Glancing sideways, he wondered if that was the lost Queen Slayer, suddenly realizing he'd sunk clean to the ocean floor. With Aliner flashing through his mind, Arden thought about survival. He questioned whether he even had a place left in this world. Was there any point surviving all alone? Right then, he grabbed his weapon and decided he was ready to die. Out of nowhere, monsters closed in to attack. Arden dragged himself out of the water and, once clear of the ocean, braced for a fight. With a fierce glare, he dared them to come. And the creatures charged! He unleashed a flurry of attacks on the pack, knowing fighting was the only instinct he had left. Spotting something massive, Arden wondered if this was the head of the Overload invasion and decided to take the Queen's head himself. The creature grinned, ready to clash. He knew she had to be terrifyingly strong but arrogant too, so he closed the distance instantly, appearing right in front of her. Arden fought with everything he had, unleashing every ounce of power to bring her down. But his strikes barely even registered. Even lacking the strength to actually win, he kept pushing himself past every limit against the monster. These were memories of his past life, and he wondered if the man he is now could ever truly accept them. Hearing the story, Karina teared up, saying it must have been an absolutely brutal fight. She's just relieved he made it out. Feeling the weight lift, Shu says he's back now, leaning into his sister's gentle touch. He jokes, asking how long she plans to keep babying him. She tells him just to shut up and enjoy it. Suddenly, a professor interrupts. The old man apologizes for barging in, and Karina immediately tells him to back off and stay away. To her surprise, Shu was actually the one who called Steve over. He tells him there's something worth his attention and hands the professor the paranormal core, the product of Boris's partnership with the government, though he's not handing it over for nothing. Shu demands absolute secrecy plus access to every piece of technology derived from it. Steve agrees but asks why the kid would trust him this fast. Shu replies simply he trusts Karina and warns Steve not to try anything stupid. Thrilled, the researcher rushes off to start working immediately. Since Karina has to leave too, she promises to meet up again soon. And they trade numbers to stay in touch. Walking off chatting with the professor, she glances back at his name now sitting in her contacts. Feeling a quiet warmth settle in, Shu realizes he hasn't lost everything after all. He's finally found something worth protecting again. Meanwhile, at the Osaka defense line, emergency sirens scream, signaling a full-blown crisis. Sensors just picked up a massive energy spike deep underwater. A dungeon is opening. A massive energy vortex starts forming in the distance. An evacuation order goes out for Osaka, alongside an immediate call to mobilize every available hunter. Tamura watches in raw panic, wondering what the hell could possibly be happening. As a rage-filled, gigantic octopus rises out of the ocean, Shu and Sora stare at each other in silence. After a long, tense beat, Sora finally speaks up, asking what's going on. She mentions that ever since the terrorist attack at the symposium, Shu's seemed off, distracted, and she came to check he was actually okay. He thanks her for the concern but assures her he's completely fine. Sora then asks about his relationship with the hunter Karina before he can even answer. She whips out her phone, showing him a headline about the two of them. Holding the screen up for him to see, she quickly clarifies she's not implying anything, she just happened to stumble on the article by chance. Just then, footsteps cut their conversation short. A small girl came sprinting over, calling out to Shu. He warned her the training grounds were no place for someone like her. But Eri just grinned, showing off her freshly awakened power by conjuring a sphere of energy right in her palm. A bit later, Shu's floored to learn Eri awakened 5 separate skills, pointing out just how absurdly rare that actually is. Eri reveals she's already signed up for the next hunter exam, dead set on joining his guild, but he shuts her down instantly. Frustrated, Eri argues she's awakened, she's got 5 skills to her name, so why's he rejecting her? Shu explains a guild's no place to show off talent, reminding her it hasn't even been a year since her illness cleared. Suddenly, an alert cuts the conversation dead. Sora grabs her phone, worry flashing across her face, and tells Shu to check the notification. It's an emergency broadcast, monsters are spawning in Osaka and every hunter's being called to arms. Without wasting a second, Shu says he's heading out immediately. Quietly, Eri mentions that if her brother were still around, he'd already be on his way there too. Looking at her, Shu catches it, that same burning resolve Ren always carried in his eyes. Resting a hand on her head, he promises that if she tops the hunter exam, he'll actually consider letting her into the guild. Sora's caught off guard by Shu's sudden change of heart, while Eri, barely containing her excitement, wishes him luck heading out. Meanwhile, the port of Osaka is turning into a genuine war zone. Aircraft carriers and warships racing straight for the disaster zone. The Overload Guild's fighters touch down on site, where a guard fills them in. The Brave Guild and a handful of other hunters are already holding the line against the monsters. Pointing to a massive tornado tearing through the bay, the guard explains it's acting like an elevator, hauling up more monsters non-stop. Jets and warships can't even get close, and worse, there's a confirmed monster lurking right beneath the storm itself. Shu takes it all in with a cold, calculating stare. He calmly asks if he can get to the ship where the Brave Guild's holding the line, throwing the guard off with how unbothered he sounds. Turning to his squad, he orders Shin and Finn to reinforce the Brave Guild while he handles the tornado personally. Sora's stunned by the call, but Shu quickly tells her she's coming with him to take down the real threat. A guard rushes over, warning that depth charges and torpedoes haven't scratched the tornado at all. Unfazed, Shu says he's got something far stronger on hand, lightning, and there's nothing water hates more. Nearby, a brutal battle rages around the Brave Guild's ship. As the fighters desperately hold the line against an endless wave of fishmen, their praying backup shows up soon. Suddenly, a staff comes screaming across the battlefield, wiping out several monsters in one pass. It's Shin Kishida of the Overload Guild finally arriving to back them up. One of the fighters sprints over, frantically warning him what he's walking into. Turning, Shin spots a massive horde of fishmen charging straight for him. His arm ignites with a fierce glow as he tightens his grip on his staff. Veins bulge across his face as he pours every ounce of strength into a counterattack. One devastating swing sends the whole horde flying, not giving them a second to recover. Shin charges forward, tearing through enemies with strike after strike. Proud of how far his training's paid off, he starts celebrating, but Finn cuts that short fast. Finn raises his staff, triggering his super heal skill, sending a wave of healing magic rippling across the entire battlefield. The fighters watch in stunned silence as their wounds vanish right before their eyes. Another fighter notices that between the mass heal and the cleanup, nearly every monster that boarded the ship is already gone. Watching it unfold, he realizes Sora was right to trust these two. These guys fight like actual monsters themselves. Shin's confidence spikes seeing everyone this impressed, but Finn warns him it's far from over. More monsters are already inbound and they just won't stop. Arms glowing again, Shin says this has to end sometime, especially with his big brother out there on the front line. The scene cuts to Shu carrying Sora on his shoulders. She asks if she's too heavy and he says she's fine. The two of them leap forward, heading straight into the tornado. The captain watches, stunned, as the two use monsters as literal stepping stones toward their target. Sora tells herself if they just stick to what they've practiced, they'll be fine. Laser focused on the mission, she spots her opening and leaps off Shu's shoulders straight toward the tornado. She stretches her mana into a thin, thread-like line, compresses it down, then drives her spear forward. Lightning trails behind her with every single move. A man watches in shock, stunned that raw S-rank power alone could actually stop a tornado. The instant her attack lands, Sora drops down right beside Shu. He tells her it worked, no more reinforcements pouring in for now. The two of them waited out using a downed fish monster as a perch, until the water starts behaving strangely. Shu realizes there's still one more monster left down there. A massive tentacle bursts from the water and slams straight down at them, but they manage to leap clear just in time. Sora is stunned by how fast the thing moves despite its sheer size. Shu warns her to watch her footing, this thing attacks from below too. Right on cue, another tentacle bursts up from the water, but Shu reacts fast, slicing it clean off. Only tentacles keep surfacing, the beasts clearly staying hidden for now until something moving deep below catches his attention. Shu screams for Sora to dodge at exactly the right second. The crew on board start panicking as a massive explosion erupts. The monsters just slammed straight into one of the ships. Shu yells for Sora to focus entirely on saving lives, insisting he can handle this thing solo from here. Shu figures the enemy's running low on tentacles after losing several to his sword already. Suddenly, a colossal octopus-like monster named Neon rises from the deep. Finally showing its full body, the creature charges. With a confident smirk, Shu says the main event's finally starting. The monster starts firing powerful jets of water from its grotesque mouth. Shu notices each blast hits hard and covers a wide radius, but they're not exactly hard to dodge. Focusing in, he realizes it's time to break out his secret technique. Back during the symposium disaster last month, Shu had picked up a new skill off of Boris. He can now run up to 3 skills simultaneously, though his body's still not fully adjusted to the strain. Still, fusing them together gave birth to a brand new technique. Called the Enma Wave, it unleashes unquenchable flame in every direction, its power and reach scaling directly with the user's mana. This should be more than enough to handle the situation at hand. Leveling his sword at the giant octopus, Shu lets it loose. Flames engulf the beast's entire body, its eyes starting to burn. But even with all that damage dealt, Shu realizes the skill still needs more juice behind it. The octopus suddenly reverses course. At first, Shu assumes it's trying to dive back into the depths to escape, but then it clicks, the thing's charging the surface at full speed instead. Other fighters catch on too, realizing they have to stop it no matter the cost. The octopus's mouth splits open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. From deep inside, it spits out a strange green orb that slams into the buildings along the shore, splattering across several nearby fighters. Turns out it's acid, and it starts eating through skin on contact. One fighter screams for healers and tanks to rush the front line as Shu steps in fast to deal with the acid. He shouts for everyone to clear the shoreline immediately. But the giant octopus keeps barreling forward. The wounded fighters watch in pure terror, and a nearby girl bursts into tears. As the creature closes in, the sea whips up waves massive enough to swallow the entire city, leaving everyone feeling utterly trapped. Just then, Shu murmurs the name of his secret technique and unleashes a single horizontal slash powerful enough to split the very sea in two. The people on the shore freeze, completely stunned. Shu plants himself between the wave and the crowd, shielding them. He buys them a little time but orders everyone back. He's finishing the octopus once and for all. As Shu winds up his secret technique, his feet actually lift clean off the ground and his sword ignites with a fierce orange glow. The octopus launches its tentacles straight at him. In a split second, Shu unleashes a flurry of slashes, shredding every last tentacle and sending the pieces flying. Then Shu readies his finishing blow. Calling it out, he lands one massive slash straight down the middle of the octopus's head. On the shore, the hunters erupt in cheers, completely floored by his power. Shu just stands there surveying the shredded remains of the beast. Sora and the other hunters rush over, checking if he's hurt. Shu just waves them off. But before he can get a word out, a worried Sora grabs his arm, spotting a cut, then suddenly realizes just how close she's standing. She quickly steps back, apologizing. Finn walks over, asking if Shu's alright. Shu says it's just a scratch, privately thinking he must have pushed his secret technique a little too hard, getting grazed without even noticing. Finn offers to patch him up and the wound closes instantly. A few reporters try crowding in, but Finn tells them the interview waits. Shu needs rest first. Shu pulls out his phone, remembering today's Aries exam. He needs to be there cheering her on. But as a few figures slowly approach, Shu senses something off closing in. A man steps forward, introducing himself as Major Akira Uno of the Hunter Control Unit, requesting Shu Kiritani accompany him to headquarters. Sora steps in to block them, pointing out Shu literally just walked off a battlefield. But the Major holds firm, coldly warning that refusing to cooperate carries serious consequences. That only pisses Sora off more. She calls the whole thing ridiculous, pointing out they only showed up once the fight was already finished. Realizing this argument's going nowhere, Shu puts a hand on her shoulder and agrees to go with them. A little later, inside an interrogation room, someone slams a hand on the table in protest. Shu just saved this entire city and he's getting treated like a criminal. It's Takabana Kaoru slamming the table, explaining this came down as a direct order from above. Not their old commander, she clarifies. He resigned to take the fall for the symposium attack and he'd never sign off on something this brainless. The man actually behind this is Director Shunsuke Tsukugawa, an official who's had it out for the Hunter Control Unit for a long time. Shu just smirks. They clearly figured a hunter from some small-time guild would make an easy target. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and another officer storms in, clearly irritated with Takabana, calling her out for shutting off the room's recorder. Then he tosses a photo of Yuri onto the table, demanding Shu explain why he's living alone with a minor. Grinning smugly, the officer suggests that since Shu's a public figure now, maybe he'd rather explain it straight to the press instead. Shu sees straight through it. None of this has anything to do with the case and demands to speak to whoever's actually in charge. The officer just sneers, claiming the commanding officer's unavailable. People at that level stay busy. With zero interest in playing along, Shu stands up, saying there's no reason for him to stick around. That sets the officer off. He slams the table, warning Shu that resistance only makes things worse. Shu doesn't even flinch. One devastating punch later, the interrogation room doors blasted clean off its hinges, crashing to the floor in front of everybody. Outside, a whole crowd of officers is already waiting. An older man in an officer's cap demands to know what's going on. The other officer starts stammering out an explanation to his boss, but Shu cuts him off cold. Eyeing the man's uniform, Shu mocks that even his nameplate looks scorched half to hell. That jab sends the man over the edge. He starts screaming in pure rage. Without a flicker of fear, Shu charges in, grabs him by the throat, and starts choking him out in front of the whole crowd. Then he lands a heavy punch straight to the man's face. Just then, another man steps in, politely asking Shu to stop. The oddly polite tone throws Shu off and he actually pulls back. The man, capless and in a plain police uniform, steps forward. Shu asks who he is, and the man flashes a badge, introducing himself as Tamio Sawada, director of the National Security Agency. Tamio insists he's not defending any of this, he's only here to mediate. Shu isn't buying it. If mediation were the real goal, none of this should have gotten this far in the first place. As his price for ending this, Shu demands full immunity for everything he's done. Tamio's eyes go wide, telling him he's got it all wrong. Even an SSS rank hunter isn't above the law and nobody gets unlimited rights. Shu cuts him off instantly, pointing out that Hunter Karina got practically unlimited privileges straight from the US government, and every other SSS rank hunter worldwide enjoys the exact same freedom. Then he puts it to Tamio directly, if Japan won't meet his terms, would it really be a problem if he just relocated somewhere else? Tamio fires back that the idea is absurd, especially since Shu's official SSS rank promotion hasn't even been confirmed yet. Shu steps in close, murmuring that the rumors have definitely already reached the top brass by now. He also warns Tamio that going forward, all official business runs through his representative, Major Takabana Kaoru. Shu turns to leave, but passing Major Akira, he remembers there's one loose end left. Without hesitating, he lands one devastating punch straight to Akira's face. The impact's so violent it sends Akira crashing clean through several walls, leaving him flat out defeated on the floor. Takabana buries her face in her hands, equal parts disappointed and resigned, while Tamio just stands there completely frozen. Without another word, Shu walks straight out of the building. Outside, Sora and Tamura have just pulled up and rush over. Worried, Sora checks if he's hurt, but Shu assures her he's fine, just thoroughly annoyed. Tamura promises the Hunter Association will file a formal protest. Treating Japan's very first SSS rank hunter like this is unacceptable. Tamura opens the car door, offering him a ride home, but Shu asks for a quick detour first. He wants to swing by the hunter exam venue. Meanwhile, Iri's surrounded by reporters. Turning around, she's stunned to see Shu show up and runs straight over. Shu looks at her expectantly, asking if she passed. His eyes drift to the official results board, showing Iri Igawa's name sitting right at the top as the #1 scorer. Congratulations message and all. With a faint smile, Shu rests his hand on her head, reminding her things only get tougher from here. They shake hands, sealing their new partnership. Shu welcomes her as the guild's newest member, keeping his word, and Iri beams with an absolutely radiant smile. Time passes, night falls, and the scene shifts. Karina wades, finishing up drying her hair after a shower, still in her bathrobe, casually watching TV, legs crossed. She finds it strange everyone actually showed up on time for the call, though with a few voices staying dead silent, she notices 2 members are missing yet again. Elsewhere, a figure in full armor opens the meeting, making it clear everyone already knows exactly why they're here. A menacing man with long hair remarks that Shu's become the talk of the town, asking if everyone's caught wind of him yet. A female warrior notes every sign points to him joining the elite ranks soon, though a few doubts still linger. With everyone gathered to hash it out, Karina breaks the silence, asking for everyone's honest read on Shu. With a sarcastic smirk, she says a new SSS rank is about to be born and they should give him a proper welcome. Nobody bites. A heavy silence fills the call and she raises an eyebrow at the awkward tension. Kuramoto, Japan's SSS rank hunter, speaks up first, flatly saying there's no way he's accepting Shu as worthy of that title. Right after, Ivanovich, Russia's SSS rank hunter, says he'd rather reserve judgment for now. Norman Jeffman, Britain's SSS rank hunter, mentions even the royal families treating this whole thing with extreme caution. Meanwhile, Jin Beiki, China's SSS rank hunter, stays quiet just watching the exchange play out. Hearing all the skepticism, Karina crushes a soda can flat in her fist. Still smiling, she suggests they just go meet the guy in person and judge him with their own eyes. The others seem on board with the plan. Then she starts laughing, hinting that none of them are actually ready for what happens when they finally meet Shu. Far away, a sleek modern building serves as headquarters for the Overload Guild. Stepping inside, Iri excitedly introduces herself as the guild's newest member. Finn, the white-haired healer, gives her a casual welcome, telling her she can just call him Whitey. Right after, Shin introduces himself too, jokingly asking her to call him Oppa. Finn immediately snaps at him for that, pointing out Iri's basically the guild leader's little sister. Realizing he overstepped, Shin throws his hands up, swearing he meant nothing by it. Finn then mentions the guild leader stepped out a while ago. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shu and Major Takebana walk down a hallway littered with unconscious men. Takebana points out that even with immunity, Shu's been racking up a serious body count lately. Shu just shrugs it off, saying there's no point letting scum like this walk free. Just then, one of the thugs glares at Shu, trying to intimidate him, warning he has no clue who's backing their organization. The criminal lunges forward, swinging with his fingers fully extended like a blade. Shu dodges it easily, carefully studying his opponent's form. The style's clumsy and unrefined, sure, but it's clearly some crude form of mana training. The thug keeps running his mouth, claiming a soon-to-be SSS rank has no business starting fights he'll regret. As Shu closes in slow, the man tries hiding behind his boss's name. It doesn't work. Shu slams him face first into the ground without effort. Terrified, the criminal threatens to kill him anyway. But Shu shuts him up fast with a brutal beating to the face. Unable to take the pain, the man panics, begging for mercy and swearing he'll confess everything. Shu tells him he doesn't give a damn about the law, he just wants a name, whoever's running this organization. He stomps hard on the man's arm and screaming through the pain, the thug swears he'll give up his boss's name, but suddenly finds his voice completely gone. Shu realizes he's bound by some kind of verbal restriction. With nothing left to squeeze out of him, Shu decides this is the end of the road for the Waihang trafficking ring. With one final, merciless blow, he finishes the man off. Right after, a wave of level-up notifications pops up in front of Shu. He crouches down to look them over. Among the rewards, a new skill catches his eye, Mana Devouring. Ignoring the bloody mess around him entirely, he casually asks Takebana to clean it up, which annoys her to no end. Walking away, Shu can't stop replaying the fight in his head. The guy's technique was sloppy, sure, but it was mana training all the same, leaving Shu wondering just how far that mysterious masked group's reach actually extends. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of mysterious figures in animal masks reconvene to discuss recent events. The one in the dragon mask taunts another member, teasing that he's clearly scared of being next on the chopping block. The bird-masked member snaps back instantly before it can spiral further. A man in a plain white mask steps in and shuts the whole thing down. The white masked leader suggests filling the 2 open slots in the organization with a pair of twins, convinced they've got what it takes. Still, the bird-masked member insists the real problem is Shu Kiritani, an unpredictable wild card, plain and simple. He adds that going toe-to-toe with him is too risky right now, so it's best to just steer clear. Shortly after, the white-masked figure exits the meeting. As the bird-masked member mulls over what just happened, the snake-masked member suggests putting Eagle in charge of the twins. She adds that instead of stressing over Butterfly or Lion, their focus should be on preparing the descendants of the ancestors. Lost in thought, the snake-masked figure walks off. A bit later, the dragon-masked member teleports elsewhere. Taking off her mask, she grumbles about how every one of their plans is falling apart. Turns out she's Zheng Huan, an affiliate of Daetong, China's biggest corporation. She scoffs, calling Lion's death a completely pointless waste. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with a string of notifications. Checking them, she gets confirmation Wei Hong and Li Yunkyung both flatlined almost simultaneously. Furious, Huan calls everyone around her incompetent. Another report confirms unidentified intruders stormed their main base and killed Li Yunkyung. Reading the situation, Huan figures whoever pulled this off has to be at minimum an S-class hunter. Just then, someone knocks. She tells them to come in. The door slides open slowly, light flooding into the room, and seeing who it is, Huan remarks he looks far more put together than expected. She figured he'd have lost a limb or two after the symposium attack. Cutting straight to it, she demands an update on the investigation from Yongwon, president of Daetong, and, as it happens, her father. With a cold, impatient stare, Huan demands to know what he actually dug up. Her father just stands there as timid and passive as ever, stammering through an explanation. He ordered an independent investigation into Shu, but all they turned up was his basic travel gear. He adds they also checked the illegal Russian labs, but Karina had already leveled the place during the incident. Before Yongwon can finish, Huan cuts him off, spitting the word father. With a terrifying glare, she asks if he'd still like to keep his job, pointing out their supply of test subjects is running dangerously thin. She threatens him outright if he's outlived his usefulness, maybe he ends up on the operating table as their next research subject. Showing zero respect, she reminds Yongwon the only reason he's ever sat in the president's chair is because of her. Calmly fixing her hair, she mutters that he's a completely useless father. Yongwon immediately starts apologizing, then spots a photo on the desk, as Huan mutters that Shu's turning into a real pain in the neck. In a rare flash of backbone, Yongwon insists going after Shu is far too dangerous and declares he'll handle it himself. Huan ruthlessly cuts him off, asking if he genuinely believes he has any right to make decisions around here. Her eyes turn even colder as she spells it out. His only job is to shut up and follow orders. Dripping with disgust, she says she can't even stand looking at him and orders him out. Yongwon hangs his head and quietly leaves the room. Once alone, Huan grinds her teeth, muttering that her father's a completely useless old man. Refocusing, she turns back to her real goal, securing Lion's paranormal core, a piece critical to her plans. Then her eyes fall on Shu's photo. Gripping it tight, her face twists with pure hatred. She's certain of exactly one thing. Before Shu ever officially reaches SSS rank, she's making sure he's dead. Far away, a plane cuts silently through the sky. Mid-flight, Irie's complaining about how Shu and Shin are acting. Shin just remarks that Shu looks bored, asking what he's so intently watching. On screen, a news broadcast shows the famous hunter Bruce surrounded by reporters. Asked what it feels like being the world's #1 ranked hunter, Bruce answers humbly, saying he's never once considered himself the strongest, adding that every S-class hunter alive still has room left to grow. Watching it, Shu realizes something. He can just tell instinctively that Bruce climbed a path awfully similar to his own. The idea of meeting him face to face genuinely sparks his curiosity. A moment later, Shu glances over at Finn, noticing he looks far more anxious and withdrawn than usual. For a second, Shu wonders if he should have just let him rest back at the guild instead of dragging him along. It brings back what happened right before they left. Shu had just returned to the guild and been handed an invitation, sent personally by Karina. Opening it up, Shu noticed he wasn't the only invite. Hunters from around the globe, international officials, and other S-class hunters were all on the list too. He quickly clocked it. This whole gathering was a setup for the world's SSS rank hunters to size him up personally and called the guild leader out on it. The leader confirmed as much, mentioning some SSS rankers weren't exactly thrilled about Shu's meteoric rise. Shu thinks to himself, yeah, this is classic Karina. If she's throwing an event this big, she's absolutely trying to put him under the microscope in front of the world's elite. Back in the present, Shin asks where exactly they're flying to and Shu says Las Vegas. The answer instantly gets eerie and Shin hyped. Shu quickly reminds them this isn't a vacation since the whole guild got invited. The least they can do is not cause a scene. The two swear they'll behave but keep celebrating like a couple of little kids anyway. Meanwhile, Finn stays dead silent, staring out the window with a look that keeps getting more and more worried. Shu notices and his mind drifts back to their earlier conversation. Finn had mentioned things ended badly with his old US guild, which is exactly why Shu didn't want to push the subject. Still worried, he'd asked Finn straight up if he really wanted to come, telling him he could sit this one out if it felt like too much. But Finn insisted, saying he's part of the guild now and he's staying right by his master's side. Even remembering all that, Shu keeps a close eye on him. Finn's clearly still struggling to hide the nerves. A while later, the group touches down in Las Vegas, the city's golden lights lighting up the night sky and the massive casinos instantly steal everyone's attention. Completely blown away by a place they'd only ever heard stories about, Eri and Shin sprint down the street, screaming the city's name in pure excitement. Just then, Karina walks up to Shu with a grin and pulls him into a warm hug. Annoyed by the sight, Eri storms over trying to pry Karina off him, and Karina, thoroughly amused, teases her for it, making Eri blush with embarrassment as Karina cracks up at how tiny she looks standing next to her. Shin tries cracking a joke about it, but Eri punches him before he can even finish the sentence. While Eri and Shin keep bickering, Shu glances back, asking Finn to keep an eye on them for a bit. Shortly after, they head into a luxurious hall where the world's SSS rank hunters are gathering. And finally, Shu's standing face to face with the strongest fighters on the planet. Every eye in the room locks onto him, the guy everyone's been talking about lately. Shu quickly notices Bruce isn't here. Karina breaks the silence, saying formal introductions aren't really necessary at this point. Feeling the weight of every SSS rank stare pinned on him, Shu stays composed, wondering who'll be the first to test his strength. Karina asks the room who wants to go first and an uncomfortable silence settles over everyone. To break the ice, Kuramoto suggests hitting the city's massive casino for some entertainment first. Karina immediately snaps at him, pointing out that a guy who can literally see the future has no business suggesting a casino trip. Kuramoto casually replies his ability only reaches a few seconds ahead, barely enough to matter at the tables. Karina asks pointedly if he's already using it on her right now. Shu watches Kuramoto for a beat, then calmly turns down the offer. Time passes, the towering skyscrapers of Las Vegas blazing bright against the night. Despite Shu's refusal, everyone ends up gathered around a high-stakes blackjack table stacked with chips anyway. Kuramoto lays out the rules. Whoever ends the game with the most chips gets to pick which hunter fights Shu. Karina raises her hand, opting out, and Ivanovich follows suit right after. Meanwhile, the dealer shuffles the deck with insane precision and calls for bets before the deal begins. Without hesitation, Kuramoto shoves a massive pile of chips forward all at once. Shu realizes that with future sight in his back pocket, Kuramoto can just predict every single winning moment. Since Blackjack's whole goal is landing as close to 21 as possible with 2 cards, Shu figures it's only a matter of time before Kuramoto scoops every chip on the table and notices the rest of the SSS rank crowd are all sharp tacticians running their own quiet mind games too. At the round's end, the dealer announces Kuramoto and another player tied at 21, and the next round kicks off immediately. In that moment, Shu remembers a skill he picked up after taking down Lee Yunkyung, head of Waihung. He'd barely given it a second thought until now, too fixated on mana devouring, never imagining he'd actually need it. Discreetly, he activates Gaze of Prosperity, a skill built to read the flow of destiny itself. Checking his hand and seeing 19 points, he realizes his odds just went way up. The dealer announces Shu and Kuramoto tied, both at 19. Shu figured this would happen. A guy who sees the future was always going to match whatever winning move he made. He sneaks a glance at Kuramoto's hands and realizes Gaze of Prosperity alone won't beat outright future sight. Kuramoto remarks that nobody should be pulling cheap tricks during a friendly game. His comment catches Norman Jeffman's attention. Amused, Norman pulls a card from his own sleeve, admitting there's no beating Kuramoto this way regardless, and folds, tossing his cards onto the table. Jinbei checks her hand too, deciding it's not strong enough to stay in. While everyone reacts to the game, Shu stays quiet, spinning a chip idly between his fingers. Kuramoto comments that Shu seems surprisingly honest for not even trying to cheat. The jab makes Shu squeeze the chip hard enough to snap it clean in his hand, sending Karina into a full-blown fit of laughter. Shu shoots her a glare, thinking she's clearly having way too much fun with this, and as the banter drags on, his mind races, running through every skill in his arsenal, hunting for a combination that could flip the whole game. After endless calculations, it clicks, fusing 3 separate skills together could birth an entirely new technique. And just like that, Hand of Stealthy Time is born, a brand new skill fueled by his combined mana. His hand instantly glows with bright light as he holds his cards. Looking down, he can feel the flow of luck shifting completely in his favor. The next round, Shu hits a clean 21 and takes the win. He wins the round after that too, and right after that locks down a 3rd straight win. Kuramoto's getting suspicious now, landing that many blackjacks in a row is way past mere luck. Karina buries her face, cackling as she teases the armored man. Kuramoto tries to stay composed, telling himself Shu's just riding a hot streak, this next hand ends it. His ability's already showing him a clean 20, so he shoves in every remaining chip he's got. A few seconds later, Shu flips his hand, a king and an ace, a clean blackjack. For the first time all night, Kuramoto looks genuinely shaken, suspecting Shu's been hiding his real ability from the very start. Spinning a chip between his fingers, Shu quietly reflects that in the end, they both just leaned on their own strength. Kuramoto doesn't take the loss well, scrambling to figure out where his prediction went wrong. Completely deadpan, Shu looks around the room and asks if he can pick his own opponent for the duel now. Then he rises slowly, hands sliding into his pockets, and announces he's challenging every single person in the room. The SSS rank hunters are completely floored by the proposal. Karina bursts out laughing, absolutely living for his audacity. Buzzing, she hops up onto a table, asking why everyone's gone so quiet, joking the room feels like a library. A moment later, she raises a hand for attention, grinning wide, and announces tomorrow's lineup, a massive event featuring 4 SSS rank hunters, capped off with a showdown against the rising star, Shu. Karina yells out that, as agreed, the whole thing kicks off at midnight. Time passes, it's now 10:30 at night. The hall's packed wall-to-wall with curious onlookers when Eri comes running up to Shu, worried, asking if it's really true he's taking on the SSS rank solo. With a confident smile, Shu tells her not to worry, he's winning this. Tears welling up, Eri makes him promise he'll back off if things get too dangerous. Shu rests a hand on her head, promising with a gentle smile that he will. Just then, a familiar voice cuts in. Sara approaches in an elegant formal dress, remarking that Shu just keeps saying the most ridiculous things. Surprised, Shu asks why nobody told him she was coming. He looks her dress over for a beat and compliments her, saying it suits her perfectly, which makes Sora blush, but Karina suddenly appears out of nowhere and pulls Shu into a warm hug. Still riding the high, Karina congratulates him, cracking up remembering the other hunters' faces after the card game. Noticing her, Sora looks curious, so Shu introduces the two. Sora remarks she didn't expect to see Karina looking this relaxed. From the way the two size each other up, it's obvious rivalry's already brewing. Karina smiles, saying she likes that attitude, it takes guts to get this close to someone like Shu. Right after, she leans in close, whispering a warning to Sora that Shu's hers, nobody else better think about getting close. Without waiting for a response, Karina walks off, telling everyone to enjoy the party. Shortly after, Finn quietly approaches Shu, asking for a few minutes alone. The two step away from the crowd into a quieter corner. Shu asks if this is about his old guild, the Men in Gold. Finn confirms it, explaining its old history from before they ever met. Back then, he was part of the guild's main raid team back in the States. Trouble started when his mana core began malfunctioning without warning. During a mission where lives hung in the balance, his healing simply wouldn't activate. The mission ended in disaster and he was interrogated over and over afterward. The hospital refused to officially confirm it was his mana core to blame. Worse still, the hunter who died that day never got along with Finn and happened to be the guild master's own son. From that day on, everyone in the Men in Gold suspected Finn was behind the whole tragedy. Remembering the Men in Gold are here tonight, Finn's visibly on edge. Shu asks what he actually thinks about everything that happened. Desperate, Finn insists right away he never killed that hunter. Shu shakes his head, clarifying he means how Finn feels now living here with the Overload Guild. After a few quiet seconds, Finn relaxes, admitting he's finally happy. He says it feels like he's gained a troublemaking little brother and a mischievous little sister. With a soft smile, he admits that alone is more than enough to make him happy. Shu raises his champagne glass, calmly saying he'll always believe in Whitey, then quietly walks off. Overwhelmed with emotion, Finn bows deep, silently reaffirming his loyalty to his master. Walking through the hall, Shu mulls over what he just heard, then realizes he's being watched. Without turning to look, he comments that SSS rank hunters sure seem to have a habit of eavesdropping, and tells whoever it is to quit hiding. Jin Baeki, dressed formally, steps out, explaining she wasn't spying on purpose, she just needed to talk to him. Cutting straight to it, she tells Shu to drop out of tomorrow's duel, warning his safety isn't guaranteed if he insists on fighting. She makes it clear she might not be the one who kills him, but that won't change how this ends either way. Shu stares at her intently. Looking into her eyes, he realizes that despite the heavy warning, there's no actual killing intent behind it. Taking a sip of champagne, he decides to test her, dropping a name, Nabudal. Jin looks confused, completely blindsided by the sudden turn. Shu then brings up Waihung, asking if she's got any ties to the members of Talmum. Lost, Jin asks exactly what he's fishing for. Shu explains he's crossed paths with enough people to know exactly what real killing intent looks like. And her expression isn't that, so he asks straight up if someone's threatening or controlling her. Jin lowers her head slowly, admitting quietly there's not much she can do as long as that chain's still wrapped around her. Without another word, she turns and walks away. Elsewhere at the party, Ayla slams a hand down on the table, absolutely furious to learn Finn's here as a member of the Overload Guild. Consumed by rage, she demands to know how he even dares show up since he's the one who got her brother Jeff killed. She's so worked up she can barely catch her breath. The man beside her tries to calm her down, reminding her Shu's protecting Finn, and taking them on right now is a lost cause. But knowing Shu's up against 4 SSS ranks tomorrow, he points out that fight will hand them the perfect opening. Revenge burning in her eyes, Ayla orders her companions to fall in line. Kuramoto's mask flashes through Shu's mind as he lies awake in bed, sleep nowhere in sight. He sits up, wondering if that guy's about to be his first opponent. Stepping out of his room, he runs straight into Kuramoto, who asks if he slept well. Pointing to himself, Kuramoto confirms he'll be the first opponent, revealing 2 metal spheres cupped in his hand, and Shu can't help but be intrigued. Kuramoto fires them off, telling Shu not to die. The fallout would be a genuine disaster. The spheres ricochet off the floor and rocket toward him, but Shu shifts his stance and slips past them cleanly. Watching them move, he realizes they're actively tracking him. Kuramoto watches his every move, confirming Shu's every bit as skilled as advertised. The spheres bounce off the ceiling and come screaming back at high speed. At the very last second, right as they're about to hit him from behind, Shu reacts with perfect precision, snatching both out of the air. Holding them up, he stares down Kuramoto, asking if this is really the level an SSS rank operates at. The jab catches his opponent completely off guard. Annoyed by the provocation and thoroughly done with his attitude, Kuramoto unleashes a massive barrage of metal spheres. They ricochet everywhere, completely boxing Shu in, but not a single one lands. Kuramoto watches in shock. In reality, Shu's dodging at such absurd speed his movements are basically invisible. Pouring all his focus in, Kuramoto tries using his future sight to pin down his opponent's exact position. He snaps his head around, convinced he's found the target, and hurls a sphere straight at the spot. Shu keeps moving in a dead straight line. Kuramoto stays confident, trusting the prediction, and fires yet another sphere at the exact predicted point. But scrambling to figure out why he can't keep pace anymore, he realizes far too late he just walked straight into a trap. His own sphere comes flying back at insane speed, and slams violently into Kuramoto's stomach, sending him flying backward. Flat on the ground, Kuramoto's stunned to realize Shu dominated this whole fight without even drawing his sword. Before he can react, Shu grabs him by the throat and lifts him clean off the ground. Kuramoto feels his mana draining fast, and Shu explains that's his mana nullification skill at work. He warns him that today, every ounce of SSS rank glory is about to become his, and slams him violently into the wall, taking down opponent number 1. Looking down, Shu spots his next opponent already waiting on the floor below. He rides the elevator down to the battlefield and finds Ivanovich already waiting. The giant hunter, easily 15 feet tall, glances at the beaten Kuramoto and remarks their ally already failed. Staring up at him, Shu's genuinely impressed by the sheer scale. The giant claims Kuramoto fought without even pulling his main weapon, then raises his colossal fist for a devastating punch. Shu leaps as high as he can, barely clearing it. Glancing back, he registers just how monstrous that blow really was. Seizing the opening, Shu counters with a precise kick straight to the giant's torso. Ivanovich actually feels that one, as Shu remarks that size and raw strength alone won't cut it. Furious, Ivanovich ignores the taunt and charges again, his massive hand nearly catching Shu across the face, but Shu slips clear at the last possible second. Shu notices that despite his bulk, the giant's terrifyingly quick to follow up with surprise strikes right after a dodge. Still, he keeps weaving through every strike until he finds his opening and lands a devastating punch straight into Ivanovich's stomach. The giant howls in pain, though his eyes stay lit with fury, refusing to lose a straight brawl. He unleashes a barrage of brutal punches that shake the whole building and tear up the ground. Shu blocks or dodges every single hit, steadily closing the gap. Suddenly, Shu vanishes right from in front of him and reappears right at his back, landing a perfect kick straight to the back of his head. Using the giant's own body for leverage, Shu spins fast and drives a brutal elbow into the other side of his skull. He springs off the wall just as Ivanovich loses his footing and crashes flat onto his back, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settles, the giant's completely out cold. Looking down at him, Shu realizes that at the end of the day, even a giant's still just human. Before he can even celebrate, a feather streaks dangerously close past him and Shu dodges it by a hair. Watching it glide through the air, he realizes he's never seen anything quite like it. This technique reads like a full-on summoned creature. Just then, Norman Jeffman steps into view, explaining it's his exclusive summoning skill, adding he hates clutter. That's exactly why he only ever runs one creature at a time. Right on cue, the ground beneath Shu's feet starts cracking apart, and a massive horned dragon bursts up from the fissure to kick off round 3. Sarcastic as ever, Shu says he was hoping for something a little more impressive. Reading Norman's movements, he figures out the summon only responds to its owner's hand gestures. The moment Norman's fingers twitch, the giant dragon charges straight at Shu. Shu builds momentum and leaps, barely clearing the strike. The dragon's strike smashes clean through the wall, chunks of concrete still lodged in its claws. Shu seizes the opening, using its arm as a launch point to climb straight onto its back. With one brutal kick, he snaps a horn clean off its skull. Shu snatches the flying horn straight out of the air and, winding up to throw it, says he's returning the favor, hurling it straight into the dragon's face for a direct hit. He raises his arm, telling the beast to crawl back where it came from, and delivers a heavy blow straight to its neck, cleanly decapitating the monster. Norman watches the whole thing in sheer disbelief. Mocking him, Shu tells him to bring out whatever else he's got. Instead, Norman throws his hands up in surrender, admitting he's hopeless in close combat. Since Shu won fair and square, Norman decides to toss him some advice, warning him that Jinbeiki is a nightmare for literally anyone she faces. Shu recalls she's known as China's premier long-range hunter. As night falls, Shu's walking through the area when suddenly an arrow comes screaming at him. He barely manages to catch it in time. Even having caught it, the sheer weight behind the shot is staggering. Burying his feet deep into the ground, tracing the shot back, Shu realizes he's dealing with a genuine SSS rank. He stares intently toward where it came from. Far off in the distance, thick smoke curls up from the firing point, and as it clears, Jin appears, bow in hand. That shot traveled an estimated 50 kilometers. If Shu hadn't reacted in time, it would have killed him outright. Seeing no other option, he realizes it's time to pull out his best skill, launching himself forward with insane momentum. Shu moves like a falling star, clearing unimaginable distances in a single stride. He knows he has to close this gap fast. Fusing his speed skill with his sword flame dance, he deflects every arrow flying his way. After covering a truly massive distance, he spots the mountains ahead and closes in right on the archer. Jin's stunned he actually made it to her. Shu's wrapped in a shimmering blue aura now, though she figures he just charged straight into his own grave, curious whether he can handle her arrows point blank. The moment she fires, Shu charges his sword and with a swift slash cuts the arrow clean in two. He surges forward and Jin's eyes go wide in shock. Unable to react to his speed, she's left totally exposed. In that instant, she remembers what Shu told her the day before. He'd said that after meeting so many people, he could just tell her eyes weren't the eyes of someone who actually wanted him dead. He'd even asked if she was being manipulated or threatened, pointing out that if her own life was on the line, her options would be painfully thin. Back on the battlefield, Shu's eyes go blank. The mountains stand as silent witnesses to the tense standoff between the two hunters. After one heavy impact, blood splatters across the ground. The two fighters stand back to back, Jin looking like she's about to collapse. Shu thinks to himself that carrying her back is probably going to make his sister furious, but there's no other option. Killing her would have been wrong. Meanwhile, back at the party, it's getting late, and Finn finds himself surrounded by a circle of hostile stares. Someone tells him he, of all people, should understand exactly what's happening here. Zhang asks if he's been living under a rock the last few years, calling him a traitor and a murderer outright. Finn screams his opponent's name in sheer desperation. In another part of the venue, a group of old acquaintances closes in on him. One of them breaks the silence sarcastically, saying Finn's real name ought to be Murderer. Keeping his cool, Finn replies he apparently can't even offer a friendly greeting anymore. Looking around, he spots Ayla among them, realizing they waited for the exact moment Shu left the hall to make their move. Consumed by hatred, Ayla orders him never to say her name again. He tries explaining what happened was an accident, but she cuts him off cold. She already knows it wasn't intentional. Still, driven by revenge and an urge she can't hold back any longer, she charges straight at him. Swinging wildly, Ayla flashes back to the exact moment her brother died. Finn realizes there's no more room for words. If this were just the two of them, he might actually stand a chance. The real problem is the crowd surrounding them. This ambush was clearly planned from the start. After a flurry of strikes, Ayla manages to graze Finn's face. Without slowing down for a second, she snarls, asking where the hell he thinks he's looking. Next thing you know, Finn's flat on his back and one of the goons has a blade pressed right against his throat. Finn shuts his eyes, bracing for the worst in his head. He's already whispering sorry to Shu, figuring this is where his story ends. Then Eri drops in like lightning, one clean kick sending the attacker sailing through the air. Smirking like she owns the place, she says she caught every word and oh yeah, she's got a message straight from Shu. The message is simple: Finn's Overlord Guild now, so this fight just became everyone's problem. Weapons swing up across the group and one of them growls that if that's how it's gonna be, then fine, and the whole crew opens fire without another word. Watching from the side, Ayla admits she's got nothing personal against Eri, but that doesn't mean she's losing any sleep over what she's doing. Suddenly, gunsmoke chokes the air and a voice cuts through the haze, saying it's a real shame to have to crush that kind of confidence. The smoke parts and there's Kokoro strolling in with that same easygoing grin like nothing's wrong. With more Overlord members piling in, Ayla's patience runs out. She snaps at her men to finish these kids off already. Eri presses her palms together, gathering her focus, then unleashes it straight into the charging enemies. No hesitation, Ayla and another warrior rush straight at Kokoro together. Pure rage in her voice, Ayla screams that they'll die right next to the traitor. But before the blow lands, flames swallow the sword of the man fighting beside Ayla. Right on cue, Shu drops out of the sky and slams a devastating kick straight into the enemy's back. Finn practically deflates with relief the second he sees him. Shu locks eyes with the enemies and calmly asks if they really want to run this back. Ayla's floored, demanding to know how he got here so fast. Fixing his hair like it's nothing, Shu says the answer's obvious if you actually think about it for a second. Ayla still refuses to believe he just took down 4 SSS-class hunters that fast. Gripping her dual swords tighter, she insists it's flat-out impossible. It just right then Karina strolls in, hands on hips, telling Ayla she's still stuck living in a fairy tale. Karina knew Ayla's reputation, sure, but attacking guests at her own party, even she didn't see that one coming. No mercy at all, Karina buries a brutal kick straight into Ayla's gut. As Ayla doubles over gasping, Karina tells her if she's got complaints, she can file them with the association herself. Then Karina turns to Shu and tells him to leave the rest to her. Before he can walk off though, she drops a heads up, the person he just knocked out is awake again. That catches Shu off guard. Somewhere else, Jinbeekji's eyes flutter open, everything still a blur. Disoriented, she realizes she's in a bed and asks where on earth she is. Shu steps closer and confirms she's finally come to. She glances to the side and panics. She's cuffed to the bed frame and demands somebody explain right now. Shu's expression turns serious as he asks if she genuinely doesn't remember what went down. Bit by bit it comes back to her, losing the fight and her stomach drops. She also remembers the exact moment she was knocking her arrow. Karina cuts in, flatly stating that Jin crossed a line. That alone makes Jin flinch, looking up at her in fear. Shu steps in, saying Jin probably wasn't acting on her own will when she tried to kill him. He unlocks her cuffs, telling her there's still a few things they need to sort out first. Jin looks away, murmuring that nothing changes even if he learns the truth. So Shu pushes back, what if nothing changes because the two of them actually help her out? For the first time, something like hope flickers in Jin's eyes. Karina's curiosity kicks in. She says the least they can do is hear her out before deciding anything. Two SSS-class hunters actually offering to help her. For the first time, Jin lets herself believe there might be a way out of this. Shu asks her flat out, is someone holding her hostage? Terrified, she says nothing, just drops her head. That's answer enough for Shu. He asks who's behind it. Fists tight around the sheets, Jin finally decides to lay it all out. It all starts 10 years back. The year she first awakened. Even with her newfound powers, there was nothing to celebrate. Her little brother was dying from a sickness she couldn't fight. She'd been barely scraping together the medical bills when a group stormed the hospital and took him hostage. The one pulling the strings was Zhang Hua of DeLong Corporation, and with her brother as leverage, Jin had absolutely no way to fight back. Karina perks up at the company name, asking if the real boss isn't Youngwon, but Jin corrects her, he's just a figurehead. The pieces start falling into place for Karina. She points out that Jin's an SSS-class hunter now, surely that kind of clout should have been enough to fix things. Jin admits she tried everything, but the government looked the other way and backed the corporation instead. That organization was obsessed with controlling hunters from the start. Even if they'd found her brother first, they'd have used him as a leash all the same. And Zhang's reach was so massive, nobody could even dream up a plan to get the boy out. Shu and Karina take it all in without saying a word. The moment Jin finishes, Shu's already decided he's getting that boy out, no second guessing. Jin's caught off guard, asking why he'd go this far for her. Shu just shrugs it off, he's got his reasons. Then he turns to Karina and asks if his official SSS class promotion has cleared yet. Karina says it's still processing, then narrows her eyes. Is he planning a trip to China? She studies him for a beat and it clicks exactly what he's planning. She swings the door open and tells them to follow her private transports at their disposal. Not long after, a helicopter cuts across the blue skies of Guangzhou, China. As they close in on the coordinates, the pilot calls out that they've arrived, and Karina barks the order to gear up. Feeling Jin's nerves, Shu reassures her he wouldn't have kicked this off if he didn't think it'd actually work. Still on edge, Jin asks how they're even supposed to land without official clearance. Shu doesn't say a word, he just yanks the helicopter door open, grabs Karina and Jin both, and jumps, the three of them dropping out of the sky like falling stars. Once the dust clears, they're back on their feet and Shu immediately gets everyone locked in, saving the hostage comes first. He tells Jin to lead them straight to where her brother's being held. They sprint off through the forest, brother first, Zhang later. Before long, the hunters reach a massive building. Moving careful and quiet, they run straight into a guard who recognizes Jin on sight. He asks why Zhang isn't with her. Jin brushes it off, says she's busy, but the guard, suspicious now, demands to know who her two companions are. Shu's not in the mood to drag this out. One massive punch and the guard's down before he even processes what happened. Karina finishes the job with a clean shot. Jin's stunned at how fast that went down, but Karina cuts her off, no time to argue, just lead the way. Inside, the complex opens into row after row of silent, identical hallways. In one room, Jin's brother lies in bed, murmuring quietly to himself. He wakes up, sees his sister, and asks what's happening, but she just tells him to eat something first. Shortly after, the four of them are already slipping out of the building. Jin carries her brother piggyback while Shu lays out the plan. She heads to the rendezvous alone. They'll handle what's left. Since it's still technically a hostage situation, getting them out safe comes first. And no matter how strong Zhang is, she's not touching two SSS-class hunters at once. Still on the run, a group of enemies steps in to block the path, but Shu doesn't even break stride. One single strike rips straight through the ground, launching the entire group airborne and clearing them out in seconds flat. Jin just stares in awe, her brother still on her back. Karina snaps her back to reality. The rendezvous point isn't going to reach itself. Jin nods, wishes them luck, and bolts. The second she's out of sight, Karina asks what floor Zhang's holed up on. Shu says, top floor, obviously. Karina hauls out a massive bazooka, smirking as she says they might as well ring the doorbell first. The shot tears clean through several floors, punching a hole straight up through the ceiling, and the two of them start leaping up through the gap, floor by floor. Halfway up, Karina notices the telltale traces of a space rift. Shu clocks it too, wondering if this place is actually running on that kind of tech. Karina flashes a confident grin and decides to deal with it right on the spot. One surge of power from her and the artifact shatters, scattering like broken glass. Without missing a beat, the two of them step through the portal. On the other side, Karina takes one look around and admits Zhang really went all out with this base. The place looks straight up like a national military fortress, complete with rows of massive cannons lining the walls, all primed and ready to fire. As they take it all in, a voice echoes through the air, welcoming them in. A woman in an unsettling mask steps out, dripping with sarcasm as she welcomes them to her nest. Karina tilts her head, asking why Zhang's still hiding behind that mask. Zhang replies she figured Jin would crack eventually. Honestly, she never expected much from her anyway. Then she glares at the intruders, asking where the confidence comes from to storm her territory as just a duo. Arms spread wide, she declares this is her domain, and they've got zero shot at winning. Shu just raises his sword with a calm little smile, mentioning it's been a while since he and Karina fought side by side. Zhang scoffs, asking what exactly these two little clowns think they're going to accomplish. The two hunters just stare her down, not a shred of hesitation between them. Mockingly, she muses she might actually let them walk out of here later. But as weapons start stacking up around her fortress, she adds leaving alive is a whole different question. Karina grits her teeth, realizing they just walked into a massive trap. A split second later, the barrage begins. She leaps clear instantly, screaming at Shu to dodge. The attack rips through the space, obliterating the wall that was right behind them a second ago. Shu draws his sword, all traces of calm gone from his face. Locked in completely, he starts shredding through the cannons one by one before they can even fire again. Zhang watches the wreckage, sarcastically whining about her precious toys getting trashed, then just smiles, saying she's got plenty more where that came from. The instant she says it, a fresh row of cannons rises up around the fortress. Karina scans the field fast and spots a tiny gap between the weapons, and fires a massive blast straight at Zhang, who doesn't even flinch. A force field swallows the blast and she blocks it easily, remarking they're kind of underwhelming for SSS-class hunters. Right after that, every single cannon opens fire at once, blanketing the whole fortress in a relentless storm of missiles. The non-stop explosions rip the walls apart piece by piece, sending debris flying in every direction. Even dodging non-stop, Shu realizes there's no way to intercept every missile in time and yells at Karina to watch out. Without a second's pause, she jumps in front of him, weapons still trained dead on Zhang. Explosions keep going off all around her, but in the middle of that chaos, Karina finally spots a crack in Zhang's defense. Zhang notices too, her smirk drops and her jaw clenches in frustration. Deciding speed is their best shot, Shu tells Karina to cover him. His sword bursting into flame, Shu gets ready to move. He rockets straight toward Zhang while Karina shouts at him to make it count. Zhang, though, stays perfectly calm, asking if he really thought reaching her would be that easy. And right on cue, every one of her missile launchers fires on him at once. Convinced Shu's cornered, Zhang mutters that of course she wasn't just going to stand there and let him waltz in. But that's when Karina steps in with heavy artillery of her own, reminding Zhang she's not the only weapons freak in the room. Smug smile in place, she declares the same trick isn't working on her twice. As Karina blows through cannon after cannon, Shu uses every gap she opens up to keep pressing forward. Charging straight through the bullet storm, he finally closes the distance, and before Zhang can even react, his blade's already at her throat. Staring her dead in the eyes, he tells her it must be nice, watching everything play out from up here in her fortress, then demands she spill everything she knows about the Tal Moim. Zhang just grits her teeth, saying nothing, even with the blade pressed to her neck. Slowly, she raises a pipe to her lips and blows a thick cloud of smoke right into Shu's face. Instantly, the whole atmosphere shifts and Shu calls out for Lena. A long-haired blonde woman appears right in front of him, a wistful smile on her face as she says she missed him, calling him Aiden. Shu clocks it instantly, a trap and a cheap one at that. Without hesitation, he plants a kick right into the apparition's face. It connects clean. The woman stumbles back coughing, tears welling up as she asks why he'd do something like that. Shu stays ice cold. The illusion's already been exposed. He tells her to cut the act and release whoever she's puppeting. Right then, Karina starts seeing that exact same figure too. No hesitation, she aims and puts a shot straight through the apparition's shoulder. The illusion shatters instantly, revealing Zhang's real body underneath. She was certain that trick would break anyone, yet neither of them so much as flinched. Shu kneels in front of her and tells her flatly, "It's over." Zhang starts letting pieces of the truth slip. Some mysterious man showed up one day, and that's what led the 10 of them to abandon their homeland. Hearing that, Shu puts it together, 9 other members on top of their leader, 10 total. Karina demands she spill everything about the group, but before Zhang can get a word out, blood starts pouring from her eyes, nose, and mouth all at once. Her body starts convulsing violently, and a terrified Karina demands to know what's happening. Zhang's neck twists at an angle no human neck should bend, like some invisible hand is turning it. Shu tries to hold her steady, begging her to hang on just a few more seconds. Where is this homeland she mentioned? Zhang just flashes an unsettling smile and in a voice twisted beyond recognition, whispers a single word, hell. With that, her neck snaps completely, and she drops to the ground lifeless. Guilt creeps in as Karina admits maybe it was naive to think they could get around the restrictions while Zhang was still breathing. Staring down at the body, Shu turns that last word over in his head. Was hell a real place or just a figure of speech? Before he can work it out, the whole area starts shaking, and it's suddenly clear this is way bigger than either of them thought. Karina points upward, pulling Shu's eyes to the sky. A massive purple rift is ripping open right above the fortress, and giant claws are already clawing their way through from the other side. Shu watches, dread creeping in, as a colossal creature drags itself out of the tier, an overlord. Seeing it, Karina figures the dark space Zhang tore open must have dragged the thing here. Even with the danger, there's a silver lining. The monster hasn't found its way to Earth yet. All they have to do is get out of this dimension before that changes. Noticing the exit still open, Shu points it out to Karina. She smiles, realizing that with their exit secured, they might as well leave a little parting gift on the way out. Grinning mischievously, Karina pulls out her heaviest hitter, the mother of all bombs. Shu tenses up, telling her to wait. She ignores him completely. No hesitation whatsoever, she fires the massive bomb dead on at the monster, then screams at Shu to run for his life. The creature senses the threat closing in, but the missile slams into it dead center before it can even react. Shu and Karina sprint like their lives depend on it because they do. The shockwave hits so hard it launches them forward, while the portal behind them starts slowly sealing shut. Once they're clear, Shu can't help but comment that Karina's methods are seriously brutal. She dusts herself off, saying they can head back now, but Shu tells her he's still got one more thing to take care of. Shu starts connecting the dots. A corporation this size wouldn't dive into human trafficking for something as simple as money. If he's right, there's something much bigger driving all of this. Before he can chase that thought further, something else grabs their attention. Shu and Jin end up in an unfamiliar room, some kind of secret Delong outpost, he figures. The perfect place to bury dirty secrets, probably where they'd stash transaction records, weapons deals, all of it. Human experimentation data and every other shady file they wouldn't want made public. One quick glance and Jin realizes just how deep this organization's dirty business actually runs. Luckily, there's a flash drive sitting right there to grab it all. More than enough evidence to bury Delong for good. A little later at a bustling airport, Shu strolls along, suitcase in hand. When Cheng Yi and his sister Jin call out to him, since the kid's still recovering, Shu tells him to take it easy and not push himself. Relieved, the boy thanks Shu, saying he's only okay right now because of him. Then shyly asks if he can call him Big Brother. Shu smiles, ruffles his hair, and agrees. Jin bows deeply too, saying she'll never forget what he did for the two of them, but Shu reminds her he's still expecting payment. He never helps anyone out of the goodness of his heart, so he needs Jin to join his guild. Caught off guard, Jin says that's tricky. She was planning to head home with her brother. Holding up a glowing emerald sphere, Shu tells her this isn't a request, it's an order. He reminds her that her brother still needs the elixir, and since she's a free agent now, nothing's tying her to any other guild. Jin bristles, arguing that switching sides could kick off a real conflict with China. Shu waves it off. With her joining, Overlord will have 2 SSS rank hunters, and no country in its right mind messes with that. Besides, nobody's going to have the bandwidth to interfere anyway. Not with the Delong scandal blowing up and dominating every headline. Elsewhere, a technician monitoring the readings freezes in shock as the energy levels blow straight past the limit. Certain it's a dungeon, he immediately puts out the call to mobilize every hunter available. A while later, back at Overlord Guild headquarters, the members are deep in training. Shu coaches Kokoro on positioning, making sure he's not tripping over his own teammates. Then tells Eri to sharpen up her team coordination. After a few more rounds, he calls it and lets everyone rest up. Suddenly, Tamura, the team leader, comes running with urgent news. An unidentified dungeon's just been found on an island in the Pacific. Shu sees it as the perfect chance to test the guild's teamwork for real, especially now that their roster's grown. Tamura explains there's a catch though, it's a global recruitment and Korea's only got 2 spots left. Without missing a beat, Shu calls Jin over. She walks up slowly asking what's up, then flushes red when she realizes she forgot to add master. Tamura's stunned, he actually pulled it off, recruiting her for real. The Overlord Guildmaster announces this'll be Jin's very first mission as the guild's vice master. Somewhere far away, a man in a white mask announces that the dragon is dead. The room full of masked figures goes dead silent. A man in a bird mask suggests they find a new group to replace DeLong, but the leader tells him not to sweat it. They've already got a candidate lined up. Tomtel, a hulking figure in a bear mask, steps forward, saying trusting him is the smart move. He suggests they play it safe and stay under the radar for a while. The bird-masked man scoffs at his rival's confidence, which makes the bear-masked man snort, asking if he didn't just talk his way to the top. Pissed off, the bird lunges straight at the bear. Before it turns into a brawl, the white-masked leader orders them apart. He reminds them their followers, Navi, Saja, and the dragon, have already been taken down. The boss lays down the law, nobody moves alone anymore since Shu's clearly gunning to get in their way. A little later, the towering Hunter Association building comes into view. Jin admits she's surprised to be named Vice Master as a rookie, asking if Shu picked her purely for her strength. Shu explains that beyond her strength, she's got the outside perspective to see the guild objectively. Plus, 2 SSS rank hunters running things looks fantastic for the guild's image. A quick elevator ride later, the 2 step out on the right floor. Suddenly, a man slams his fist on a desk, snapping, "Is somebody trying to start something?" One guild leader argues that the Vane Guild should sit this one out, claiming Max, Beast, and Neen have been hogging everything. Another bearded man fires right back, pointing out his guild took massive losses and insane risks to earn those results. A third leader chimes in, agreeing that yeah, the Vane Guild has been hoarding all the profits. That's when Shu walks in, and before the argument can go any further, he starts slow clapping, pulling every eye in the room to him. Cool as ever, he announces Overlords taking one of the 2 remaining slots for the next raid. One of the men snaps, asking who he thinks he is, barging in out of nowhere demanding a slot. Shu says he respects them fighting for their own guilds, but wonders out loud if any of them are actually stronger than Overlord. That sets one bearded leader off, snapping that Shu's getting way too cocky and his guild's too small for a mission this size. Shu just tilts his head, saying strength was never about headcount. The scarred leader is left with nothing to say. Shu keeps going, reminding them being a hunter has always been about raw power, and if they want proof, he's happy to show them right now. He rises to his feet and crushing pressure floods the room, his aura's so intense the whole place feels like it's caving in for a second. Several leaders visibly rattle. One quickly backpedals, saying nobody's questioning his personal strength, it's his members' overall power that needs evaluating. Shu says if that's the actual concern, there's an easy fix for that. He rests a hand on Jin's shoulder and introduces her as Overlord's brand new Vice Master. Gesturing toward her, he calmly asks if anyone wants to step up and put her to the test. One leader scoffs in disbelief, asking if Shu's joking. Nobody in that room is crazy enough to throw down with an SSS rank hunter. Shu shrugs, says fine, if nobody's willing to test her, Overlord's just taking the slot. As he turns to walk away, the scarred leader recalls the rumors how this kid's been stirring up trouble even overseas. Arms crossed, he grudgingly admits to himself Shu's exactly the type who'd catch Aoki's attention. Sometime later, a massive ship carves through the waves, bound for the legendary dungeon island of Atlant. On board, the Overlord crew throws together a small party to officially welcome Jin. Visibly moved, Jin thanks everyone and vows to live up to the position. Nearby, Eri forces a polite smile, but underneath it, jealousy's eating her alive. While she's still wrestling with that feeling, Jin walks over with gifts for everyone, a little peace offering. Turns out she crafted new gear for the whole guild. Eri gets a pendant that boosts her magic, and just like that, she's completely won over. All that jealousy melts away in an instant as she hugs Jin, asking if they can just be friends from here on out. Shu's relieved watching Jin fit in so easily. He starts thinking about slotting her into the backline to rework their formation, especially with a real battle coming up fast. He also considers letting Eri handle more of her own fights going forward. Head full of plans and responsibilities, he finally turns in. And as he drifts off to sleep, Shu finds himself staring at a vision of an entire galaxy. And the name Aiden surfaces in his mind. Suddenly he's somewhere else entirely. He recognizes it instantly, Lake Schneer, home of Lady Idea, the goddess of Aslan from his past life. He stands up, wondering why on earth this is showing up in his dreams now of all times, when a familiar voice calls out his old name. Lady Idea appears, drifting right in front of him. Shu tenses instantly, worried it's a trap, just like when Zhang tried digging into his old memories. But the moment he touches her, his spiritual energy surges, leaving him wondering what this dream is actually trying to tell him. The goddess seems to be struggling just to get words out. Shu figures his spiritual energy still isn't strong enough to fully link up with her. Suddenly, Shu jolts awake with a shout, startling Eri, who's sitting right next to him. She apologizes for scaring him, asking if he's alright. Shu says he's fine, and she tells him they've finally arrived. A gorgeous island, the dungeon island of Atlant. Right on cue, the ship pulls into the bay and docks. The second Shu steps off the boat, a voice calls out, teasingly calling him handsome. It's Karina, waving with a bright grin. Shu asks if she's joining the raid too. Turns out she's actually commanding the entire mission. She admits it's a pretty thankless job, but nobody else was around to take it. Pointing nearby, she tells them the guild lodgings are just over there and suggests dropping off their things first. As Shu moves to follow his group, Karina grabs his hand. Her expression turns serious as she asks for a private word. They step away from the crowd to keep it between them. Karina asks if he's caught the full details on this raid yet. An advanced team of veteran hunters ranked A through SS went in a week ago. They've been completely radio silent ever since. The association's already writing them off as dead, which tells you exactly how dangerous this mission's going to be. That gets Shu thinking about everything lately, the sudden flood of rifts and monsters climbing fast, not to mention that overlord that crashed through at Zhang's fortress. As he walks, a bad feeling starts settling in his gut. Then something suddenly cuts his train of thought. A group of people is closing in on Jin. As Shu gets closer, one of them says his timing couldn't be better. The Blue Dragon Guild master, Wang Haiyan-jeong, smiles, saying he'd actually been looking for him, then asks if he's really the leader of the Overlord Guild. Jeong asks Shu to cooperate and hand Jin back over so she can return to China. Jin starts to panic, but Shu tells her it's fine, which just leaves her more confused. He asks Jeong to explain the situation before anything else. Jeong argues that Jin's power belongs to China, the country that raised her, and joining some foreign guild is just absurd. He adds that her behavior's incredibly selfish, warning Shu that not just him but everyone around him could pay the price. Glancing at Jin, Shu can see exactly how anxious she is. He points out she'd been DeLong's hostage this entire time. Jeong just smirks it off, claiming the government would have stepped in if they'd known. That lights a fuse in Shu. He fires back the government was trading favors with DeLong, so of course they knew exactly what was happening. Sensing the hostility, the Blue Dragon warriors snap into defensive stances. But Jeong waves his men down. He warns Shu that even as an SSS rank hunter, he can't take on an entire nation. Cold and calm, Shu tells him to go ahead, run back, and warn his glorious nation about what just went down here. Jin Bikji is officially his vice master now, he says, and if anybody so much as touches her, his guild won't let it slide. Jeong narrows his eyes, staring back at the confident young man. Turning to leave, he says this won't be their last conversation, but since neither side's budging, he'll back off for now. Shu gets it. A national corporation just collapsed and they lost an SSS rank hunter, so of course they're basically itching for war. Jin apologizes, saying she couldn't just brush them off knowing they'd come all the way from China. Gripping tight to Shu's sleeve, she quietly thanks her master for standing up for her. A little later, the group reaches the entrance to the Tower of Babel. Karina announces each guild will enter in order just as planned. She spots Shu already there with his team, meaning it's his turn. She steps forward to walk everyone through how the system works. Pour mana into the cylinder, she explains, and it randomly assigns you a floor. Since her guild's going first, she tells everyone else to watch closely. She places her palm at the center of the cylinder, and it lights up, revealing the Roman numeral 32. Surprised by how high that lands, she smiles, saying she hopes to run into Shu up there later, before vanishing in a flash of teleportation. Shu steps up, eyeing the cylinder carefully. He sets his hand at the center just like Karina did. It reacts instantly, flaring bright. The number 54 lights up, the highest floor ever recorded. Shu realizes the higher the floor, the richer the rewards waiting up there. Right before the teleport kicks in, he warns his team to stay sharp. Nobody knows what's waiting on a floor like this. With that, the whole party gets warped away. All 5 guild members materialize together in the new zone. The place looks deserted, but Shu warns everyone to stay alert for hidden enemies or traps. Suddenly, fast footsteps come closing in. Sensing the danger, Shu reacts instantly, swinging his blade up to block a surprise strike. When he finally gets a clear look at the attacker, he's stunned. It's Karina. Taken completely off guard, Shu has no clue why she's attacking him. She fires off a shot that grazes his cheek, though he twists away just in the nick of time. In the chaos, he nearly loses his grip on his sword, but clamps both hands down on it fast. Jin draws her bow, but Shu tells her to focus on protecting the rest of the guild first. He's left wondering exactly what they're up against. The copy looks and moves exactly like Karina, but the aura coming off it feels completely alien. Just then, Finn shouts that the rest of Karina's guild has shown up too. Turns out they're up against doppelgangers, a perfect mimics with no true form of their own. They must have copied Karina's guild the instant they stepped into the tower. Kokoro panics, realizing they're about to fight what looks like an SSS rank hunter. Shu calls out to the team, telling them to trust their training. He's confident they can win this and push forward. Deep down, though, he knows he's the one drawing the real threat. He's got to take down a doppelganger copying Karina, the second-ranked hunter on the planet. Shu drops into stance, a glowing blue halo blooming above his head. Gripping his sword tight, he activates Exceed. With Karina's face staring back at him, there's no room for mistakes. He needs to end this fast. Without wasting a beat, he charges forward and unleashes a massive vertical slash. The Karina copy blocks it with a bare arm. Shu instantly sweeps her legs, knocking her off balance. Seizing the opening, he fires off Inferno Wave. A massive wave of fire rolling straight toward her. She doesn't hesitate, pistols out, and she fires straight down at the ground. The recoil kicks her backward just enough to escape the blast. Shu watches, genuinely impressed. She used gun recoil as a dodge. Giving him 0 time to recover, she whips out a massive machine gun and opens fire. Realizing there's no dodging this barrage, Shu focuses his energy and slams up a blue shield. It holds against the bullets, but the sheer impact still leaves his hands stinging. Studying his opponent, he reasons even an SSS rank hunter has to have a weak point somewhere. That's when he catches her hand drifting toward a small pouch strapped to her thigh. It's a small detail, but it sticks with him. Jin Beekji shouts a warning. The creature's made entirely of the dungeon's mana, so its energy source is the real target. Shu closes his eyes for a beat, thanks his vice master for the intel, and realizes this fight just got a whole lot simpler. He fuses 3 separate skills together into something new. Gluttonous Grip, a technique that weakens its target based on how much mana it soaks up. Since her whole body's made of mana, all he has to do is neutralize that energy at the source. Karina holds her ground, weapon trained on him, but Shu vanishes in a single stride, unleashing his secret art one step. He reappears instantly behind her, driving his hand straight toward her chest, and slams Gluttonous Grip home. The illusion armor covering her body starts cracking apart, her whole form shattering into countless fragments. Shu realizes it worked. Within seconds, the copy's body is completely gone, leaving behind nothing but a single material cube. Not far off on the battlefield, a massive explosion sends debris flying in every direction. Kokoro plants his feet, shielding himself against the blast. Still covering Eri as she finishes her spell, he asks if she's ready. Eri confidently stretches out her hand, replying she finished before he even had to ask. Then unleashes it with one quick punch. The spell slams straight into 3 warriors puppeted by the dungeon's energy. Thrilled to see it land, Eri clears the path for the next attack. Finn charges in with a massive axe, leaping straight at the enemies. The strike lands devastating, shattering the ground clean out from under all 3 warriors. Moments later, the doppelgangers start disintegrating, bursting into beams of light before vanishing completely. Shu takes in the scene, noticing the rest of the doppelgangers have already been cleared too. Jin Beekji walks up, confirming her side's clear as well. Kokoro and Eri catch up right behind her. Seeing everyone gathered safe, Shu feels a swell of pride, proof that all that grueling training paid off. Scratching his head, Kokoro remarks this dungeon's been brutal from the jump. Then he spots something, an object identical to the one back at the tower's entrance. A magical cylinder, humming with strange energy. Shu explains activating it moves them to the next floor, then asks who wants to do the honors. Kokoro volunteers instantly. The moment his hand touches it, the number 81 lights up on the surface. Kokoro rubs the back of his neck, a little uneasy, but the group decides to push ahead anyway. In a flash, the whole guild is warped up to the next floor. Shu scans the area and their next challenge comes into view. A massive labyrinth stretching out before them. The team spreads out, searching for an exit, but something in the shadows catches Shu's eye. He tells everyone to fall in behind him. Sword drawn, he warns whoever's hiding to step out now or get treated like a monster and cut down without hesitation. A few tense seconds of silence pass before a familiar man steps out from behind a pillar. Jin's eyes go wide. It's the leader of China's Blue Dragon Guild. Jiong remarks that fates brought them face to face again, so maybe it's time to finish that conversation from before. He offers one last deal, come back to her homeland right now, and they can chalk this whole thing up to a minor lapse in judgment. Jin stands firm, telling him her answer will never change. She's the vice master of Overlord Guild now. Jiong lets out a soft chuckle, snaps his fingers, sighs, and says fine, leaves them no other choice. Dozens of warriors materialize behind him, and with a smirk, Jiong announces he'll just drag her back by force then. Staring down the Blue Dragon leader, Shu's mind drifts back to his first conversation with Jin Bichi about this whole guild. Back then, he'd asked her what the Blue Dragon Guild was actually like. Jin had explained it was built under direct government supervision, basically a gathering point for nearly every SS rank hunter in the country. That piece of information had left Shu deep in thought at the time. Back in the present, the two sides square off inside the massive labyrinth. Jiong smiles, noting that in a place like this, whatever happens here will never see the light of day. Shu fires back, asking if he's really still this confident going up against two SSS rank hunters. Jiong just laughs, telling Shu to drop the bluff, bragging that his eyes can see through absolutely anything. To Jiong, Shu's nothing more than a media hype-up who dumped every stat point straight into magic. To him, it's obvious real SSS rank hunters sit around level 150 and Shu's barely scraping level 70. Fake fame, plain and simple. Shu tenses slightly at that. If Jiong really can see through opponents like that, he might actually be reading his stats correctly. Jiong snaps his fingers, saying he'll get to the rest of the truth about Shu later. Instantly, every masked Blue Dragon warrior charges at once. Shu spins around, ordering the Overlord members to protect Jinbichi. Without a second thought, the guild mates form a wall around their vice master. Right after, a massive metal claw crashes violently against Shu's blade. Jiong smiles, telling him not to get distracted, he's the one Shu's actually fighting. The two lock into a brutal clash. Shu remarks that even if Jiong can read his stats, he clearly isn't seeing the whole picture yet and promises to show him something interesting. Right then, one masked warrior tries to sneak up on Shu from behind. Without so much as blinking, Shu throws a single punch. The impact sends the guy flying, leaving him badly hurt. The kill lands and Shu instantly levels up. He turns his gaze back to Jiong, telling him he's going to be the last man standing here, so he might as well wait his turn. An instant later, Shu vanishes with blinding speed. His blade flashes across the battlefield in a series of precise thrusts, dropping masked warriors one after another. Kokoro and Eri watch in absolute awe at their guild master's power. Even Wang Haiyan-jiong's eyes go wide with shock. Every single one of those soldiers was an elite SS rank hunter. Yet Shu tears through them with total ease, his level climbing with every single kill. Watching it unfold, Jiong is completely dumbfounded. The kid just jumped over 10 levels in no time flat. Shu strolls toward him and calmly asks if that's really all he's got. But Jiong's still got one last card to play, a violent surge of purple energy gathering in his hand. Charging the attack, he calls Shu an arrogant brat, snapping that this is far from over, then launches the blast at blistering speed. But it only grazes Shu's neck as he twists clear at the very last second. The blast ricochets off the labyrinth walls, blasting apart massive chunks of the structure. When the dust finally clears, Jiong looks visibly spent. Panic starts creeping in. Every attack felt like a sure hit, yet somehow Shu kept slipping away. Shu thanks him almost politely for clearing such a massive path through the maze. Finding the exit just got a lot easier. Jeong's eyes widen as it clicks. Shu baited that entire attack on purpose just to blast a path open for his guild. Fueled by frustration, he primes his clawed gauntlets again, but realizing he's already lost this fight, Jeong backs off. He claims he'll drop the whole dispute and get the Chinese government to back off entirely. Shu just asks if he genuinely expects trust from someone who just tried ambushing him inside a dungeon. Right after, from defeating his enemies, Shu unlocks Sage's ISS, a skill that lets him see the true essence of everything. A lens-like magical overlay flickers over his vision. After a quick analysis, he notes it's basically the perfect skill for espionage. With the fight finally over, Shu turns back to his companions, asking if everyone's alright. Nobody's hurt, but Eri and Kokoro are still visibly rattled. It was their first time having to fight and kill other humans, and Shu knows exactly how heavy that weight sits. A while later, the Overlord Guild pushes on through the massive hole blasted clean into the maze. Eri, completely drained, ends up being carried by Jin Bikji, flustered and apologizing over and over for her legs giving out. Fighting back tears, she quietly resolves to get so much stronger. At the end of the labyrinth, they find the teleportation cylinder waiting again. Kokoro offers to activate it, riding the high he got from his last roll. But the moment he touches it, it flashes a measly 2. Before anyone can even react, the whole guild is teleported away. This time, they land in a gigantic Colosseum-style arena. Eri sighs, frustrated that their luck's officially run dry. Shu explains the floor is completely random each time. For every jump up, dropping a few levels is just as normal. But scanning the massive Colosseum, he senses something's off about this place. Something that says a battle's about to kick off. And right then, the massive gate begins to creak slowly open. And a lone figure steps calmly out toward the group. Shu figures this is probably the tower's next test, maybe another doppelganger just like the last floor. To make sure, he immediately activates his newly acquired Sage's Eye. But the second he sees the figure's true identity, his eyes go wide in shock. Jin notices Shu's reaction and asks what's wrong. A second later, she looks at the creature herself and freezes in shock too. Finn wastes no time, screaming at Kokoro to snap out of it and draw his weapon, warning that if both the master and vice master are this tense, they're staring down something seriously dangerous. The figure walking slowly toward them is a blonde man with lifeless eyes. It's a face they all know way too well, Kane Bruce, the legendary #1 hunter in the world. Shu asks Jin if there's any record of Bruce being part of this tower's investigation team, but she says no. Shu glares at the opponent, muttering that this doppelganger got seriously lucky copying the strongest hunter on Earth. Kane Bruce shifts his stance, winding up for an attack. Feeling the insane pressure radiating off the doppelganger, Shu immediately warns the whole guild not to drop their guard. As far as he's concerned, this thing needs to be treated like a straight-up monster, zero hesitation. Kokoro tries telling himself there's nothing to panic about. After all, even if it looks like Kane Bruce, it's still just a copy, but a split second later. Bruce moves so fast Kokoro completely loses track of him. Before he can even react, a brutal knee slams into his gut, sending him flying. He crashes clean through the Colosseum wall, the structure crumbling around him as he's knocked out cold. Shu immediately orders Finn to get their teammate help, and the healer rushes over instantly. Meanwhile, Eri watches in sheer terror, realizing she couldn't even track the enemy's movement. Suddenly, Bruce appears right behind her. Her teammates scream a warning, but by the time she turns around, it's already too late. The blow lands and a massive cloud of dust tears across the Colosseum. Luckily, Jin Bikji reacts just in time, blocking the strike with her bow and saving Eri at the very last second. Shu orders Jin to get the girl to safety and provide backup. Meanwhile, the Bruce doppelganger, eyes still completely blank, keeps moving at a speed none of them can track. This time he appears right in front of Shu. Shu manages to block the punch with his sword, but the impact catches him off guard. The raw strength behind it is monstrous. His blade actually starts to bend, forcing him to shift the angle just to redirect the force. Locked in the clash, Shu realizes this thing's physical strength is even crazier than Karina's copy was. On the other side of the arena, Eri fires off another spell, pinning Bruce's legs down for a few precious seconds. Shu figures no matter how durable a doppelganger is, hit the same spot enough times and it's bound to break. Following that logic, he unleashes a rapid string of slashes on the exact same spot, triggering an explosion that shakes the entire Colosseum. Right after, Shu senses something off in the air. For a second he chalks it up to the wind shifting. But he quickly realizes it's an actual skill as a massive hurricane starts forming right in front of him. Shu figures Bruce is using the storm to keep him at a distance. He asks Eri if she can blast a path through it with her space distortion magic. Glancing at Shu, the young mage notices just how injured he is. Seeing him hurt lights a fire under her, and she vows to do whatever it takes to open that path. As the hurricane rages violently, Eri pours every drop of magic she has into it, straining so hard blood starts trickling down her hand. Shu notices and tells her not to push it. They've got no idea how much longer this fight is going to drag on. Frustration washes over Eri, the feeling that she's still too weak eating at her. She remembers back in the hospital, her master warning her about the dangers ahead, telling her the training would be brutal enough to actually cost her life. She remembers shaking his hand too, promising that the moment she joined the guild, she'd do everything in her power to grow stronger. But despite all that effort, Eri still feels like nothing but a burden Jin has to protect. Refusing to quit, she screams out that she knows Shu would never ask her to do something she couldn't handle. Over in the corner, Kokoro listens closely to her words while getting patched up. Blood on her hands, tears in her eyes, Eri resolves to pull this off no matter what it takes. A beam of energy tears a hole straight through the hurricane wrapped around Bruce. Eri calls out that she did it, and Shu tells her to just hold that opening a few seconds longer. Locking in, Shu decides this is the moment, close the gap and end it right now. Using his secret art one step, he lunges forward instantly, right as Bruce winds up a devastating punch. Bruce's fist stops mere inches from Shu's face. When an arrow from Jin knocks the doppelganger's arm off course, cracking open the perfect opening, Jin wishes her master luck. Bruce still lunges to grab Shu's sword barehanded. Shu feels his left hand give out and shatter under the pressure, but that was always part of the plan. To take down a doppelganger made of mana, destroying the body isn't enough. You've got to drain the energy keeping it alive. Grabbing Bruce by the neck with his right hand, he activates Hand of Gluttony. Massive cracks spread across the doppelganger's body until, with a sudden burst, the fake Bruce shatters completely into countless fragments of mana. The others watch on in sheer disbelief. Holding the crystal left behind, Shu breathes a sigh of relief. It really was just a copy. Guilt-ridden, Kokoro apologizes for dropping his guard and getting taken out so early. Finn walks over too, worried about Shu's injuries, but Shu just activates super regeneration, healing himself completely. Finn's shocked to realize that's the exact same healing skill he has. Next, Shu heals Eri's injured hands. With a small smile, he tells her she was the MVP of her very first real battle. Eri's eyes light up the second he says he'll be counting on her next time. Beaming, she smiles back, promising he can keep counting on her too. Pushing further through the Colosseum, the group notices this floor is eerily quiet, nothing but an empty arena. Finn points out that unlike the labyrinth and Colosseum before it, this place doesn't seem to have any challenges left. That's when Shu senses a presence. A blonde man walks calmly toward them, offering a relaxed smile as he congratulates the group. He never expected anyone else to make it this far. This time it's not a doppelganger, it's the real Kane Bruce. Kane Bruce scratches the back of his neck, noticing how shocked everyone looks. He flashes a friendly smile, and Shu notes the legendary #1 hunter seems way more laid back than expected. Bruce reaches out for a handshake, saying it's a pleasure to meet them. He was starting to get bored with nobody around to talk to. Shu notices that unlike most SSS rank hunters, this guy isn't arrogant or cold in the slightest. Bruce formally introduces himself as Kane Bruce, and Shu returns the gesture, introducing himself as Kiritani Shu, master of the Overlord Guild. When Bruce mentions the group's got a pretty intimidating aura, Shu explains they just finished fighting a doppelganger that looked exactly like him. Bruce admits he couldn't resist meeting the hunter strong enough to beat his own clone. Stepping closer, he realizes this must be the new SSS rank hunter Karina mentioned to him. Shu crosses his arms, asking how Bruce even ended up in the tower. Bruce explains he stumbled onto it by accident and got trapped due to a certain situation, gesturing toward the pillars behind him. By his analysis, that mechanism only fully activates once 7 different groups gather here. Shu mentions the rest of the expedition force should be arriving soon, totaling over 50 people, more than enough, Bruce figures. Looking at the pillars, the blonde hunter admits he spent way too long stuck here and never expected to get found like this. Bruce asks if Shu's also noticed this tower's structure and mechanics are nothing like any other dungeon. Shu points out that the enemies here scale in strength based on the hunters who enter. On top of that, the whole layout seems deliberately built to force a massive group into participating. Bruce explains this place is a pandemonium, a dungeon type specifically designed to wipe out hunters on an unprecedented scale, and reveals he's been traveling the world hunting down towers just like it. Jin chimes in, saying even as an experienced hunter, she's never seen anything like this. Bruce replies dead serious that it makes sense, he spent all this time keeping these dungeons out of the public eye. Shu finally understands why the #1 hunter gave up his fame and vanished to fight these threats entirely on his own. He asks Bruce what he actually thinks dungeons are. Caught off guard by the question, Bruce scratches his cheek. Shu explains he wants his take since Bruce probably knows more about dungeons than anyone alive. Bruce points out that people just accepted dungeons existed without ever asking where they came from. After a brief pause, he drops his theory they're outposts for an invasion. Kokoro and Eri are visibly rattled by the claim. Bruce explains every dungeon works as a scouting mission for some unknown enemy, making them hostile by nature. The theory clicks for Shu, especially since the countries with the most hunters also happen to have the highest dungeon density. Just then, Finn senses someone approaching and alerts Shu. Right after, Karina shows up with her guild. Startled, she asks if Shu's the real deal or just another doppelganger. She admits she didn't expect them to beat her here, joking they clearly shouldn't have underestimated a rookie guild. Bruce mentions it's been a while since he last saw her. Karina doesn't recognize him at first, but her eyes go wide the second she gets a closer look. Furious, she demands to know where he's been hiding and why he's been ignoring all her calls. Aoki arrives too, alongside the Vane Guild walking up to Shu. Right after, another portal opens and more groups start pouring in. One by one, the pillars around them start glowing. Once the last one lights up, everyone realizes it's finally time to face the tower's final boss. An alarm blares, ordering everyone into position as the ground starts to shake. And a colossal creature, a massive serpent covered in legs, claws, and fangs, emerges from the depths. The monster freezes several hunters in place with pure terror. But Shu senses something's off. Karina warns the group something else is coming, telling everyone to stay sharp. At the same moment, the pillars shift color, radiating a completely different kind of energy. Kokoro notices the ceiling starting to crack. The pillars no longer able to hold the structure together. Bruce looks up and realizes this threat is coming from outside the dungeon entirely. Suddenly, an even bigger creature comes charging in at full speed. One fighter realizes in horror that this new monster treats the first one as nothing but prey. Wrapped in a purple aura, the giant beast glares down at the group, then swallows the serpent whole in a single bite. Shu's eyes narrow in suspicion as he calls out to Karina. She confirms she recognizes this monster too. It's the exact same one they fought alongside Zhang. Shu's stunned it somehow survived the massive explosion Karina set off. Bruce snaps his fingers, asking if they've already crossed paths with this thing before. Jin grips her bow, waiting on Shu's word to strike. Shu's hand trembles slightly, but he reminds himself things are different this time. This time, he's got a whole army of powerful hunters ready to fight beside him. The giant monster slowly opens its jaws, charging up a massive orb of blue energy deep in its throat. The magical pressure is so intense every hunter present gets chills. Some just stare in disbelief. This level of mana density shouldn't even be possible. Before the creature can fire, Bruce reacts, leaping straight toward the blast. He triggers his wind barrier skill to intercept the attack, but immediately realizes taking this thing head-on is going to hurt. Controlling the technique mid-clash, he decides deflecting the blast to the side is his only real option. The creature clings to the tower as the two forces collide, the whole world shaking under the impact. When the dust clears, one hunter's face drains of color. An entire mountain on the island has just vanished, blasted into absolute nothing. Shu stands frozen, eyes wide, old traumatic memories flashing through his mind. He's so deep in shock he doesn't even hear someone calling his name. Karina rushes over, asking if he's okay, snapping him out of it. Staring at the wreckage, Bruce mutters that deflecting that blast was the right call, even for him. Right then, a massive claw swings back into frame, and the tower the monster's clinging to starts to crack. The entire top section breaks off and crumbles, sending every hunter on it free-falling into open air. A few manage to slow their fall using their weapons. Shu catches Eri before she hits ground, and Jin does the same for Finn. Meanwhile, Kokoro's still in a total free fall. tears streaming down his face, convinced he's about to die, sobbing that he never even got a girlfriend. At the last possible second, Karina grabs his arm, telling him to open his eyes, he's not dying today. The instant they hit the ground, Shu starts organizing a counterattack, telling Jin to fight at his side. Aoki steps up, offering to help and asking for a job. Shu just turns away, telling her that in her current state she'll only be a liability. Aoki tries to argue, but before she can, Eri gently grabs her arm, asking her to understand the situation. Taking a breath, Aoki realizes pushing this further would just be childish. Without wasting a second, she gathers the remaining hunters and leads a retreat to safety. The warriors start evacuating toward the warship, leaving all their gear behind. However, one of them gets separated from the group. The creature advances slowly, shattering the ground with every single step. From a distance, Karina levels her bazooka and fires straight at the monster's massive body, screaming at it to just die. The shells detonate, but she realizes fast that it isn't doing a thing. Jin steps up beside her and Karina warns him the creature's shell is way too hard, they need to wait for an opening to hit a weak point. Seeing this, Bruce calls out that he can pin the creature's ankle for a moment, buying them a window. Karina instantly agrees, saying she'll draw its attention while Shu covers her. Without hesitation, Karina taunts the monster, drawing its focus. The creature swings its massive, fanged mouth toward her, and that's the opening they need. Bruce channels mana into his hands and activates Wind Barrier, conjuring a massive tornado that wraps around the enemy's ankle and pins it in place. At the same time, Jin activates her all-seeing eye and fires 9 consecutive slashes, unleashing a flurry of arrows with pinpoint precision. One of them punches straight through its defenses, tearing off one of its arms. Watching this, some of the lower-rank hunters start thinking maybe the creature's just big, not actually that tough, not wanting to give all the credit to the SSS-rank hunters. But suddenly the sky shifts, putting everyone on edge. Dark clouds roll in and light starts flashing in every direction. Before anyone can react, 2 hunters get struck by lightning at ridiculous speed, instantly incinerated, leaving nothing behind but ash. Jin's eyes go wide with sheer terror at the sight. Karina finally gets it, the creature was never actually hurt, it was just playing with them. Right after, the monster starts charging up another massive sphere of blue energy in its mouth. Watching that absurd concentration of mana, Shu's heart sinks as he realizes their plan isn't working. Shu starts stacking multiple skills at once to activate his secret art. He charges straight at the monster, unleashing a technique called Giant Hunter, but despite pouring every ounce of strength and focus into it, the enemy's hide doesn't take a single scratch. Even so, Shu refuses to back down and decides to try the exact same move again. The monster keeps its eyes locked on him as blue energy condenses in its mouth once more. To interrupt the attack, Shu strikes directly at its teeth, shattering them with the force of his blade. But the impact shatters his sword right along with them. The monster swings its massive arm. To protect his head, Shu blocks with his own arm instead. The impact is so violent it sets off a massive explosion. Panicking, Karina screams Shu's name, desperately searching for him. Suddenly, the creature unleashes the magic gathering in its mouth. Karina can't make sense of it, the attack looks like it missed entirely, but Bruce warns her to watch out. A massive bolt of lightning is ripping straight down from the sky. Karina realizes the monster was never aiming at them at all, it's aiming at something else. As lightning strikes rain down violently across the whole island. Meanwhile, Eri snaps awake after someone calls her name. Finn thanks the heavens she's alive. Looking around, she asks what happened. She can't remember anything after a sudden flash of light. Finn explains Kokoro used his own body to shield them both from the lightning strike. He hasn't woken up yet, but he's stable and should pull through. Their conversation is cut short by desperate screaming. Aoki's running around, telling the Vayne Guild to help survivors while another warrior calls out for any available healer. Eri can barely process the sheer terror and devastation around her. Elsewhere, Shu opens his eyes, lying flat on the ground. It hits him, even a subordinate monster can pack overlord-level threat, and despite every hunter throwing their skills at it, only physical hits have landed at all. The real problem now is his sword shattered, leaving him completely weaponless. Starting to lose hope, he wonders if there's anything else he can use. As he gets up and looks toward the tower, an idea sparks. A halo forms above his head, his eyes glaze over, and he activates his secret art. Energy crackles across his entire body. His muscles and veins feel like they're on fire, but Shu tells himself to hang on as long as he can. pouring every drop of spiritual power into temporarily boosting his multicast ability. Fusing several skills together, Shu forges a brand new technique, supernatural strength and spirit, massively amplifying his physical power. He brings his hands together like he's gripping a sword, clenching his jaw with everything he's got. With that, the tower beside him starts heating up and bursts into flame. Karina's still unloading on the monster, but notices its attention has shifted somewhere else. Over on the island, the tower is being swallowed by fire. The monster clocks what's happening, its expression shifting instantly. Shu mutters that the enemy noticed too late, then activates his secret art. Using the tower itself as a weapon, slamming Giant Hunter straight into the creature's skull. It's a direct hit to the forehead and the monster screams in agony. Injured or not, it still starts charging magic in its mouth and fires it straight at Shu. Realizing the enemy's going all out until the very end, Shu seizes the chance to strike it everywhere he can. Watching this, Bruce realizes he can't just stand around anymore. Karina keeps fighting too, screaming at Shu to crush it. Hearing his friend cheering him on, Shu can't help but crack a smile. Meanwhile, the monster struggles to hold the falling tower back, but Shu yells for it to get crushed like the bug it is. The beast lets out a piercing shriek that echoes across everything, followed by a massive explosion, sending debris flying in every direction. The watching hunters go wild the second they realize the monster's dead, raising their hands and weapons to the sky, cheering Shu's name. Meanwhile, Shu's body starts free-falling through the air. Worried, Karina flies straight for him to catch him. A heavy crash rattles the ground. Karina catches him just in time, asking if he's okay. The other hunters come running, but she snaps at them to shut up and yells for someone to get a healer. Gentle hands hold onto Shu's as a voice calls his name. Eri is sobbing, desperately calling out to him. Finn tells her to calm down, but she's completely gone. Karina gestures for quiet, asking for just 1 minute. Slowly, Shu's breathing evens back out. Turns out he's just asleep, alive and well. Relieved, Karina scolds him for scaring them all half to death. Holding him in her lap, she whispers that he did an amazing job. Sometime later, Shu opens his eyes and catches his reflection in a ceiling tile. He's in a hospital bed, wondering where exactly he is. The second he sits up, Kokoro and Eri tackle him with hugs, sick with worry. A little flustered, he tells them both to calm down. Crying, Kokoro explains Shu was out cold for 3 whole days, leaving everyone a wreck. Before the healer can even answer, Shu asks Finn if anything happened while he was out. Jin and Bruce rush in. Bruce remarks that Karina really brought in a powerhouse of a rookie, one capable of taking down a monster like that. Confused, Shu asks what he means. Flipping on the TV, Bruce tells him to see for himself. The news is covering Shu, calling it a historic moment, with rumors already claiming he's surpassed SSS rank. In an interview, Karina calls Shu the strongest hunter she's ever met. She explains the beast known as the Overlord was the one he took down and mentions the name actually fits since it's the same as their guilds. With the story blowing up, the relationship between the two hunters is getting a ton of attention too. Shu figures Karina must have her reasons for naming the creature after his past life. Meanwhile, Jin mentions the Hunter Association's planning to create a brand new rank above SSS X rank, specifically for their master. Eri and Finn think the title fits Shu perfectly. Bruce agrees, prompting Shu to ask if he's bitter about losing his spot as the #1 hunter. Bruce says he couldn't care less about holding onto that title. Besides, with monsters and dungeons getting tougher by the day, it's time for a new generation of hunters to step up. And to him, the best of that new generation is, hands down, Kiritani Shu. As night falls over the city, the lights of the skyscrapers flicker on. Inside an office, a company president asks if it's true the Blue Dragon Guild was completely wiped out during the raid. An employee confirms it. And a mug goes flying past his head, shattering against the wall. The president grumbles that things were great when DeLong collapsed and they got to fill the void. But their very first mission was cleaning up Jin's escape, and now the Blue Dragon Guild's been wiped out too. He demands to know what they're supposed to tell the government now. The employee tries to explain their next move, but the president cuts him off, saying he's heard enough and orders him out. This is President Guak Ho-woon. Alone now, he can't stop wondering how Wang Hyenjeong failed this badly. Even with Yongwon self-destructing and them stepping into his place, nothing's going according to plan. The mission to retrieve and eliminate Jin failed. In Shu, the root of every one of their problems is growing at an absurd rate. If this keeps up, the government's going to cut them loose, and those connections were hard enough to lock down the first time. Suddenly, someone interrupts his spiraling thoughts. A dark-looking man with shoulder-length hair remarks that the boss looks like he's in a tight spot and asks if he can make a proposal. It's Faye, head of a multinational hunter dispatch agency, asking if Woon wants to join hands with Legion. Most hunters work to build up a clean reputation, but there are plenty who operate in the underworld too. Among them, a group called Legion is on the rise and Faye's here for Woon's answer. The president asks if this group really does anything as long as the price is right. With a wicked grin, Faye replies they can infiltrate, steal, assassinate, even start a war if the money's there. Faye hands over a folder packed with a list of hunters. Woon recognizes every single name, people he's heard of at least once, including legends who have already stepped away from the front lines. A group like this wasn't built overnight. Now that they've taken DeLong's place, they need to lock down their position fast. Closing the folder, Woon asks if Faye can handle Kiritani Shu and Jinbichi. With a sly grin, Faye says it won't be a problem, they'll get moving the second they're ready. Meanwhile, a blacksmith hammers away at his forge when Shu suddenly appears, saying it's been a while. Shu explains he's here to ask for a favor. The blacksmith says he's already seen the news, pointing out Shu managed to shatter the Ashfire sword into pieces. The blacksmith reminds him he only handed over Ashfire because he lost a bet, and makes it clear he's done doing favors for free. That's when Shu reveals he brought materials the craftsman is going to love. Spotting the massive claw in his hand, the blacksmith freezes. It's a piece of the lightning overlord's corpse and he can feel the insane magical power radiating off it. Shu took the creature down by draining its spiritual energy. Overlords typically come in 6 ranks, and the one that leveled half of Asen was just a scout, which tells Shu these monsters act independently while still following orders from above. Their leader, the queen, died at his hands, which makes him wonder if a successor's already been born to take her place. Or maybe the queen herself came back. Either way, even stronger monsters are bound to show up eventually. Which means everyone, especially the Overlord Guild, needs to keep getting stronger, no exceptions. Still turning it over in his head, Shu goes back to talking with the blacksmith. The man cuts to the chase, asking if Shu plans to forge a new weapon from that claw to replace Ashfire. Shu clarifies he's not planning to use it himself, and asks if there's anyone with better compatibility with the lightning element than he has. A while later, the scene shifts to Vane Guild headquarters. The guild master calls Aoki in for a talk. Curious, her eyes widen slightly. He explains the guild's situation went south fast after the Tower of Babel raid. With losses that high, nearly every guild involved took a serious hit. He admits he's realized Vane only grew as much as it did by riding on Aoki's reputation. Worried, Aoki tells him not to talk like that, insisting she's incredibly grateful for everything Vane's done for her. But he keeps going, telling her she's capable of so much more and that Vane's simply too small for someone with her potential. He won't let his own pride hold her back, not for anything. With a smile, he thanks her for everything she's given and all her hard work. A little later, the Vane Guild master stands alone in a hallway, breathing heavy, visibly on edge. Shu walks up and the man asks what brings him here. Shu explains he needed to talk to Aoki and heard she was in a meeting with him. With a relieved smile, the man says if it's Shu, everything's going to be fine. He takes Shu's hand in both of his and begs him from the bottom of his heart to take care of Aoki. Then he turns and walks off down the hallway, leaving Shu completely thrown by the whole thing. Inside the room, Aoki stares at the empty chair, thoughts churning. She wonders what it even means to be Korea's #1, and how much worry she must have put Eri through over the years. She also realizes she can't fight alongside Shu and the others, and has no clue what she'll do if Vane goes under. Lost in thought, muttering to herself, she doesn't notice someone knock. Shu walks in, echoing the exact question she just asked herself. Embarrassed, trying to hide that she was crying, she asks what he's doing there. Without wasting time, Shu pulls out a weapon and says he wanted to give her something. Aoki's eyes light up the instant she sees it. It's a strup, a heavy spear that summons lightning, forged by a master artisan from rare materials to embody divine punishment. Shu explains he's giving it to her because she's the best possible fit for the lightning element. He tells her not to feel any pressure, this weapon was custom built for her, the best lightning wielder he knows. Aoki asks why he's being so kind to her, but he genuinely doesn't have an answer. With an emotional smile, she vows to do everything she can to earn this. Shu gives a small smirk. He warns her that if she's planning to make a move, she'd better hurry, he won't be around much longer. He explains he's heading abroad for a while to track something down. Aoki asks where, and Shu tells her Hong Kong. Once there, Shu walks the streets grumbling about the brutal heat. Jin Bikji asks him to explain why they even came to this country, and Shu says they're here for a new weapon. He reminds her his old sword got shattered into pieces during the last fight, and that there's an auction in Hong Kong dealing in some seriously good weapons. Shu mentions he recalls Jin knowing someone who can guide them around the city. With a cheerful smile, she confirms she's got a guide arriving any minute. Right on cue, a sleek white car pulls up. A girl with shoulder-length red hair steps out asking if she's really talking to Jin Bikji. Thrilled, Jin calls out to Riwon, and the two friends embrace, catching up instantly. Jin introduces her friend to Shu, explaining she's the guild master of the Huangcheng Guild. Riwon reaches out for a handshake. Smiling, Shu greets her, mentioning he'd heard about how she stopped the rift flood in Hong Kong 12 years back. Riwon invites them both to her place and they pile into the car to head out. On the way, the redhead admits she was surprised to hear her friend joined a guild as vice master. She apologizes for not reaching out sooner. She'd wanted to recruit Jin herself, but Overlord got to her first. Jin smiles, saying she's just glad to see her friend again after all this time, and explains they came to Hong Kong because Shu's on the hunt for a weapon. Shu takes the chance to ask if it's true Surya is going up for auction. Hearing that, Riwon visibly tenses and Shu's confused by the reaction. He asks if they're talking about the weapon forged by Aziz, the sinister, hooded figure known as Aziz al-Malik. After the awakening, Aziz overthrew the government of a war-torn nation, crowned himself king, and founded the terrorist group Mumilak. Known as the world-devouring necromancer for his control over the dead, he's considered the worst criminal alive. Since the undead showed up at the symposium attack too, Aziz has to have some connection to the Tal Moim, not since the Lion Mask man died. And the sudden reappearance of the missing Surya for a public auction reeks of something suspicious. Riwon explains the weapon wasn't forged normally, it was made through the sacrifice of countless people. Shu's expression turns dead serious as he thinks over this weapon, supposedly recreated by the worst criminal alive. Crossing his arms, he mulls over the rumors linking Surya to some country's rapid desertification. Hard to believe, but hard to dismiss too. Riwon warns him if they're really going after Surya, they'd better come prepared. The starting bid alone runs in the trillions, the kind of money that pulls in the ultra-rich. That's when Shu pulls out a massive stack of winning lottery tickets. Making Jin's eyes bulge, money clearly won't be the problem. Eyeing him suspiciously in the rearview mirror, Riwon asks if he's got some kind of luck-based skill. With a faint smile, he replies something like that. He changes the subject, asking if there's any news on Aziz. Riwon says word is he has zero interest in Surya. In fact, the popular theory is Aziz never built her to be used as a weapon at all, just to flex the scale of his sacrifices. She figures he's probably hiding somewhere, just waiting for the auction to kick off. Elsewhere in a dark, dimly lit room, a door creaks open. A hooded man approaches Lord Aziz, reporting that Surya's been put up for auction as planned. The organizers took the deal despite knowing exactly what the weapon is. Aziz raises his head, mocking the organizers' greed, saying they dove in without knowing their place. The informant notes this just means more infidels will end up as sacrifices, which plays right into their hands. He adds every seat for the day is already filled, which should be more than enough to satisfy Surya's hunger. Aziz fires back, asking if his subordinate genuinely thinks that's enough. Startled, the man admits he doesn't. Aziz rises, stating Surya's greed is so vast nobody would even dare try measuring it. The hooded man says with total conviction that once she's unleashed, the weapon will spiral completely out of control, feeding that hunger. He reminds his boss that everyone already knows exactly what to do the second Surya takes the stage. Feeding fish in his aquarium, Aziz flashes a wicked smile, declaring this will be the greatest auction in history, one nobody will ever forget. Sometime later, the car pulls up outside the auction venue. Riwon says she'll wait outside and Shu asks why she's not coming in. She smiles, saying she's never cared much for these events and more than that, doesn't want to get in her friend's way. While looking around, Shu hears Jin calling him. She's changed into an outfit fitting the auction's dress code, a little shy as she asks what he thinks. Flustered, Shu tells her it looks great, then realizes this was all Riwon's doing since she's the one who lent her the clothes. As they walk, a mocking voice comments that a breath of fresh air just passed by. The hunter Kuromoto appears, jealousy dripping off every word as he complains it's enough to make him sick. He sarcastically asks if Shu's won Jin's heart too. Shu fires back, asking if Kuramoto came all this way just to shop for a new fashionable helmet. That instantly sets Kuramoto off, the mood shifting on a dime. He snaps, raising his voice. Does Shu really think he wears that heavy gear for fashion? Jin steps in, explaining she'd heard Kuramoto's suffered from a severe bronchial condition since before his awakening, which is why he needs the helmet. Arms crossed, Kuramoto snaps back that unlike Shu, who's just here strolling around with a woman, he actually came looking for a recovery item. Gripping one of his orbs, he warns Shu not to get cocky just because he won once before. Someone's life is on the line and this is no time for jokes. Dead serious, Shu replies he doesn't dislike Kuramoto enough to joke about something this important. Jin cuts in, telling Kuramoto he can trust Shu, revealing Shu also helped save her sick younger brother. Still, Shu admits they aren't close enough for him to just hand over the item, which has Kuramoto accusing him of playing games again. But Shu just smiles it off, explaining he just needs a small favor during the auction. A bit later, the auction begins, everyone settling into their seats with bidding paddles ready. Jin, Shu, and Kuramoto sit side by side. Shu explains he needs Kuramoto's future sight to read the other bidders' offers. Scanning the crowd, Kuramoto starts calling out numbers, asking if that's really all he needs to do. Shu confirms his only real target is Surya, so the hunter just needs to feed him numbers the moment it comes up. Meanwhile, backstage, a blue-haired man reports all preparations are complete. Aziz asks about Surya and gets confirmation the weapons coming to the stage right after the next lot. On stage, the auctioneer hypes the crowd, announcing the moment's finally arrived. Still backstage, the blue-haired man admits he's confused about why he was called in. Aziz says he needs his healing skill, leaving the man baffled enough to ask if Aziz is hurt or unwell. The cloaked man says no, he just needs the properties of a healing-type skill, since they're much closer to cell proliferation than most. Pulling off one glove, Aziz asks if the healer knows why he was chosen for such an important moment. The man humbly says he doesn't, it's just an honor to be useful. Aziz praises the attitude, telling him to just let go and go with the flow. The next second, Aziz activates his SS rank skill, Mutant Flower, a power that shatters the limits of human DNA and triggers infinite cell proliferation. The man's body instantly loses shape, exploding into an unrecognizable mass of flesh. Watching with a satisfied smile, Aziz declares he'll never forget this sacrifice. Back on stage, the auctioneer hypes the crowd, telling them to get ready for the next item. Pointing to a sword resting inside a casket, he reveals it's the legendary weapon forged by Aziz, Surya. The moment it's unveiled, the sword radiates a dark, oppressive energy that instantly puts everyone on edge, the crowd murmuring in terrified awe. Kuramoto confirms it's the real deal, and Shu can feel that same strange, sinister energy pulsing off it. As Surya's aura keeps growing, Kuramoto scans the bidders, saying they need to figure out the starting bid first. Then, suddenly, everything goes completely off script. Stunned, Kuramoto notices his vision's gone completely red, unsure what's happening. That's when the ceiling starts cracking in several places, and the deformed mass of flesh that used to be a man crashes down onto the stage, horrifying the crowd. Chaos erupts as the panicked audience scrambles to figure out what just fell. Right on cue, a cloaked man quietly appears and mutters a single word, "Ignite." The mass of flesh detonates violently right towards Surya. The blast sends the auctioneer flying and the sword breaks free from its case. Freed from its container, Surya starts drinking in every ounce of leftover energy from the exploded body. A second later, a massive explosion rips through the auction house with a deafening roar. Panic consumes the room, people screaming for help trapped beneath the rubble. Shu immediately checks on Jin, she nods, pointing at the stage, warning him Surya's gone. Nearby, someone screams desperately, pinned under debris. Taking in the chaos, Kuramoto realizes this is a full-blown nightmare and instantly suspects Aziz's plan is already in motion. Shu pulls out a green orb, the heavenly mandate cure, explaining it can heal congenital disabilities and physical defects. The sheer value of it makes Kuramoto curse before accepting. A bribe like that's impossible to turn down, and he agrees to join in. Shu says their top priority right now is catching Surya before it's too late. He doesn't know exactly what Aziz is planning, but he's certain a weapon born from human sacrifice never leads anywhere good. Kuramoto asks if Shu even knows where Surya fled to. Shu replies a weapon like that will naturally chase down a crowded place to feed, which means its most likely destination is downtown Hong Kong. Meanwhile, in the heart of Hong Kong, a female figure looks down over the crowd, satisfied, plenty of people around, not bad at all. Licking her lips, the girl notes these souls taste a lot weaker than the ones back on stage, but they're still refreshing. An oblivious man walks by, chatting on his phone when the girl reaches a hand toward him. Instantly, he bursts into flame. The crowd panics, watching the man catch fire out of nowhere. Within seconds, his body's fully consumed, crumbling into sand. Now taking the shape of a young girl, Surya starts to float, announcing it's finally dinner time. In moments, downtown Hong Kong is swallowed by a massive fire as countless people spontaneously combust. A breaking news broadcast reports a fire of unknown origin has erupted right in the heart of the city. Jin shows Shu the report and he confirms it's Surya's doing. Since it's close by, they need to move now to stop her. Just then, a car screeches to a stop and the driver calls out to Shu and Jin. It's Riwon, warning them of another emergency. A rift overflow just hit near the airport, and a giant dragon-like monster has broken through. Shocked, Jin asks how this could possibly be happening the same moment Surya's tearing through downtown. Shu makes the call fast. Jin goes with Riwon to handle the rift overflow while he and Kuramoto take Surya. Worried but trusting him, Jin agrees, telling her master to be careful. With the plan set, the two teams split off in opposite directions. Downtown Hong Kong is already a wasteland, buildings ablaze, streets in ruin, a literal hellscape. Impressed despite himself, Kuramoto remarks it's unreal someone could torch an entire city this fast. Looking around, Shu notes at least the trail of destruction saves them the trouble of tracking their target down. Spotting a figure in the distance, Shu's expression turns dead serious. In all his time as a hunter, he's never seen anything like this. He wonders if this is Surya's true form. Studying the creature, he concludes the stories about human sacrifice were true. A fragment of a sealed god really is sitting inside that sword. Surya glares at them, demanding to know who the intruders are, complaining she was finally enjoying her walk after all this time. With a dark smile, she asks if they're here to ruin her fun, then quickly changes her mind, noting that unlike the regular trash around here, these two actually look fun to burn. Kuramoto doesn't even bother replying. He readies his magic orbs, grumbling about the girl's attitude before he opens fire. The blasts just barely graze Surya's cheek. Wiping away the tiny scratch, she admits these two are better than the trash she's fought before, but this is still child's play. She conjures a raging tornado of fire, declaring their little attacks don't even register as a threat. The flames roar between Shu and Kuramoto, forcing both of them to dive for cover. Massive explosions blow the fronts clean off the surrounding buildings. Watching the destruction spiral, Kuramoto says they need to end this fast and asks Shu how long he needs to put her down. Shu jokes that his brand new weapon is basically feral, asking how he's supposed to tame that. Kuramoto asks if he'd actually win with a proper sword in hand. Without missing a beat, Shu says victory's guaranteed, muttering about his partner's arrogance under his breath. Kuramoto tosses him a katana Nanakuramaru A+ rank with a bonus against intangible targets. Gripping it, Shu thanks him, praising the quality of SSS class gear and says he'll put it to good use. No time to waste, Shu charges straight at Surya, who meets him with a creepy grin. She blocks the strike without breaking a sweat. Smiling as she compliments his skill, it'll only make devouring him taste better. Right then, Kuramoto unleashes another volley of energy spheres. Surya swats them aside effortlessly, glaring at Kuramoto, calling him Helmet Man, snapping that he's getting seriously annoying. She hurls one of the spheres straight back at him. Kuramoto barely dodges it, griping that he almost died and telling Shu to speed things up. Shu just shrugs it off, a blast that small wouldn't even scratch him. Studying her, Shu realizes even with her absurd stats, Surya's actual technique is embarrassingly basic. Just wild bursts of fire and predictable, repetitive swings, no strategy behind any of it. Blocking his katana strikes, she calls him a slippery eel and furiously demands he just die already. Watching her every move, Shu notices her swings are way too wide. Spotting the opening, he dodges her next strike, ready to counter into her blind spot, but before he can land it, she triggers a skill, Superheated Hell. A firestorm engulfs Shu completely, turning the whole area into an oven. Convinced she's won, Surya screams for him to burn to ash. Kuramoto panics, screaming Shu's name as the heat scorches straight through his protective suit. He can't believe how intense it is. Surya cackles, mocking him, asking if he's melted already, but a calm voice cuts through the flames, apologizing for ruining her fun. Shu explains he knows fire better than anyone alive. Fire element attacks just don't work on him. His skill, Avatar of Flame, gives him total immunity. Shocked, Surya asks how any human could survive that. Gripping Nana Kuramaru tight, Shu glares at her. Now it's his turn to attack. Surya's expression sours instantly. She flares up even hotter, screaming at him not to make her laugh. A massive explosion tears through the surrounding buildings. Kuramoto stuck any closer and he melts, gear or no gear. Furious, Surya snarls about mere humans daring to defy her, declaring that now that the annoyance is cleared out, real fun can finally begin. Shu realizes she's deliberately keeping Kuramoto out of range since he's the only one immune to her fire, trying to make this fight as hard as possible for him alone. Losing her patience, Surya decides she's got a backup plan since flames aren't cutting it. Channeling energy into her hands, she vows to just tear him apart with her bare claws. She unleashes a flurry of vicious strikes, but Shu blocks every single one with his blade. Still, one claw slips through his guard, grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Surya licks the blood off her hand, moaning about how amazing it tastes, but before she can savor it further, the wound on Shu's face heals right in front of her thanks to super regeneration. Stunned, she watches the cut vanish completely, wondering what trick he's pulling. Instead of answering, Shu goes on the offensive with spectral reversal slash. Surya manages to block it, crossing her arms in front of her face. Annoyed as she is, she admits Shu's easily the strongest human she's ever fought. She parries the strike and knocks him back, declaring that no matter how hard he struggles, he's still just human while she's destined to become a goddess. As the exchange rages on, Surya notices Shu stays eerily calm without a scratch on him. She realizes that must be exactly why Az never bothered wielding him. Spinning around, she winds up another claw strike. Lunging forward, nails inches from Shu's eye but right before it lands. Shu vanishes completely. Using a movement skill, he reappears right behind her mid-swing. Caught off guard, Surya still manages to block it, laughing with growing delight that this is getting fun. As the fight drags on, Shu notices the collateral damage piling up across the city and realizes he needs to end this fast. Surya, meanwhile, couldn't care less, still spamming the same attacks over and over. Suddenly, Shu starts weaving around her so fast she calls him slippery. Turning to face him, she notes he's finally stopped running, asking if this is supposed to be his last strike. Standing right in front of her, Shu plants his feet, his signature halo flaring above his head as he grips his sword with both hands. He points out that through this entire fight, she hasn't dodged a single one of his attacks, just blocked and countered. She laughs, calling it obvious why dodge human attacks that can't even hurt her. Shu cracks a small smile, telling her to try taking his next hit then. Gripping his sword tight, he channels every ounce of power into his ultimate technique. No hesitation, Surya charges, screaming for him to just die, closing the distance fast. Shu blitzes forward like a bolt of lightning, wrapped in blazing blue energy. An instant later, he tears clean through her. A massive burst of violet energy erupts behind him as Surya takes the full brunt of the attack. Scratching his head, Shu mutters that her own arrogance made this way easier than it should have been. Right after, her body dissolves, reverting back into a sword. Looking down at the blade on the ground, he notes she's back in her original form. Just then his phone rings, someone asking how things are going downtown. Jin reports her side's basically wrapped up too. The monster's down and cleanup crews are already moving in. Relieved, Shu says it's great the crisis got resolved so fast, telling them he and Kuramoto will meet up with them shortly. Kuramoto stomps over, fist clenched, yelling Shu's name. Shu greets him, thanking him for the help during the fight, but instead of accepting it, Kuramoto completely loses it at the state of Nana Kuramaru. Looking down at the weapon, Shu realizes only the sheath survived, the blade's been completely melted. Furious, Kuramoto reminds him the sword was alone and demands compensation on top of the elixir he was promised. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure in a bear mask reports they failed to power up Surya and worse, Eagle failed to reclaim the sword. The white-masked figure remarks that Surya ending up in Shu's hands just made an already dangerous opponent even more dangerous. He asks what Eagle's doing about it. Turns out Eagle's already planning to deploy Mutilac directly to make up for the failure. The bear-masked figure asks if they should go retrieve Surya right away. But the white-masked leader tells him not to rush, their own tasks matter far more. He explains that Surya's a weapon of immense power nobody's ever fully tamed. As for Eagle, he's just Mutilak's subordinate for now. They wait and watch. He finally orders his subordinate to exploit the chaos Eagle's stirring up and focus every resource on their real plan. He concludes that Eagle might not be reliable, but the fanatics who follow him certainly are. A while later, inside Overlord Guild headquarters, Shu strides in impatiently, muttering that he can't wait any longer. It's been a few days since the whole Surya incident. He stops in front of the sword, asking how long she plans to stay cooped up in there. Silence, but it trembles slightly. Since she's not cooperating, Shu warns her she's leaving him no choice. He snaps his fingers, saying he'll just have to drag her out himself. Before he can act, the blade finally starts flickering with fiery energy. Now in human form, Surya scoffs that she never expected a mere human to get this cocky off one win. Checking her stats again, Shu's floored. Her power really is on another level. While he's lost in thought, Surya asks if he actually summoned her all by himself. Smiling, Shu says he wants to have a serious talk with his newest weapon. Surya bursts out laughing, asking if that annoying helmet guy isn't showing up today. She promises this time she'll devour him for real. Shu grabs her arm and accepts the challenge. Landing a heavy punch, he tells her it's time someone taught her a lesson in listening. Still on the ground from the blow, Surya threatens to kill him with her bare hands, but before she can even stand, Shu's already looming over her, ready to strike again. Surya can barely track his movements. Shu unleashes a rapid string of punches at blistering speed. When the dust settles, she's on the ground, groaning in pain. Worried now, she asks what he wants. He tells her, a contract. She lends him her power and she promises never to turn on him. If she won't sign, she gets destroyed. He's not keeping an uncontrollable nuclear bomb lying around. Furious, she grits her teeth and curses at him. But as Shu winds up for another punch, she realizes she's got no other option. Smiling, Shu's just glad he finally locked down his new weapon. A while later, walking through the building, Shu runs into Aoki. He stops, asking what she's doing there. Straight to the point, she asks to join his guild. Caught off guard, Shu asks if she's already talked to her guild master about this. Aoki says she always pays her debts, reminding him of how she once told him she hated just taking favors and preferred settling them on the battlefield. She's decided to pay that debt by joining Overlord and reveals her SSS rank promotion just got officially confirmed. Shu realizes she really did grow ridiculously stronger in such a short time. She explains she made the call after leveling up. She wants to fight beside him as an equal, not a debtor. With a smile, she adds Vayne Guild has proposed a full merger with Overlord, which genuinely delights Shu, since Vayne's practically the top guild in the country. Aoki assures him he'd stay guild master even after the merger, especially since things are about to get complicated once he hits X rank. The experience and firepower of the nation's #1 guild would be a huge asset going forward, which in her mind more than settles her debt to him. Before Shu can answer, Kokoro comes sprinting up, shouting his name. Flustered by the interruption, Kokoro greets Aoki, then quickly warns them the Hunter Association president is here to see Shu. The president approaches, bows, and apologizes for the sudden visit. He says he needs to cut straight to it, there's no time to waste. Panicked, he reveals that Kane Bruce has been defeated. Aoki's stunned and Shu immediately presses for details. The president explains the UN forces started acting strange the moment the fight against Aziz's organization kicked off, referencing the symposium attack Shu himself was at, and everything that followed with the Surya incident. They called in Bruce, the world's top hunter, to clean it up, and things went sideways fast. Nervously, the president explains the terrorists used some secret ability that spread tumors across Bruce's entire body. Shu can barely process it. Bruce taken down like that. What kind of power could even do that? The president bows again, begging for Shu's help as an X-rank hunter. Shu simply asks where he needs to go. He'll grab a plane the second he gets a location. The president immediately orders his assistant to prep the association's private jet. Shu invites Aoki along. With the whole guild heading out anyway, she agrees on the spot, eyes sparkling now that she's officially part of Shu's guild, promising she'll be ready in a second. A little later, a helicopter closes in on a UN military base. Inside, several SSS-class hunters are already gathered as a soldier steps up to start the briefing. He introduces himself as Eric Mudner, commander of the operation against Mutilak, saying he'll be running them through the mission. Pointing at a map, Eric explains everyone's heading to Aziz's base. The team splits into two groups, A and B, for a simultaneous infiltration. Meanwhile, Hunter Jin handles rear support alongside the military, departures set for 3 hours after sunset. Norman raises a hand, questioning if hunters of their caliber really need to split into 2 teams. A straight frontal assault should be more than enough. Eric replies it's just a precaution, one of the enemy scouts can manipulate sand. Norman crosses his arms, realizing this mission won't be as simple as he assumed. Eric confirms the concerns valid and warns them to expect SS-class fighters or higher. Nobody gets to drop their guard. That night in the desert, a few birds squabble over an old rifle half buried in the sand. Shortly after, the Overlord hunters move in, fully geared up for the operation. Eri finds the silence around them unsettling. Finn figures it's Aziz's doing, since his ability controls corpses and the enemy's whole goal has always been gathering bodies. As the group presses forward, Kokoro quietly steps up beside Shu. In a low voice he points at a man, asking who he is, noting he must be high-level since he was in the briefing. Unfazed, Shu says that's Hunter Kuramoto. The reveal shocks everyone. Noticing their reactions, Kuramoto casually remarks it's no fun getting recognized this easily, guess he doesn't need the helmet anymore. Thinking back to the medicine Shu gave him, Kuramoto admits none of this would have been possible without it, bowing his head to thank him in his own gruff way. Shu barely reacts, which sets Kuramoto off. The least he could do is say something back when someone's thanking him. Before the bickering can go further, Kuramoto senses hostility nearby, yelling for all units to brace for combat. When someone asks where it's coming from, the answer arrives instantly as a hand bursts up through the sand. A second later, countless undead claw their way out of the ground, grabbing for the hunter's feet. Kokoro scoffs, a few zombies aren't even a threat to him anymore. But then he spots Eri sprinting the other way and calls out to her. Eri points to the sky, screaming that something much worse is coming. Everyone looks up to see a massive army of undead charging in, and Shu yells for everyone to get down. Gripping Surya, he unleashes his secret technique, sea parting. One massive slash tears through countless zombies in a single sweep. But the sea of undead doesn't shrink at all. No matter how many fall, more keep rising. Realizing the situation's spiraling, Eri calls out Shu's name, terrified. Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupts across the battlefield. Shu instantly recognizes it, the same teleportation magic from the Tower of Babel incident. A sinister purple energy blankets the whole area. It clicks for Shu instantly. The zombie army was just a distraction to split up their squad. Grabbing for whoever's closest, Shu manages to catch someone before they vanish completely. It's Aoki, already sinking into quicksand. Shu realizes they've been teleported straight into the center of a trap, likely from a sand manipulation match. Looking around, he sees it's just him and Aoki dragged here. He tells her to stop moving. Struggling only makes her sink faster. Fully panicking, Aoki's already sunk to her waist. Shu tells her to hold her breath and do exactly as he says the moment they're fully submerged. Watching from a distance, a hooded man laughs at their struggle. It's McCain, one of Aziz's followers and a member of Mutilak, muttering about how amusing it is watching humans squirm like bugs. As a massive sand tornado forms around the trap, he declares this'll be their grave. This is their only shot at surviving. Ju screams for Yoki to act now. Confident in his win, McCain mocks them, asking if this is really the best an X-rank hunter can do. But before he can even finish the sentence, a slash cuts clean through his shoulder. Stunned, McCain collapses, completely dazed. He looks around in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he never even saw his opponent move. Looking up, he spots Shu and Aoki already free of the trap. Panicking, he demands to know how they escaped his sand. Shu explains Aoki used her lightning to turn the sand to glass and he simply shattered it with his sword. Since McCain only controls sand, he adds, turning it into solid rock completely ruins his magic. With a cold glare, Shu says he's got questions and he'll spare McCain's life if he cooperates. Clutching his wound, McCain says he's ashamed to have failed, but he'll stay loyal to Aziz until the end. He throws open his coat, revealing a vest packed with explosives and lunges at Shu in a desperate suicide charge. Shu reacts instantly, decapitating McCain in a single swing, neutralizing the bombs before they can go off. Sheathing his sword, Shu realizes that was a last-second kamikaze move. The enemy chose death over risking any information leaking out. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Finn and a visibly exhausted Eri are staring down a nightmare. Kokoro's been captured, currently being choked out by a man in a turban. Another blast of purple energy tears across the battlefield. The scene rewinds to exactly what happened to Kokoro, Finn, and Eri right after they got teleported. The second Finn's back on his feet, he checks on Eri, shaken, but okay, she says. He turns to check on Kokoro, but before Kokoro can even answer, he screams for everyone to get down. A massive wave of purple energy sweeps straight toward them. Kokoro raises his spear, blocking the blast with everything he's got, struggling to shield his teammates. Holding his ground against the impact, he shouts for Finn and Eri to fall back and support from a distance. Just then, the drag of a sword against stone echoes across the field. A man in a turban wielding a massive sword approaches slowly. It's Eurus, another of Aziz's followers. Kokoro realizes close quarters combat is a nightmare matchup for Finn and Eri. With Shu nowhere nearby, protecting them falls entirely on him. Determined, he unleashes a rapid flurry of spear thrusts. Eurus dodges every single one with almost lazy ease, then rams the sheath of his massive sword straight into Kokoro's stomach. Watching him fly backward, Eri screams his name in panic. With a smug grin, Eurus mocks them, saying the fight's disappointing. He expected more from Kiritani Shu's little pseudo-celebrity guild. Hurt as he is, Kokoro drags himself back up, warning the enemy not to insult his brother. Still reeling from the hit, he wonders how someone that huge moves that fast. Eurus compliments his durability, saying at this rate the fight might actually stay fun a little longer. Meanwhile, Eri quietly starts prepping a skill to help her teammate. Not even bothering to watch her, Eurus reveals he's not dodging because he's faster, he just always knows exactly where the strike is landing. Finn and Eri are floored that he can read their attacks that easily. Eurus explains his skill lets him instantly tell a real strike from a feint and pinpoint the exact direction it's coming from. He boasts that fighting back against that is completely pointless. Noticing Eri trying something, Eurus snaps at her not to interrupt while he's talking. Gripping his massive sword, he switches targets, charging Finn and Eri instead, declaring he'll take out the dead weight first. But before he reaches them, a flash of yellow energy cuts him off. Eurus skids to a stop, bracing on his sword, instantly recognizing it as a healing-type skill. Realizing the kids are trying to stop him by growing rapid tumors on his body, he actually admits it's creative. Finn's eyes go wide, asking how he even figured that out. Eurus replies his own crew's got someone with a similar power. Approaching Finn carelessly would be a mistake, so he adjusts his plan. But before he can make a move, Kokoro spots an opening and lunges with a spear thrust. Eurus blocks it effortlessly and grabs Kokoro by the throat with one hand. Watching this, Eri screams her teammate's name in desperation. Holding him in a chokehold, Eurus says those who overestimate their own strength tend to die young. The pressure is so intense blood starts dripping from Kokoro's nose. As he suffocates, a memory surfaces, a conversation with Shu. Shu had asked if his head always hurt whenever he used his racial skill. Kokoro said yes, especially at his temples, asking if it was some kind of side effect. Shu explained the racial skill came from the High Dragon clan and the pain was probably horns trying to push through his skull. Terrified, Kokoro grabbed his head, whining that this couldn't be happening. He hadn't even gotten a girlfriend and he's already sprouting horns. Shu just laughed at the panic, telling him to relax, he was nowhere near that level yet. Still, Kokoro asked what would happen if he actually got there someday, and Shu said that if he did, he might finally have to admit Kokoro had real potential. Back in the present, Eurus raises his other hand for the finishing blow, but he's forced to let go, sensing a sudden surge of unfamiliar energy. Stepping back to reset his stance, Eurus looks up to see Kokoro completely transformed, a tail behind him, horns sprouting from his head. Staying composed, Eurus asks what this transformation is supposed to be. Settling into his stance, Kokoro says it's the result of all his hard work, even calling the form the crystallization of love. Eurus just laughs, telling him to quit talking nonsense. Drawing his sword again, he declares that stronger or faster, he can still predict every move Kokoro makes, but the transformation catches him completely off guard. In a blink, Kokoro vanishes and reappears right behind him. Shocked, Eurus realizes he couldn't even track the movement, this form's built for speed. Still, he keeps his confidence, trusting his ability can predict any incoming attack. His eyes flash emerald green as he focuses on the next move. But a split second later, Kokoro's spear tip is already at his throat. For the first time, Eurus fails to fully read an attack. He barely gets his sword up in time to block it. Kokoro tells him if he can read every attack, then Kokoro just has to move faster than his eyes can follow. Furious, Eurus snaps, asking if the boy really thinks he relies on just one ability. Swinging his massive sword, he unleashes a brutal flurry, insisting the outcome's still the same. Kokoro blocks every strike, telling Eurus he still hasn't figured out what actually changed with this form, leaving him visibly confused. The next instant, Kokoro spins, revealing the real difference. His new tail whips out and cracks Eurus across the back of the neck. Taking the hit, Eurus still tries to counter, but right then blue energy wraps around his body, freezing him in place. Finn and Eri had jumped in to help, and Finn yells that this is their shot to end it. Kokoro looks at his opponent and repeats his own words back at him: those who overestimate their own strength are destined to die young. Choking on his own line, a furious, humiliated Eurus admits he never thought he'd lose to a rookie. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man swirling a glass of ice remarks he didn't expect the kid to make it this far. Wearing an eagle mask, Aziz calmly watches it all unfold. Shu approaches, confident, gripping Surya tight. Studying the newcomer, the masked man asks if he ditched his own teammates just to face him one-on-one, calling him cold-hearted. Shu calmly replies he trusts his allies, his team's more than capable of handling Aziz's followers. Shu and Aziz clash, swords locked in a brutal test of strength. Testing him, Aziz mentions he had high hopes for an X-class hunter, then asks if this is really all he's got. Gripping Surya with both hands, Shu channels his energy, winding up a technique. In an instant, he unleashes a devastating horizontal slash that blasts them both apart. The impact's so violent it tears a chunk out of the building they're fighting in. Even so, Aziz smiles, saying he can't wait to see the look on Shu's friends' faces when they find his corpse. Without hesitating, Shu charges again, declaring that will never happen. The only one dying here is the villain. Gripping his weapon, Aziz unleashes a flurry of thrusts. Shu blocks every single one, focus locked on his blade, calling out Surya's name in his mind. Instantly, the sword flares with bright, fiery red energy. Recognizing the aura, Aziz's eyes blow wide in shock. Shu takes the opening and goes fully on the offensive. Aziz admits he had his suspicions the moment he heard the plan failed, but never imagined Shu had actually tamed Surya. Shu calmly tells him to just give up. The masked man laughs it off, calling him arrogant. Does he really think there's no trump card left up his sleeve? Not giving him time to finish, Shu lunges forward, calling his bluff. But then a ring on Aziz's hand starts glowing, an artifact that can briefly seize control of a target's actions. With it, Aziz instantly seals off Surya's power. Satisfied, he points out that while Shu bonded with the sword impressively fast, from here on out, it's just a regular blade. Confident he's got the upper hand again, Aziz goes back on the offensive. Mid-clash, one strike slips past Shu's guard and cuts his arm. Seeing the blood, Aziz smirks. It's over, he says. Right after, the wound starts swelling grotesquely and Shu instantly recognizes the symptoms of death flower. Aziz cackles, telling him he'll end up just like Bruce, dying, warping into a hideous mass of flesh. Staying calm, Shu activates his mana control, channeling a surge of healing energy to suppress it. Aziz is caught off guard but asks how Shu plans to win now that Surya's powerless. Shu replies that taking Aziz down still isn't a problem, even without the sword's strength. Aziz admits that might be true for someone who's already beaten the butterfly, the lion, and the dragon, but declares he's not letting pride get in his way. The move that follows catches Shu completely off guard. Aziz lets red liquid drip onto his ring, summoning something new, calling out for Mosaic to answer his command. A blinding red light floods the entire room. Meanwhile, outside, Eri, Kokoro, and Finn are still fighting off a massive horde of undead. Suddenly, Shu's body comes crashing through the building's window, landing right in front of them, stunning everyone. Kokoro looks over, asking if he already took care of Aziz. Shu says not yet, warning the group that the enemy got Surya back and did something to the sword. Everyone needs to stay sharp. Right then, a massive purple magic circle appears beneath Kuramoto's feet. Confused, he realizes his future sight's completely vanished. Something's very wrong. Panicking, Kuramoto screams for everyone to fall back, warning that the biggest creature he's ever seen in his life is about to show up. The hunters watch in horror as a colossal monstrosity begins taking shape. Giant purple eyes, a body of grotesque flesh, countless undead fused right into its structure. Even Kuramoto's left speechless, staring at that terrifying sight. Shu doesn't hesitate, cutting down the undead in his path without slowing. Watching his brother push forward without backing down, Kokoro finds a fresh burst of resolve. Raising his spear, he orders everyone to hold the undead off so Shu can focus everything on the real threat. Channeling mana into his feet, Shu activates his rapid movement technique. Moving at insane speed, he tears through the undead horde, decapitating enemies with every dash. Reaching the giant, he figures something that size can't possibly dodge. Channeling intense flame energy through Surya, he readies his finishing blow. Using Colossus Hunter, he unleashes a vertical slash that cleaves clean through the creature's skull, splitting the monster in half in one strike. Relieved, Shu figures he wrapped it up faster than expected, just as is left to finish. But the moment he lets his guard down, his eyes go wide. Aziz appears right in front of him, telling him relaxing was a fatal mistake, this is the end. Eri and Kokoro watch in absolute despair. Aziz drives his sword straight through Shu's heart, sneering that he can't wait to see how powerful Shu becomes as his new servant. The tension on the battlefield is unbearable. Seeing Shu run through, Kokoro screams his name in desperation. He tries to push through the endless undead, cursing that he can't get any closer with the horde blocking the way. Shu lies motionless, sword still buried in his chest. Certain he's won, Aziz remarks this went easier than expected. To rub it in, he grinds his foot on the blade, driving it deeper, asking how it feels to be hit with a deadly poison. Keeping his foot planted, he taunts him, guessing the boy's still trying to figure out how someone this powerful got taken down by such a simple attack. The villain reveals his ring does more than control Surya. The artifact, Devil Temptation, can manipulate anyone caught in its grip. Aziz brags that not even Bruce saw this coming, adding his teleportation trick is another closely guarded secret. Laughing, he mocks Shu's titles SSS class, X class, none of it matters anymore, it's over. But to everyone's shock, Shu reacts. Without hesitation, he grabs the sword lodged in his own chest and rips it out in one motion. Aziz's eyes go wide, unable to process what he's seeing. Instantly, Shu activates multiple recovery skills at once, his wounds knitting shut right in front of his enemy. Stunned, Aziz realizes the guy's got more than one healing skill stacked. Panicking, the masked man raises his ringed hand and lunges again. Shouting that Devil Temptation's still active, Shu still shouldn't be able to move, but before he finishes the sentence, a slicing sound cuts through the battlefield, and the finger wearing the ring drops clean off. Shu grabs the artifact, coldly noting he just needed to rip it away before the enemy could use it again. Right after, he calls out for Surya. Her spirit instantly reappears behind him. Overjoyed, she runs to her master, who grumbles that she let herself get controlled without even putting up a fight. Desperate to defend herself, Surya protests it wasn't like that, she never wanted any of this. Aziz tries to steady himself, figuring that as long as Shu has to suppress Surya's power, there's still a shot at winning. Teleporting right in front of her, he mocks Surya for looking so pathetic fighting like this. Without hesitation, Surya triggers Scorching Inferno, unleashing an explosion that swallows the entire area. Aziz gets launched back, rolling across the ground as flames devour him. Dazed, he can't wrap his head around how she's releasing that much power without hurting Shu standing right next to her. Shu walks over slowly, grabs Aziz by the neck and declares the fight is over. He's already neutralized Mosaic, sealed Surya's control, and shut down the villain's mana. Now Aziz starts talking. Even cornered, Aziz grits his teeth, snarling they'll never get answers out of him. Shu calmly says he already figured there'd be some restrictions stopping him from talking. Referencing the followers they'd already captured, he explains he prepared a way around that block. He grabs Aziz's eagle mask and the villain panics, screaming what he thinks he's doing. Dark energy starts flowing from Shu's hands. Using mind manipulation, he pulls the restriction planted deep in Aziz's mind and fuses it with Devil Temptation. Holding Aziz in place, Shu asks his first question, what's the cost of controlling corpses? Unable to resist the skill's grip, Aziz confesses it drains his own lifespan. Shu presses on, asking what the ultimate goal is. Aziz answers he's fighting for the salvation of his clan, claiming his people are still suffering, which is why he can't stop walking this path. Intrigued, Shu asks if his homeland wasn't supposed to be thriving. Not bothering to push for an answer, he moves to the next question, who's the real leader of the organization? On the verge of collapse, Aziz can only say he's simply following the will of his god. Realizing he won't get anything more, Shu sighs. Deciding not to drag it out, he delivers a clean strike, beheading Aziz. Watching the body drop, he notes how pathetic an end this was for someone who terrorized the entire global order. But even headless, Aziz keeps talking. With his last breath, he warns that the one true god, Adin, will never forgive him. Hearing that name, Shu snaps his focus straight to the severed head, lost in thought, so deep in it he doesn't even notice Karina walking up. She confirms the enemy's down, asking if he learned anything important. Shu starts to answer, but a deafening roar rips through the sky, cutting him off. Eri claps her hands over her ears, startled by the noise. Over the comms, HQ reports a phenomenon's appeared right above their coordinates, ordering an immediate evacuation. Shu looks up at a massive rift tearing open the sky as countless creatures pour out. Without wasting a second, he tells Karina to take command of the other hunters. Besides him, she's the only one who can handle overlords. Karina tries to talk him out of facing this alone, but he tells her he won't let this place turn into another hell on Earth. Drawing Surya, Shu channels every last drop of his energy. Fierce flames wrap around the blade as he readies his ultimate technique, one step. Surya asks in disbelief if he really plans on stopping all those monsters solo. Shu says that's exactly why he chose her as his partner, declaring he's going to slash the rift itself. She calls it complete madness, but admits she's got zero interest in watching invaders trash her new home either. Eyes burning with resolve, Shu glares at the dimensional tier and vows he won't let these invaders trample this world. Determined, he yells at Karina to take charge of the other hunters, reminding her she's the only one besides him who can handle overlords. He makes it clear he won't let these monsters turn this world into a wasteland too. Kokoro and Eri rush over to stop him from fighting alone, but both suddenly drop unconscious. Turns out Finn knocked them both out, unwilling to let anything get in the way of Shu's orders. Shu turns to Kuramoto, apologizing for leaving such a heavy weight on his shoulders. Karina steps up one last time, asking if he's absolutely sure about this. With a calm smile, Shu says he doesn't want this world to suffer the same fate his homeland did. The memory of all that death and destruction flashes behind his eyes. He asks her to watch over his friends if anything happens to him, and Karina makes him swear he'll come back. All of it floods through Shu's mind at once as he focuses everything into buffing his stats for the fight ahead. Even with his fire resistance maxed, his body feels like it's burning alive. Facing down the monsters pouring out of the rift, Shu unleashes his secret technique. He takes the great demon's heaven-striking stance, unleashing blinding light into the sky. That erupts into a massive explosion. The brilliant flash lights up every approaching monster, and a massive tear rips across the sky the second it detonates. Below, the hunters watch in tense silence. Aoki asks what that explosion was, and Jin shouts for everyone to look up ahead, pointing out the skies finally settling back to normal. High above, Shu starts free-falling, realizing the dimensional gate has finally sealed shut. Surya cheers, telling her master the plan worked, but Shu's already unconscious, his energy completely spent. His last thought, job's done here. Suddenly, he feels like he's being teleported. A gentle voice calls out to him as a soft hand brushes his face. Lady Idea leans in, asking Aiden to open his eyes. Looking around, he wonders if this is the same Lake Schneer from his dream. In a serene voice, the goddess tells him he can't die yet. Embracing him, she promises to grant her final blessing. The surroundings shift, glowing with Lady Idea's divine energy. Then, slowly, someone's eyes open to ceiling lights above. Shu wakes up groggy, no idea where he is, rubbing his head trying to clear the fog. He spots Eri and Kokoro fast asleep right beside his bed. Karina's there too, and as she stirs and rubs her eyes, she realizes Shu's finally awake and lets out a scream. Shu explains Lady Idea saved him. Karina says she's just relieved he's alive. She genuinely thought it was over for him. The noise ends up waking Eri and Kokoro too. The girls' eyes go wide seeing their guild master awake, and neither of them can hide their joy that he pulled through. Shu tries to calm them down, reminding them he's still a hospital patient. Right then, the squeak of a wheelchair approaches. Kane Bruce bursts in, asking if Shu's okay, explaining that once Azaz died, his ability faded and he's already feeling way better. He tells Shu he's endlessly grateful for what he did. A few days later, a plane cuts across the sky. Back home, Eri, Finn, and Kokoro all get promoted to SS rank hunters. Meanwhile, Overlord officially merges with Vayne, becoming a massive SSS rank guild. During the celebration, Shu raises his glass to toast everyone's hard work. He thanks them all, saying they got this far because of them and he'll keep counting on them going forward. The hunters cheer wildly, shouting that Overlord's the best guild out there, no contest. Suddenly, Shu notices his spirit stats ticked up. Right then, his phone buzzes. It's Karina, asking how the merger went and calling him an X-rank hunter now. She mentions she's ordered some supernatural core suits for the guild which should massively boost hunter survival rates. Hearing the noise behind him, she asks what's going on and Shu explains they're celebrating the merger. Grumbling that she's stuck buried in leftover paperwork, she tells him she wants to grab a drink together next time. Just then, Kokoro comes over to propose another toast, and Shu ends the call, promising to bring good sake to their next meetup. With a proud little smile, Shu tells himself there's nothing wrong with just enjoying the moment after everything he's been through. But right then, an announcement blares over the loudspeakers, warning that a monster's just appeared in downtown Tokyo, ordering an immediate evacuation. Looks like the party's over. Snapping into stance, the hunters gear up for the next fight.